Introduction. He has traversed dimensions. The unfortunate news is that he has become Tyrion Lannister from the realm of Game of Thrones. The fortunate news is that in this world, Tyrion is not a dwarf. As the second son of Tywin Lannister, the heir to the Lannister family and Casterly Rock, Tyrion has been indulged since childhood, living a life of reckless abandon. He possesses a tall stature, striking features, and long, lustrous golden hair that emits a faint silvery glow at night. One eye gleams a vibrant green, while the other shimmers in a delicate shade of lavender. This extraordinary appearance, combined with the arrogance fostered by Tywin's affection, has earned him the moniker the Enchanting Demon. Now, Tyrion intends to leverage his memories from the past, his noble lineage, and his handsome visage to sweep across the Seven Kingdoms. Though he has numerous lovers, will his heart belong solely to one? Is it a harem or a tale of pure love? Magic and dragons, the Whites of the North, the schemes of the Citadel. Chapter 1. Rebirth in the Land of Smoke and Salt. Tyrion Lannister struggled to prop himself up as the howling cold wind lashed against his face like a blade. Frost coated the hard, frigid stone walls, resembling salt, and this room had only 3 walls, with the 4th facing the thin air beyond, overlooking a sheer cliff. Where am I? Memories flooded his mind indeed. He was no longer the original Tyrion Lannister, but a time traveler from Blue Star, now inhabiting this pitiful body. He hastily lowered his gaze to examine his limbs, arms, and legs, then exhaled a sigh of relief. They were of normal length. Indeed, this world's Tyrion Lannister was not a dwarf, but rather an ordinary man. Although there were no mirrors or water to glimpse his own visage, the fact that he had not transformed into a dwarf was a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. His father was Tywin Lannister, the head of House Lannister, the Duke of Casterly Rock, the Shield of Lannisport, and one of the most powerful figures in the Seven Kingdoms. Tyrion breathed a sigh of relief since he was not a dwarf. This journey could be considered a fortunate turn of events. Surveying his surroundings once more, he confirmed his location, the dungeons of the Eyrie. Summoning his courage, he leaned toward the cliff's edge and peered down. Approximately 500 or 600 feet below lay a castle, separated from a cell by nothing but air and a haze akin to wispy smoke. Even more disconcerting was the fact that the cliff was only 5 feet from the opposite wall, and the ground sloped slightly, causing a shudder to run through him. He quickly recoiled, leaning against the stone wall, striving to distance himself from the precipice, only to catch sight of an inscription. "Gods, save me." It was likely written in blood by a previous occupant of this cell, starkly visible against the grayish stone wall. He needed to escape this wretched place, and the sooner, the better. He thought to himself, taking a deep breath, yet still dared not rise. Firstly, his legs and feet were numb with cold. Secondly, the dungeon floor sloped gently, and he feared that a misstep could send him plummeting into the abyss. Thus he could only drag his body across the ground, striving to ignore the gentle pull beneath him, inching toward the precipice that bordered the dungeon. He finally arrived before the prison's entrance. The door was a dilapidated iron gate, its surface marred by rust, likely due to an excess of impurities. Below, a small square hole existed, intended for the delivery of sustenance. Tyrion pressed his face against the door, attempting to peer through the opening, revealing a dimly lit corridor of cells. Not far away, beneath the flickering torchlight, sat a corpulent figure. "Hello, is anyone there?" Tyrion called out loudly. The rotund silhouette stirred slightly. "Guard!" He continued to shout, beginning to pound on the iron door with his fists. Grateful that he was not a dwarf, he found his arms still strong despite the cold, his blows resonating against the cell door. The hefty body finally lifted itself, unable to fully straighten in the cramped corridor, the swaying torchlight obscuring Tyrion's view of his face. He approached the prison door with a staggering gait, delivering a kick that sent Tyrion's face recoiling against the stone wall. Then, with the turn of a key, an unsettling creak echoed through the air as the prison door swung open. A round face, plump and adorned with small, dark eyes, appeared before him. "Guard, I wish to speak with you," Tyrion said, lying on his back and extending his arms. "I'm not the guard. I'm called Mord." Mord grinned, revealing a mouthful of brown, decayed teeth. "You're too loud." "Very well, Mord, let us converse." Tyrion endeavored to maintain his composure, not wanting them to sense his fear. "Do you wish to become rich? You deceitful siren. I would much prefer to escape through your back door." Mord roared, his bloodshot eyes aflame, clutching a thick leather strap folded in his palm. Then Tyrion was struck, the belt connecting sharply with his arm. "Damn you, siren. Mord reiterated, "You lie there waiting for death while I am cramped in that small space, unable to stand straight." "Be quiet," Mord said, attempting to shove Tyrion toward the edge of the cliff. "Turn over, let me have some comfort." Mord swung again, but Tyrion rolled on the ground and evaded the blow. "Gold! Gold!" Tyrion shouted, leaning against the stone wall. "There is no gold. When they captured me, they searched my pockets and took my wallet, but I am the heir of House Lannister. I shall inherit Casterly Rock. I shall rule the Westerlands, and I will offer you a respectable position, allowing you to lie back and earn gold, making it so you cannot stand straight." Mord's belt lashed out once more, but it was a careless swipe, slow and contemptuous. Tyrion seized the strap, thus becoming his captor. "You need not take any risks. Merely relay a message for me." The jailer snatched the belt from Tyrion's grasp. "A message?" he inquired, as if he had never encountered those two words before, furrowing his brow, which became etched with deep lines. "Indeed, Lord Maud. Listen to my words and convey them to your lady wife." "Inform her." "Inform her of what? How could he possibly sway Lysa Arryn?" Tyrion Lannister pondered. "Confession? Absolutely not. I am no longer a dwarf, and trial by combat would lead only to my demise." Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck. "Tell Lady Lysa I wish to discuss the Mockingbird with her." "Mockingbird?" Maud raised his hand, mumbling incoherently. Tyrion braced himself for a blow, yet the jailer hesitated, suspicion and greed waging war in his eyes. He yearned to change allegiances, but feared being duped. It seemed this fool had often been mocked before. "Deception," he muttered darkly. "The sorceress seeks to trick me." "Let's put it in writing," Tyrion vowed. Some illiterates harbor a particular disdain for the written word, while others revere it almost superstitiously, as if it were a form of magic. Fortunately, Maud belonged to the latter. The jailer set down the belt. "Right of gold, gold that one can earn while reclining. Indeed, gold that comes easily to you." Tyrion assured him, "My dear friend, I promise you, this gold will make you stand tall, just as in this narrow corridor. The tunnels of Casterly Rock are as constricted as this place. Built within the mountains, this simpleton would surely be unable to discern the difference." Maud toyed with the belt, but ultimately conceded, fetching paper and ink. Once Tyrion had penned the guarantee, the jailer scrutinized the document with a dubious frown. "Now go and deliver my message," Tyrion urged. Chapter 2. From the Titan's Head to the Mockingbird. That night, when they came for Tyrion, he was shivering in his dreams. Within the dungeon, the chilling wind howled, its icy grip seeming to pierce through the thick stone walls, reaching into the depths of one's soul. Maud opened the door silently. Sir Vardy's Egan roused Tyrion with the tip of his boot. "Rise, my lady demands your presence." Tyrion rubbed the sleep from his eyes, deliberately feigning displeasure. "Of course she does, but at this late hour, what could she possibly want with me? I have no interest in widows." Sir Vardy's frowned. He had once served as the captain of the King's Landing Guard, and Tyrion held a vivid impression of him. This man possessed an unremarkable broad face, silver hair, and a physique that was robust, lacking any hint of humor. "Enough with your jests, witch. Show me respect, or you shall rot here." Tyrion rose from the floor, standing obediently as he followed Vardy's out of the cell. Maud's beady eyes fixated on his back. A reminder to remember the guarantee point. 2 individuals traversed the elongated corridor of Eagle's Nest, where every 12 paces a torch was affixed to the distant wall. After counting a total of 55 torches, they finally reached their destination. Inside the castle, an inconspicuous chamber stood, guarded at the entrance by 4 knights clad in heavy armor. "All is prepared," announced one middle-aged man, his voice hoarse. As they approached, Tyrion recognized the weathered visage, adorned with a mane of gray hair, belonging to Blackfish Bryn Den Tully. Vardy's opened the door, gesturing for Tyrion to enter, offering a caution. "Beware of your demeanor, demon, should you dare to make any perilous move." "I am well aware," Tyrion interjected. "You will come rushing in like a tempest and reduce me to mere fragments." He then winked at Blackfish. "There are 4 of you, plus Blackfish himself. I am acutely aware of my predicament." Vardy's nodded, nudging him inside as the door gently closed behind him. The room was enveloped in darkness, and it took Tyrion a moment to acclimatize. Statues adorned the space, and as he reached out to touch them, he discovered they were crafted from pristine white plaster. There were both male and female figures, yet their features remained indistinct even if recognizable. Tyrion likely would not know them, as they were predominantly statues of the Arryn lineage. "Tyrion Lannister." The voice emanated from a corner, startling Tyrion. As he approached, the figure became clearer. Lady Lysa, was clad in a gown of black veil, adorned with a pearl-embroidered crescent falcon crest. Her long hair was intricately braided, cascading delicately over her left shoulder, though the darkness concealed her auburn hue. "Lady," Tyrion bowed, "it is an honor to be in your presence. What is it you wish to discuss?" "Lysa," Arryn inquired directly. "The mockingbird? I fail to comprehend its significance if you are inclined to confess." "No, you are quite aware of its meaning," Tyrion interjected. "The mockingbird, born of the Titan's giant head, is my ally." "No." Lady Arryn's tone suddenly turned fervent. "You are the butcher who conspired against my husband. He would not associate with such a friend." "Indeed," Tyrion conceded. "While some Lannisters may pose a threat to you, it does not preclude the possibility of friendship between myself and Lord Petyr Baelish." This duplicitous woman, with a face marred by treachery, Tyrion berated silently in his mind, fully cognizant that it was Lysa Arryn herself who had orchestrated the murder of Jon Arryn. This deranged woman might only regain some semblance of reason upon the mention of Petyr Baelish. "You are lying." Lysa had no intention of believing him. Tyrion quickly raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. "I am not lying, Lady Arryn." His eyes brimmed with vigilance and tension. He intended to persuade her, albeit through a more circuitous approach. "I am uncertain which Lannisters conspired against you. Yet I can assure you it was not I, for I have been a dear friend of Lord Baelish for many years. Even your friendship with Petyr does not grant you immunity," Lady Alan murmured, her voice dropping to a whisper at the mention of Littlefinger, fearful of being overheard. "What do you mean by even?" she inquired further. "Even." Tyrion leaned forward, drawing near to Lysa and lowering his tone. "We are plotting for me to assume his position as Master of Coin, allowing him to return to the Vale to assist you." "Ah!" Lady Alan gasped softly, startling Tyrion. He feared the people outside might overhear, and Blackfish could burst in and cleave him in two. "Is this true?" Lady Alan asked eagerly. Tyrion discerned the joy in her tone. He understood how enticing this proposition was for Lysa Arryn. If it meant Littlefinger returned to the Vale, she would not hesitate to sacrifice her sister's dignity for her own release. "Absolutely true, my lady," Tyrion affirmed. "Should I return to King's Landing, Lord Baelish will assuredly return to the Vale shortly thereafter. I guarantee it." Lysa paced within the small chamber. Tyrion's words had indeed struck a chord, yet she remained hesitant. "My lady, I know how much you require Lord Baelish's assistance," Tyrion continued, while his fingers explored the plaster statue beside him. This life-sized effigy depicted a man, slightly shorter and more slender than himself, its chest smooth yet endowed with an unexpectedly large member. "When I return to King's Landing, you shall no longer be accompanied by these cold, lifeless plaster figures." "That one is modeled after Petyr," Lady Alan remarked. Tyrion regarded the statue closely, scrutinizing its form. "My lady, I truly did not perceive it for Lord Baelish bears a long scar upon his chest." "You know of this?" Lady Alan expressed her surprise. "Good friends are always candid with one another," Tyrion replied, "but he has never disclosed to me the origin of that scar." "The origin is of little consequence." Lady Alan approached, caressing the statue's chest, her touch lingering. "In my heart, Petyr is a perfect man, hence I did not inscribe that scar." Tyrion realized his persuasion had succeeded. Lysa Arryn stood in silence before the plaster figure for a moment before addressing Tyrion. "I shall judge you shortly. Be wise, imp, and wait here." With that, she pushed open the door and stepped outside, two armored figures clattering behind her, their sounds echoing in the corridor. "Two guards remain at the entrance to watch over me." Tyrion listened as the footsteps faded, pondering his next move. Chapter 3. Let the seven gods pass judgment. Tyrion found himself ensconced in a pitch-black chamber, accompanied solely by a multitude of plaster statues. Above him, a small aperture, akin to a vent, connected to the outside of the castle. He groped his way toward it, only to discover that the opening was far too diminutive for him to wriggle through. Suddenly, a pang of envy washed over him for the dwarfs. Abruptly, his foot struck something, prompting him to stoop down. In the corner lay several bags, and as he reached out, his fingers grazed the contents, plaster powder. Given the abundance of plaster figures surrounding him, finding some plaster powder seemed hardly remarkable. After a brief period of solitude, footsteps echoed once more. "Is he still here?" It was the voice of Ser Vardis. "No one enters, nor exits," the Blackfish remarked. "My Lord Tyrion, please stand clear of the door. We are about to enter." Ser Vardis called out. "Fear not, I am well away." Tyrion retorted, "I would not be foolish enough to ambush 4 fully armored knights." The door swung open, and 4 figures filed in, with Ser Vardis leading the procession, a cloak in hand. It appears Lady Olenn has shown a modicum of kindness, bestowing upon me the dignity I deserve. Tyrion steadied himself against the wall, accepting the cloak, which he draped over his right shoulder. Feeling warmth for the first time in many days. Ser Vardis, please lead the way. The hall of House Olenn was ablaze with light. 50 torches flickering brightly upon the stone walls. Lady Lisa, clad in a gown of black lace adorned with a pearl-embroidered crescent moon and falcon crest, sat regally upon a high seat. Still in mourning attire, Tyrion surmised that as soon as Petyr returned to the Vale, she would likely don a wedding dress. Her chestnut hair was intricately braided and hung gracefully over her left shoulder. Beside her, the higher throne remained unoccupied, presumably belonging to the young lord of the Eyrie, who was likely shivering in slumber at that moment. His absence was indeed a welcome relief. Standing beside her was a figure with russet hair, striking blue eyes, and long, delicate fingers. She bore a resemblance to Lady Lisa, though far more pleasing to the eye. It was Lady Catelyn Stark, whose youthful beauty was evident even now. Tyrion bowed deeply, seizing the opportunity to survey the gathered company. Lady Lisa had not summoned many, perhaps out of fear that her secrets would be divulged by Petyr. He recognized the weathered countenance of Ser Brynden Tully, the Blackfish, a knight of House Tully. Akin to the Iron Guard of the Eyrie, there was no reason for him not to be present. The remaining familiar faces were mostly companions who had journeyed with him. The Maester of Winterfell, Ser Roderick Castle, bore the marks of his injuries, his complexion pale. A minstrel was tuning a wooden harp, eliciting a smile from Tyrion. Whatever transpired this evening, he preferred it to be public, and there was no better means of dissemination than through a minstrel. At the rear of the hall, a wandering swordsman reclined lazily beneath a column, his dark eyes fixed upon Tyrion, a hand resting lightly on the hilt of his sword. Catelyn Stark was the first to speak. Tyrion Lannister, do you plead guilty? Guilty? Tyrion scratched his chin. What crime have I committed? Is it my striking good looks that offend your eyes? Or perhaps my numerous romantic entanglements have incited the jealousy of the Seven? I admit, I have not always been kind to common folk. I have wagered on games of chance, and, to my shame, I have cheated. I have spoken ill of the noble lords and ladies of the court and made lewd jokes at their expense. A few stifled laughs broke the tension, and hushed whispers began to circulate in the hall. Enough of your prattling. Lady Lisa rose abruptly from her seat on the fishbone throne. You stand here today for a fair trial. Delighted to oblige, Tyrion replied, his anticipation palpable. Remember, honor is paramount, Lady Lisa stated as she took her seat. The Knights of the Vale, upon hearing the ancestral language of House Arryn, stood at attention. Sister, let us begin. Lady Lisa turned to Catelyn Stark. Catelyn took a step forward. You are accused of orchestrating the assassination of my ailing son Bran, as well as conspiring to murder the King's hand, Lord Jon Arryn. I deny the accusations, Tyrion replied, shaking his head, his soiled hair falling into his eyes, which he had to brush aside. I fear I cannot confess to such charges. I know nothing of murder. I swear on my honor, on the honor of House Lannister. She said nothing more, but raised her hand for all in the hall to see. This scar was left by his dagger. He sent someone to slit my son's throat. That is not my weapon, Tyrion insisted. How many times must I swear before you believe me? Lady Stark, whether you choose to believe it or not. I am not foolish enough to entrust my own weapon to a common thief. Only a fool would do such a thing. That foolish woman, even if she had the gift of foresight, could not be persuaded. Someone told me that dagger belonged to you. Catelyn glanced towards her sister, seemingly inquiring whether to involve Petyr Baelish. The latter subtly shook her head. Foolish woman, Tyrion cursed inwardly. She does not even understand her own sister. How can she trust Baelish so readily? Lady Stark, charges must be substantiated with evidence, real evidence. Is there no sense of justice left in the Vale? Have honor and integrity vanished within the Bloodgate? You accuse, I deny, and yet you would cast me into a dungeon to starve and freeze. As he spoke, he surveyed the room, clearly seeing the minstrel intently recording the proceedings, perhaps for a new song. Where's the king's justice? This must be a fair trial. Grant me the opportunity to defend myself. I am a member of the royal family, the heir of House Lannister. Lady Arryn, Lady Stark, should anything befall me, my father and brother would be more than willing to take matters into their own hands. Indeed, Lisa Arryn has succumbed to hesitation, and Catelyn Stark possesses no evidence of her being a Lannister. No one wishes to endure vengeance akin to the wrath of the rainy season in Casterly Rock. It appears that victory is already within his grasp. Tyrion secretly rejoiced within, for invoking Littlefinger proved efficacious. The Lady of the Vale was indecisive, and he could remain unscathed. Ser Varys, escort him to the guest quarters, Lady Lisa commanded. Ser Varys Egan rose, casting a glance at Lady Stark, then nodded towards Lady Lisa, and finally addressed Tyrion. Follow me, charming demon. Tyrion arched an eyebrow at Catelyn Stark before turning to exit the hall, already envisioning a life of indulgence in Westeros. I demand trial by combat. Catelyn's voice resonated from behind him. Chapter 4. A personal confrontation. Trial by combat. He involuntarily halted, as if ensnared by an invisible force. Frozen within the grandeur and somberness of the hall. The flickering candlelight danced around him, casting immense shadows upon the cold, unyielding stone walls. Each beam seemingly narrating the turmoil within his heart. Was the timeline converging? He sensed that the others in the hall shared his bewilderment. Lady Stark, I am the accused. Why do you call for trial by combat? Tyrion inquired, his gaze briefly falling upon Blackfish. Brienne's countenance was grim, revealing her desire to deter her niece's actions. Yet Lady Stark did not acknowledge her uncle. The gods above shall serve justice. I wish for them to render their judgment, untainted by mortal hands. I demand trial by combat. Lady Stark's voice was resolute, and Tyrion understood that this woman was as obstinate as a mule. Once she set her mind to something, even a team of oxen could not dissuade her. After all, she was someone capable of releasing Jaime on her own accord. Dear lady, you call for trial by combat? Tyrion retorted, do you intend to don armor? I do know a few lady knights, though you hardly appear to be one who wields a sword. Do I possess this right? Lady Stark queried her sister. Lysa Arryn's watery blue eyes brimmed with confusion, evidently taken aback by her sister's actions. You certainly possess that right. In that case, I request the selection of a champion. Catelyn Stark then turned her gaze toward her uncle. Blackfish's blue eyes gleamed with anticipation. Before he could speak, Lysa Arryn interjected. Ser Brynden Tully is a knight of the Riverlands. He is a knight of the Vale, appointed by my late husband. Indeed, after the War of the Usurper, he accompanied Lysa Tully and her husband Jon Arryn to the Vale, and was appointed by Jon as a knight of the Riverlands. Tyrion was well aware of this matter. But he is also of House Tully. He is our kin, Catelyn Stark asserted. Family, duty, honor. But I am no longer a Tully, Lysa Arryn countered, gesturing to the crescent falcon emblem upon her breast, and you are no longer a Tully either. Ser Brynden, I shall not permit you to act as Lady Stark's champion, she commanded. Blackfish nodded and knelt on one knee. Tyrion secretly rejoiced. Without a champion, they would have no choice but to release him. My lady, I shall be your champion. A voice startled Tyrion, and he turned to see Ser Roderick Castle, the stout, short master-at-arms of Winterfell. Roderick tugged at his white beard. My lady, I will fight for you. I am willing to be your champion. Old man, your hair and beard are both white. Tyrion exclaimed. You are still injured from the attack by the Mountain Clan. What wages is House Stark offering you? Are you playing with your life? I, a Lannister, am willing to double it. Roderick Castle did not glance at him, but instead turned to Catelyn Stark and Lysa Tully. The two ladies nodded, and then Lysa looked towards Tyrion. Then Ser Roderick shall become Lady Catelyn Stark's champion. Wait, I too must find a champion for myself. As far as I know, my brother Jaime would be more than willing to fight in my stead, Tyrion said. The great Kingslayer is hundreds of leagues away. Catelyn Stark retorted. Send a bird to fetch him. I would be pleased to wait. You must duel Ser Roderick tomorrow morning, Catelyn Stark declared. You are a sound man. Why seek a champion? I have been frozen here for a night. Were it not for luck, my life would have been lost, Tyrion replied, though he thought to himself that his life had indeed already been forfeited. Ser Roderick is injured, Catelyn Stark stated, looking towards her sister. I will not allow him to seek a champion. The other knights began to murmur, and Tyrion could see that Ser Vardys wore a look of disdain. Tyrion Lannister. You must fight yourself, Lysa Tully concluded, leaving no room for dissent. Very well, my lady. I am willing to heed your decision, Tyrion said, his eyes darting. However, I have a proposal, and I wonder if Lady Stark would be open to it. What trickery do you have in store now, demon? Catelyn Stark inquired. I believe it would be inappropriate for us to engage in a duel with true swords. Tyrion gestured towards Roderick Castle. After all, I wield a sword as skillfully as my brother, and defeating an injured old man would bring no honor. What do you propose then? Catelyn Stark asked. I suggest we engage in a bare-knuckle bout, Tyrion said, extending his fist. Fisticuffs, you understand? Fisticuffs. Catelyn, perplexed by his intentions, opened her mouth to refuse. But Tyrion hastily interrupted her, continuing, bare-knuckle fighting is safer, and if I lose, I shall still face judgment. Tyrion's green and purple eyes fixed intently on Catelyn Stark. Moreover, I believe you would not wish to gamble with the lives of the Northmen. Catelyn hesitated. The words of the succubus were not without merit. Yet a nagging feeling whispered to her that it was a trap. She was reluctant to acquiesce to Tyrion's request, but now found herself ensnared in a difficult position. The succubus's voice lingered in her ears, each word meticulously crafted like a lie, yet imbued with an irresistible allure and a logical precision that stirred a flicker of doubt within her heart. The wisdom and cunning that seeped from those utterances evoked both reverence and fear, like temptation from the abyss, beckoning one step further into the unknown. Very well. I shall consent, Lady Catelyn finally nodded, but I must caution you against any trickery. What trickery could I possibly employ? A Lannister always pays his debts, Tyrion replied. Lady Lisa, I request to return to that room to rest until the trial by combat commences. He referred to the chamber filled with plaster statues. Lisa Tully nodded, instructing Ser Vardis to escort him back. Rest assured, my lady, there will be no issues. Watching Tyrion Lannister's retreating figure, Roderick Castle quietly remarked to Catelyn, observe his arms. They are as slender as a straw. Even in my old age, I would not falter in strength against anyone. Ser Roderick attempted to reassure Catelyn. I shall make him aware that the old wolf still possesses a few teeth. Catelyn nodded. The sigil of House Arryn, the crescent moon and falcon, hung above them. Chapter 5. The mercenary bore on in the long corridor. Tyrion suddenly mused that, despite being smaller than the castles of other noble families in Westeros, the Eyrie was deemed impregnable. Which was more defensible, Casterly Rock or the Eyrie? He surmised that his own home was the stronger fortress. In truth, Casterly Rock had never fallen and stood as the largest, wealthiest, and most fortified castle among the Seven Kingdoms. Do not entertain thoughts of escape. Ser Vardis opened the door, inviting Tyrion inside. I shall not assign any guards. I trust you will uphold your promise and your honor. It seemed he was confident that Tyrion would not flee under these circumstances. I shall, Tyrion nodded, his mind racing with thoughts. But I would also like candles and water, drinking water and washing water. I shall have them brought to you. Ser Vardis agreed, and with that, he bid farewell, until tomorrow. Succubus, before closing the door without a sound of locking. Tyrion remained squatting in the corner. Even with a plan forming, his heart continued to race with anxiety. After an indeterminate time, footsteps echoed from outside the door. Lord Tyrion Lannister, a man called from beyond. Are you still awake? I am awake. Is that you, Boron? Tyrion responded, please state your business. I am pleased you still remember my voice. The mercenary replied, I come on behalf of Ser Vardis, bearing candles and water for you. Then please, come in, Tyrion said. The door swung open, and Boron entered, a candle held aloft in his left hand and a waterskin in his right. The flickering flame illuminating his face. He possessed a lean, ferocious appearance reminiscent of a hungry wolf, adorned with dark hair, ebony eyes, and a stubbled jaw. A servant trailed behind him, cradling a wooden basin filled with water. Upon placing the basin down, Poland gestured towards an empty space, subsequently dripping wax onto the head of a plaster statue and affixing a candle atop it. The flickering candlelight illuminated the room, causing the plaster figure to appear as if it were swaying and dancing. The servant, evidently apprehensive, clattered the basin onto the floor. You may take your leave, Poland instructed the servant, who hastily retreated and closed the door behind him. The two men exchanged silent glances for a moment before Poland broke the silence. You are rather cautious. Of course, Tyrion replied. I fear that Lady Catelyn Stark may have purchased your services to claim my head. Yet, upon reflection, such a deed is within my capabilities, but not those of the Starks. Indeed, Poland assented. I approached of my own accord. No one has compensated me. Did Lady Stark not remunerate you? Tyrion inquired, regarding the ransom for bringing him here. Certainly, but it was a paltry sum, Poland stated, revealing a figure. By the 7. But Tyrion feigned astonishment, exclaiming, I could spend more on a single round of drinks. Poland nodded, his dark eyes deepening in intensity. Rest assured, should you choose to assist me, the reward will far surpass that miserly woman's offering. As Tyrion glanced at the waterskin in his hand and licked his lips, he remarked, a Lannister always pays his debts. Poland nodded once more, handing over the waterskin. Tyrion gulped down several mouthfuls. Once he finished and wiped his mouth, Poland produced bread and jerky from his cloak. This is not what that knight, Vardis, instructed me to bring. Tyrion accepted the food, acknowledging its worth at least a silver stag, but for the Lannisters, such a gesture warranted a gold dragon. A smile began to grace Poland's face. However, if you cannot depart from here, no price, no matter how steep, will hold any value. Indeed, Tyrion concurred, munching as he spoke. So, you intend to assist me? If you wish to select a proxy knight, I would be more than willing to fight on your behalf, Poland replied. I am well aware that your price would be substantial. If it were Vardis who sought to duel me, I would undoubtedly choose you, Tyrion declared. As for Roderick, that portly old man is both overweight and aged, and bearing an injury, I do not believe he would pose a challenge. Yet he is quite robust, Poland observed, leaning against the door. If he were to catch you, it would not bode well. Tyrion noted how Poland's head rested against the doorframe, allowing him to hear the footsteps of any approaching visitors while also preventing an unexpected intrusion. The mercenary was quite astute. If he were a decade younger, he would indeed be a formidable opponent, Tyrion mused. But he is twice my age. I shall maneuver around him, depleting his stamina and patience. With his injury, sustaining a prolonged fight will be arduous for him. Moreover, my stature and wingspan are greater, and I possess agility and swiftness. I shall exploit these advantages. For this old wolf cannot bare its fangs before a young lion. Speed surpasses strength, Tyrion summarized aptly. Well said, Boron nodded in approval. Had I not glimpsed your palms, I would truly believe you wield a sword with prowess akin to that of a regicide. Tyrion chuckled, wiping his mouth. The meal had been consumed. He rubbed his hands on his tattered garb, revealing a pair of hands devoid of calluses, indicating he had never trained in swordsmanship. Perhaps I have another plan, Tyrion continued. Tonight, we shall escape. You will escort me to the Blood Gate, where I shall find my father, and in return, I will reward you handsomely. Boron cackled, shaking his head. Without a horse, we shan't make it 10 miles before being recaptured. I have no desire to take such a risk for you. Should we be caught, your life may be spared, but I would certainly find myself hanging outside the Blood Gate. You siren, do not attempt to deceive me. I am not easily swayed. Boron continued, I am not like that Na'vi jailer, subject to your whims. Mater, Tyrion inquired, what of him? What did he say? As I passed him, I heard him muttering, gold. Boron paused, then burst into laughter, and your back door. It seems that being handsome is not always a blessing. Tyrion sighed. The foolish oaf had delusions of grandeur, believing that should he win, treasure would be his, yet if he lost, he would merely satisfy Boron's perverse inclinations. Your plan is commendable, but unnecessary. Boron rose and pushed open the door, however, it is not foolproof. A meticulous plan must be executed flawlessly to yield results, and a single misstep could be catastrophic. Fear not, I shall not allow your investment to go to waste, Tyrion assured him. Moreover, I possess a secret weapon. Oh, Boron halted. I do not intend to disclose it prematurely, Tyrion replied. Then allow me to guess, Boron said, winking mischievously. You likely intend to employ magic to summon some plaster figure to fight for you, Siren. Chapter 6. Tyrion's revelations. The following morning, Tyrion abruptly opened his eyes. And through the small window, he observed that daylight had already graced the world. He gathered several bags of plaster powder, assembling them into a nest-like formation, having curled up in them throughout the night, his anxiety preventing him from finding slumber until late. Now his entire body ached. The candle from the previous evening had burned out, leaving a remnant atop the plaster figure's head, resembling a hat. Tyrion rose, rubbed his eyes, and approached a basin of clear water, reaching out to touch it. The water was excruciatingly cold, causing him to wince. Taking a deep breath, Tyrion submerged his face into the basin, cleansing the grime from his visage, using his hands to wet his hair and remove the dirt. The room echoed with the sound of splashing water. Siren, a voice called from outside. Tyrion halted his actions, straining to listen. Siren, are you awake? The time has come. It was the voice of Servatus. I am awake. Tyrion shouted back, Servatus, may I take a moment to tidy myself? Bestow upon me the respect befitting a noble. Very well. Servatus stood outside the door, refraining from entering. Excellent, Tyrion thought to himself, feeling a surge of satisfaction. Having just been vexed by his late rising, for the endeavors that lay ahead must remain undiscovered by others. He first wiped his face with the hem of his garment, then tore off a sleeve. Subsequently, he fashioned the sleeve into 2 strips of cloth, which he took to the makeshift nest he had constructed from plaster bags the previous night. He ground the strips into the plaster on the floor before wrapping them around his hands, circling and layering them meticulously. Are you ready, my succubus? Servatus urged from outside. Almost there, Tyrion replied, binding the cloth around his palms to protect his knuckles, puffing out his cheeks to blow away the excess white powder. With a creak, the door swung open, and Servatus stepped inside, fortunate that Tyrion had completed his preparations. My lord, I had anticipated you would grant me a modicum of privacy, Tyrion remarked. Vatus regarded him with a serious expression. I have been instructed to ensure your absolute safety, and the trial is about to commence. Tyrion walked towards the door. I appreciate your diligence. I trust my conduct has not met with your disappointment. Not only mine, but all those attending the trial today shall surely be satisfied, Servatus replied, following in Tyrion's wake. They would all soon understand why he was referred to as the succubus. The hall of House Eyrie was resplendent, the cold wind whistling through the windows, causing the crescent falcon banner to flutter vigorously, even more so than during the night. Yet, Tyrion suspected his shivering was due to having just awakened. 50 torches had been extinguished, and the wretched imp sat high upon the intricately carved throne of fishwood, gazing down upon him. Here comes the villain, Duke Robert Arryn of Eagle's Nest declared. Beside him, Lady Lisa occupied a smaller throne, adorned in blue, having adorned herself with makeup and perfume to allure her suitors. Standing next to her was Catelyn Stark. "Once more, we meet," he said, bowing deeply while surveying those present. Lady Arryn had summoned her knights and attendants for the trial. He spotted the weathered visage of Blackfish Brynden and the affable Baron Nestor Royce. Beside Nestor stood a younger man, sporting a sharp black mustache, undoubtedly his heir, Sir Elbert. These were all acquaintances of his. Most of the prominent nobles of the Vale had sent representatives to the trial. Tyrion noted the gaunt figure of Sir Lyn Cobre, the gout-afflicted Earl of Hunter, and the widow, Lady Waywood, surrounded by her numerous sons. There were also some unfamiliar crests, such as a broken lance, a green serpent, a burning tower, and a winged chalice on a pink field, belonging to lesser-known lords. The minstrel was present, as was Podrick, standing at the back of the crowd, his dark eyes scanning over the heads of those assembled. "Where's my opponent?" Tyrion inquired, referring to Roderick Castle. "I am, indeed, here." A voice, aged yet resounding, emerged as Sir Roderick squeezed through the throng. He had shed his heavy chainmail and donned a linen shirt, his hands wrapped in cloth, with hair tied back in a ponytail. This venerable gentleman was undoubtedly seasoned, far from a mere brash swordsman, though his bandaging was not as elaborately adorned as his own. Tyrion mused, calling out, "Who among you would be so kind as to tie my hair as well?" Inspired by Sir Roderick, he wished to avoid having his hair impede his vision during the impending conflict. Podrick navigated through the crowd, approaching Tyrion from behind, and secured his hair with twine. The onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves, and Tyrion was acutely aware that his freshly washed visage had stirred a commotion. The envious gazes of Ser Aelbert and Ser Lyn Cobre pierced him like swords. The ladies, including Lady Waywood, exhibited flushed cheeks, some averse to looking his way, while others glimmered with predatory delight akin to that of hawks spotting prey. "Mother, he is so handsome." The young Duke of Eagle's Nest squealed from his throne. Lady Lysa Arryn had to soothe her child. "Dear, soon you shall see him soar." "I do not wish for him to soar," the young Duke protested. "Children seldom lie." Tyrion chuckled. "A favor, Lady Lysa, call for a halt to the trial, and I promise to return to Casterly Rock with 10 golden eagles for you." He had nearly mentioned 10 golden phalluses resembling little fingers, but wisely refrained. "Let us commence," urged Catelyn Stark anxiously, fearing that delays might cause complications. She understood well that beauty could garner adoration even for a murderer, let alone the heir of Casterly Rock. "Let them soar," the young Duke of Eagle's Nest shouted, seemingly less enchanted by the succubus's allure, preferring instead to witness others take flight. Lady Lysa nodded, and the crowd in the hall began to draw back, leaving Tyrion and Roderick at the center, kneeling face to face. The monk presiding over the trial approached Tyrion, retrieving a multifaceted crystal from a soft pouch at his waist, raising it high above his head. Light cascaded forth, a kaleidoscope of colors dancing across the succubus's face. In a voice that was elevated, solemn, and nearly melodic, the monk called upon the gods above to bear witness and unveil the truth residing within this man's soul. If he is innocent, grant him his freedom. If guilty, bestow upon him death. His words echoed throughout the hall. "Let them strike quickly," roared Duke Robb, "for the honor of House Stark and Winterfell." Sir Roderick rose, addressing Lady Stark. "For my face," Tyrion interjected, "I beseech you, aim for anywhere but my face." "They await your command," Lady Lysa informed her son. "Strike swiftly," the boy cried, gripping the arms of his chair tightly, trembling with anticipation. Chapter 7. The Western Siege Hammer with a commanding voice. The moon gate, nestled between 2 slender marble columns, was slowly opened. The gate, intricately carved from white wood in the shape of a crescent moon, was secured by a heavy bronze latch, 600 feet above the long sky fortress built into the mountainside. Most of the executions in Eagle's Nest City were conducted through this very portal. Roderick Castle rose to his feet, moving with the laborious gait of an old ox plowing a field, as he strode heavily towards Tyrion. The shadowy figure of the demon retreated while extending a left fist to disrupt. Once, twice, they tested each other. With each step back the demon took, Roderick advanced, raising his arms in pursuit. He swung a punch, but the demon leapt back sharply, evading the attack, as the old man's fist sliced through the air. The demon then shifted to the side, with Sir Roderick following suit, arms still raised high. The trainer from Winterfell advanced cautiously, step by careful step, upon the uneven terrain. A faint smile danced on the demon's lips as he continued to retreat, circling round. He bore a wound on his leg, Tyrion noted, observing the old man's labored steps. Sir Roderick persisted in his furious assault, yet Tyrion leapt with greater speed, gracefully vaulting over a moss-covered stone. The demon then veered left, away from the old man's fists, aiming for the injured leg of the trainer. The trainer attempted to seize him, but the distance was too great. The demon leapt left once more, prompting the trainer to pivot accordingly. "This fellow is a coward," Lord Hightower remarked, "a timid soul. If he possesses any courage, let him fight openly." Others echoed his sentiments. Yet the ladies offered a contrasting perspective, praising Tyrion's agility. Blackfish had unexpectedly positioned himself behind his niece. With a brief shake of his head, her uncle remarked, "He is deliberately leading Sir Roderick in pursuit. At his age, with his injuries, even the strongest would soon tire." Catelyn felt a pang of guilt at that moment. Regretting that she had not persuaded her sister to keep the demon imprisoned in the dungeons, a moment of impetuosity could very well bring about their undoing. Sir Roderick unleashed a barrage of alternating punches with fervor. The demon continued to retreat, deflecting the onslaught while nimbly hopping over the stone steps and weaving around the columns. His gaze never straying from his opponent. Catelyn observed his movements with keen interest. The knight's fist consistently fell short, while the demon managed to land several light jabs to the knight's head and shoulders. Tyrion's speed and reach surpassed those of Roderick, though these punches were lacking in force. "Mother, their fight is rather unimpressive," complained the Lord of Eagle's Nest. "I wish to see them truly clash." "Patience, dear, they will soon engage in earnest," she comforted. "The demon cannot evade all day." Tyrion's gaze remained fixed on his adversary, acutely aware that the old man dared not meet his green and purple eyes. He wiped the sweat from his brow with the back of his hand, allowing it to seep into the cloth that enveloped his grip. He circled behind a column, and then suddenly sprang forth from behind, still veering left, reaching out towards the old man's cheek in a probing motion. Though Sir Roderick managed to deflect the blow, it was a feeble attempt. He was already gasping for breath, sweat streaming down his back and into his eyes. In the brief moment he blinked, Tyrion raised his leg and struck Roderick's injured limb. The old man could not suppress a muffled groan and staggered backward. Tyrion advanced a step and landed another kick on that same leg. Sir Roderick was wounded. Blackfish spoke with a heavy tone, but there was no cause for alarm. "The demon's fists were as gentle as a maiden's hand, and I would allow him to strike my nose, certain not a drop of blood would be shed." Without needing to utter a word, everyone in the hall could see the silver-haired master staggering, while the demon closed in on him. "My dear instructor," the demon chattered incessantly, feeling his fists grow heavier and the bandages tightening. "If I let you off today, would you be willing to teach me swordsmanship?" The knight ignored him, casting a glance at the distant Lady Stark, before suddenly lunging forward, aiming to embrace the demon. Tyrion was acutely aware that this old man outweighed him by at least 50 pounds. Should he be pinned to the ground, it would spell disaster. He quickly retreated, but the master seemed determined to expend all his strength, gripping one of the demon's arms and delivering a fierce punch to his abdomen. Had it not been for his skipped breakfast, Tyrion would surely have been sickened by the blow. The strike made him spasm slightly, but the subsequent counterpunch landed squarely on the master's chin. The plaster had set. Sir Roderick Castle fell to the ground as if struck by a stone hammer. The hall erupted in chaos, men lamenting, accusing, and cursing. Yet the ladies appeared quite pleased. Tyrion gagged twice before stepping before Sir Roderick. "I truly envy him. He is in such fine health that he can simply fall asleep." He then turned to Catelyn Stark. "My lady, shall we cease the contest? Otherwise, I shall surely make his nose bloom, and then cast him out the moon door." "Fly? Let him fly." The Duke of Eagle's Nest shouted at just the right moment. Catelyn Stark shuddered and reluctantly nodded. "I concede. Sister, the gods above deem this man innocent. We have no choice but to let him go. This cunning devil." Inheritor of the Mad King, Lady Lisa blushed and quickly grasped her sister's arm, silencing her. It seems the Starks still remember their family honor. As Tyrion spoke, he hastily untied the cloth from his hand and tossed it out the moon door, a symbol of honor as lofty as the veil of Erin itself. "My nickname is the Hammer of the West." He winked at the crowd, not just referring to his fists, but also his other assets. "I should be thankful I didn't teach shoes to duel with real swords. Even during training, my elder brother treaded carefully around me. You promised I could let him fly." The Duke of Eagle's Nest screamed at his mother, trembling. "It seems today is not the day." Lisa Arryn consoled her son. Tyrion agreed, noting that there was little chance to send the handsome brother flying. Perhaps they could consider sending this old man aloft instead. At this moment, the Blackfish approached, intending to assist Sir Roderick to his feet. He was perplexed as to how Tyrion's seemingly light punch could fell the instructor. "Silence, enchantress. If you utter one more word, I assure you, you shall not leave through the blood gate," he warned. Tyrion, recognizing the wisdom of the Blackfish, promptly sealed his lips. He was one of the few astute individuals present. "Raise your voices, someone. Take the Lannister enchantress away," Lady Lisa commanded. "Escort him to the blood gate. Then set him free. Prepare horses and provisions sufficient for the journey to the Trident, and ensure that all his belongings and weapons are returned." Traversing the mountain paths will demand such gear. Traversing the mountain paths? Tyrion Lannister retorted. A faint yet triumphant smile crept across Lysa's lips. Catelyn suddenly grasped the implication. This was akin to a death sentence. Tyrion Lannister was likely aware of it as well. Nonetheless, the enchantress merely feigned courtesy, bowing to Lysa. As you wish, my lady. He replied. I remember this route well. Chapter 8. The Moonlight Mountains. When you brought that old man down, the crowd erupted in cheers. They paused briefly beneath the trembling aspens along the mountain path. Podrick led the horses, sipping from a mountain spring, while conversing with Tyrion. Everyone thought your fist was soft. Yet only I know the truth. The seven are surely watching. They said nothing, but their acknowledgement is evident. Tyrion, clad in leather armor, bent down to gather dry twigs. The plaster hardened by sweat rendered his hands as tough as iron, his secret to victory. That old man was never my match. Even in a sword duel, it would be the same. More twigs, please. Indeed, Maud was also present. Once the duel concluded, Ser Vardis, with a grim countenance, expelled them from the Bloodgate and forbade their return, with Maud accompanying them. Since that moment, the three had hastened their journey without pause, leaving Tyrion weary and sore. Brute force won't carve a path through the obstacles, Podrick remarked, but traveling light is swifter and less conspicuous. The less time we spend in the mountains, the greater our chances of safely reaching the riverlands. Thus, I propose we hasten our pace, hide by day, act by night, avoid the paths where we can, make no noise, and do not light fires. Tyrion Lannister sighed. Podrick, this plan is utterly splendid. Just don't blame me if I don't stop to dig your grave when you freeze to death at night. Your death matters little, but if Maud perishes, he shall rot in the wilderness. He is too large. I doubt I could dig a grave for him alone. Wouldn't you agree, Maud? Maud grinned widely, displaying a mouthful of crooked teeth, chuckling foolishly as he gathered twigs with renewed vigor. From the moment the trial by combat concluded, Maud had become the prisoner, while Tyrion assumed the role of the jailer. I do not understand why you insisted on bringing him, Podrick complained. His meat is surely tough and unpalatable. Fool. Stop gathering twigs. Lighting a fire will attract the mountain folk. Tyrion shrugged, remarking, to hasten our journey by night is akin to courting disaster. I would rather proceed at a leisurely pace, savoring the comfort of the road. Balin, I am aware of your fondness for horse meat, but should my steed perish, I still have Maud to ride, while you would be left to traverse on foot. Frankly, I believe that regardless of our actions, the indigenous folk will seek us out. Their scouts and spies are ubiquitous in this land. He gestured with his gloved hand towards the weathered cliffs that towered around them. As for Maud, I have promised him a rewarding position. Are you not similarly motivated? Mercenaries, after all, work for coin. Do you truly think Lady Catelyn will reward your assistance with a position? Tyrion scraped the moss off the tree bark with a small knife to use as tinder. Do you possess flint? Balin reached into a small pouch at his waist and tossed a piece of flint. Tyrion caught it midair, striking the flint with his dagger. He sparked a flame. A curled piece of bark began to smolder. Thank you. Though you are a mercenary, it cannot be denied that you are quite resourceful. With a sword in hand, you would rival my brother Jaime. What is it that you desire, Balin? Gold, land, or perhaps women? As long as you ensure my survival and assist me in my endeavors, whatever you wish shall be yours. Balin gently blew on the fire, causing the flames to leap high. What if you were to die? Die? That is hardly an option, Tyrion replied. I have come into this world to achieve greatness. Otherwise, I would not have been born a Lannister, the son of Tywin. By the seven, would you not agree? Balin regarded him as arrogant. You speak like a conqueror. My sword is yours, but do not expect me to bow and scrape, uttering the titles of lords. I will not be a servant to another. And you will not be a friend to another either, Tyrion countered. I am well aware that should profit beckon, you would betray me without hesitation. Balin, should the day come when someone offers you a price to sell me out, remember this. No matter the sum they propose, I can match it. Life is precious, and I cherish mine dearly. Maud approached, stacking the collected twigs upon the fire. My lord, do not forget. Rest assured, I shall provide you with a commendable position. Tyrion answered, his distaste unmasked. It is the sort of employment where one simply reaps rewards without effort. Maud nodded eagerly. Very well, tend to the horses. Balin declared as he unfastened the hunting knife strapped to his back, striding into the woods. I shall procure some meat. An hour later, the horses were groomed and fed, tethered to a tree, while the campfire crackled merrily. A spit over the flames turned a small goat, its skin peeled away, dripping with savory juices and exuding a mouth-watering aroma. All that remains is a fine bottle of wine to wash it down, Tyrion mused, having loosened the straps of his armor without removing it entirely. And perhaps a woman, along with 10 more soldiers to ensure our protection, Balin added. Seated cross-legged by the fire, sharpening his sword on a whetstone. The harsh sound of stone against metal provided an oddly comforting sense of security. Mort sat to one side, softly snoring. Soon, the sky would darken completely. The mercenary declared, "I will take the first watch, though it may be of little use. At least I can perish in my dreams. Oh, I doubt I shall need to wait until slumber takes me. They will surely come." Enticed by the aroma of roasted meat, Tyrion could not help but salivate. Boron, across the campfire, fixed his gaze upon him. "Do you have a plan?" His dark eyes were as enigmatic as the night sky, while stone ground his sword once more. "I have plenty of plans," Tyrion replied. "I am a succubus." Boron drew his dagger and began slicing off charred pieces of meat from the rotating lamb, while Tyrion produced 2 stones he had retrieved from the stream to serve as plates. "If we truly manage to return to the Riverlands, what do you intend to do?" The mercenary inquired as he continued to carve. "Find my lord, win a few battles, and then head to King's Landing or Casterly Rock in search of a respectable position," Tyrion said, extending his plate as Boron filled it with meat. The mercenary chewed and swallowed mouthfuls of roasted flesh. "So, you are not lying? The crimes they accuse you of, you did not commit?" "Certainly not," Tyrion replied between bites. "Not only did I not commit them, but I have also discovered who is responsible, regardless of whether I am 3, 13, or 30. Should anyone dare to slander me in such a manner, I shall have no choice but to slay him," Boron asserted. Tyrion turned to face him. "Perhaps one day you will have your chance. Remember what I told you. A Lannister always pays his debts and avenges his wrongs." He stretched languidly. "I shall attempt to doze for a while. Do remember to wake me when our time is nigh." It was unclear how much time had passed when Boron's warning came. Low and urgent, Tyrion immediately roused. The campfire had dwindled to embers, and shadows were advancing upon them from all directions. Chapter 9. Mord's new job. Boron rose to one knee, sword in his right hand and dagger in his left. Tyrion gestured for the mercenary to remain calm. "Steady now. Do not act recklessly. On this cold night, why not join us by the fire?" He called to the lurking figures surrounding them. "Though we have no wine to offer, all are welcome to sample the roasted meat." All movement ceased around them. By the light of the moon, Tyrion glimpsed the gleam of metal, armor, and weapons. "The mountain is ours," a deep, resonant voice came from the thicket. "The meat is ours as well." "Indeed, it is yours," Tyrion concurred. "But who are you? When you ascend to meet your god, tell him you were sent by the son of Gonir of the Stone Crow tribe," another voice replied. A figure stepped from the underbrush into the light. He was lean, donned in a horned helmet, wielding a hunting knife that glinted coldly. "And the son of Dolph, Shaga," echoed the first voice, low and lethal. Then, a massive stone shifted to their left, rising to take on human form. His physique was robust and imposing. Seemingly sluggish in movement, clad in animal hides, holding a wooden staff in one hand and an axe in the other. He approached them with heavy footsteps, forcefully clashing his 2 weapons together as he walked. Other voices called out names: Khan, Torrik, Jagoth, and several others whose names Tyrion could not fully recall. But there were more than 10 in total. Some wielded swords, while others brandished pitchforks, sickles, and spears fashioned from trees. Only after they had finished announcing their names did Tyrion respond. "I am Tyrion, the son of Tywin Lannister, the Lion Chief residing in Casterly Rock. I have come specifically to seek your aid." "What can the son of Tywin Lannister offer us?" asked a man named Shaga, who seemed to be the leader of the group. "I have some gold and silver coins in my purse," Tyrion replied. "I am gathering a force. The Lion Chief is rallying troops, and I require the assistance of the mountain clans. I can offer generous rewards." "You are a charming little imp," Shaga remarked. "But you seek to deceive us." "Shaga speaks the truth," Gonsur interjected. "Your gold and silver are rightfully ours. Your horse, your armor, your weapons, and your supplies all belong to us. You have but one life to offer as compensation, son of Tywin Lannister. How would you prefer to die?" "Khan, go fetch the horse," Shaga commanded. "Slaughter the other fellow and capture the pretty lion imp. He should fetch a handsome ransom." Balin sprang to his feet. "Who wishes to die first?" "Enough," Tyrion shouted sharply. "I have come seeking you, and this is how the mountain clans treat me?" He expressed his dissatisfaction. "Shaga, son of Dolph, Gonsur, son of Gon. I know you well. I have come specifically for you. And there is Zira, daughter of Zik, from the Black Years. There is Timmy, son of Timmy, the Red Hand of the Burning Men. Ulf, son of Umar, from the Moon Men. And also the Milk Snakes, the Painted Dogs, the Foggy Ones, the Tree People, the Howlers, and the Red Smiths." Balin looked at Tyrion in astonishment, surprised by his extensive knowledge of the mountain clans. "The pretty lion does not lie," Shaga said. "He has certainly done his homework. Speak, what business do you have with us?" The mountain clans were renowned for their fierce reputation. Yet they often consumed one another or were harassed by the Knights of the Vale. The Lion Chief is willing to offer you excellent terms. Provided you are willing to assist, Tyrion declared. Gold, silver, spoils of war, women, even lands and castles. Deceit. Shagga retorted. The pretty lion is no good man. Every castle has its lord. No, Tyrion asserted firmly. Surely you have heard the tale of Castamere? Balin must have heard of it. Balin nodded. Who in the Seven Kingdoms hasn't heard of the reigns of Castamere? Castamere was once the domain of House Rain, and my father, Tywin Lannister, eradicated them for offending House Lannister, Tyrion recounted, clearly noticing some of the clansmen swallowing hard. Perhaps it was greed, or perhaps it was fear. The Mountain Clan, driven to desperation by the Knights of the Vale, found it hard to fathom that someone could vanquish a lord. The Lannisters always repay their debts. Tyrion continued, promising that assistance would yield substantial rewards, while defiance would lead to consequences. A single castle may be too small to accommodate us all, Shagga remarked. Casterly Rock is a grand fortress, with countless underground tunnels. Do you enjoy caverns? Tyrion replied. Certainly, if it proves too vast for you. There is also the Tower of the Hand, which my father has destroyed. The warriors of the Mountain Clan inhaled sharply. Could the father of the beautiful lion truly be the most powerful man in the realm, capable of raising 2 castles at once? Indeed, if your numbers are great. Both castles could belong to you, Tyrion asserted, even the Vale. He held no particular affection for Lisa Arryn and her sickly, neurotic son. Of course, it ultimately depends on your contributions. That sounds promising, Shagga nodded. Perhaps we can gather our forces to discuss, either in batches or together, to follow you. In truth, it mattered little how many would come. What he feared was an endless deliberation spanning 3 days and nights. This was the most vexing aspect of the natives. They held a peculiar belief that every individual had the right to voice their opinion during meetings, including women, leading to incessant arguments over trivial matters. No wonder, for centuries, they had posed no real threat to the Vale save for occasional small-scale raids. Discuss to your heart's content, Tyrion said, not wishing to assume a leadership role just yet, lest he provoke them. However, as cooperation was necessary, he intended to assign them a task as a demonstration of the Lannisters' commitment to repaying debts. He pointed to the slumbering Mode, that rotund fellow there. Each time you visit his rear entrance, I shall pay you 2 silver coins. Of course, 1 coin goes to him, and the other to his assailant. Shagga and Gorn began to exchange glances. If you find it too laborious to extract the coin from him, a wooden stick will suffice. But be gentle, Tyrion cautioned, and this offer is only valid for tonight. The clan warriors stirred with eagerness. Form a line, Tyrion commanded, tossing a stone at Mode. Lazy Mode, rise. Your opportunity to earn while reclining has arrived. Through the flickering firelight, Boron gazed at Tyrion, whose green eyes sparkled as before. Yet the purple eye was profoundly deep, starkly contrasting with its daytime lavender hue. You devil with mismatched eyes, Boron muttered. Now I understand why you are called a seducer. Chapter 10. The Riverlands, Green Fork. At this pace, it would take us half a month to reach the Green Fork. Boron, mounted on horseback, observed the ragtag procession of the Mountain Clan, resembling an army of beggars. Tyrion surveyed his motley crew of ragged bandits, over 600 from the Stone Crow, Moon Men, Black Ears, and Burning Men clans, merely the nascent formation of the army he was assembling. Zaga represents the Shia tribe, while Wolfu stands for the Urin tribe. Zila, the daughter of Kik, symbolizes the Heir tribe, and Timmy, the son of Timmy, embodies the Zhuring tribe. At this moment, Ganzer, the son of Gun, is gathering the other tribes. He is uncertain how Tywin would respond to those clad in animal skins, wielding stolen scraps of metal. In truth, he himself is at a loss for words. Is he their leader or merely a captive? Perhaps he embodies both roles. We must hasten our march, Tyrion shouted, closely followed by the leaders of the mountain folk. Zila and Wolfu were in close proximity, as the bond between the Urin and Heir tribes has always been strong, characterized by mutual raiding and intermarriage, sharing spoils in times of hardship. Timmy, however, walked alone, a one-eyed youth. Every tribe within the Mingyuan Mountains harbors a genuine fear of the Zhuring tribe, for they demonstrate their valor with fire, even roasting men at feasts, though Tyrion suspected this to be mere legend. Timmy not only instilled fear in others, but also struck terror into the hearts of his fellow Zhuring, for he had gouged out his own left eye with a searing blade upon reaching adulthood. Tyrion had heard that the customary rite of passage for boys in the Zhuring tribe typically involved burning off a finger, while only the exceptionally brave or mad would sacrifice an ear. Timmy's act of self-mutilation earned him the unwavering respect of his tribesmen, who immediately bestowed upon him the title of Red Hand, denoting a war leader. Many remained within the Mingyuan Mountains, preparing to relocate to the site of the Taebek Hall, though some were reluctant to leave. For those willing to move, Tyrion had left personal letters with the group, to avoid unnecessary conflict with the Lannister forces in the Three Rivers region. We need to accelerate. Tyrion shouted again, his voice rising above the din of the march, capturing the chief's attention. I do not trust you. Zela, a short and formidable woman, flat-chested like a boy yet far from foolish, recalled how the Plains chiefs had previously deceived the mountain tribes. Did I demand your oath of fealty? Tyrion retorted, or ask you to lay down your arms? Religion and force provide a sense of security. Timmy shook his head. Indeed, you did not. Not only that, Tyrion continued, I offer you a battlefield to plunder at will, along with a place to reside. The Tayback Hall is 100 times better than the dank caves. Hey, Boron. If I were to grant you a castle, before Tyrion could finish, Boron interjected, as long as you don't let me suck your manhood, I would accept anything. His jest elicited hearty laughter from Zaga, including something like Maud. Tyrion inquired with a grin. Maud had completely exhausted himself, trailing at the rear of the group alongside the clan's supplies. The good news was that he had managed to clean out Tyrion's silver stag during the night. Chief is your father, not you, said Zira. Trust me, daughter of Kick, Tyrion solemnly replied from atop his steed. If your son bore my likeness, you would deny him nothing he desired. I harbor no doubt. Boron nodded in agreement. The mother of the child gazed at him, her eyes wide. I jest, Shaga interjected. The lad's manhood is as slender as a twig. That alone is why she averted her gaze. The chiefs erupted into laughter once more. The Trident River is a waterway in the Riverlands, branching into 3 tributaries, the Red Fork, the Green Fork, and the Blue Fork. In times of peace, these tributaries serve as the most efficient route for transporting people and goods across the region. However, during wartime, Tyrion observed countless charred homes along the way. They galloped past scorched fields and razed villages, approaching the Green Fork of the Trident River. Though Tyrion did not see any corpses, the air was thick with the scent of carrion, unmistakably indicating that a battle had recently transpired. Tyrion selected 300 warriors from the mountain clans, marching them with urgency. Arriving at the crossroads several days ahead of schedule, to the north of the inn at the crossroads, across lush valleys and woodlands, lay thriving towns and the mighty castle of Riverrun, with part of the King's Road paved alongside the Green Fork. It was here, north of the Ruby Ford, that Robert Baratheon claimed the crown during the Battle of the Trident. Do you recall this place, Succubus? Boron chuckled, vividly remembering how he assisted Catelyn Stark in capturing Tyrion at the inn. I do not, Tyrion replied, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of his father's army and his elder brother. He needed to reach the encampment, not for the sake of this initial victory, but to send a raven. Time was of the essence. His dear brother was likely besieging Riverrun. His beautiful and wise sister, along with his benevolent nephew, were inconsequential. His brother's survival was paramount. The sound of hooves echoed from ahead, as Zira, daughter of Kick from the Black Ears, ventured forth to scout, returning now with news. By the campfire's count, there should be 20,000, she announced, with red banners and a golden lion emblazoned upon them. Is that your father? Boron inquired. Most likely. Tyrion replied, though it could also be my brother Jaime. However, he is not accustomed to commanding such a multitude. Tyrion ordered the main force to advance slowly while he, accompanied by several tribal chiefs, pressed forward with haste. Before long, a Lannister patrol materialized, and upon sighting Tyrion's distinctive features, his fair golden hair, and his mismatched green and purple eyes, the captain of the guard recognized him as the Lord's son and promptly dispatched men to escort him onward. Half a league from the crossroads, a defensive structure of sharpened stakes was erected, manned by spearmen and archers in readiness for defense. Beyond the defensive line, the encampment stretched into the distance, wisps of smoke rising like delicate fingers from hundreds of campfires. Fully armed men sat beneath the trees, sharpening their weapons. While familiar banners fluttered in the wind, their poles thrust deeply into the muddy ground. As they approached the wooden palisade, a troop of cavalry advanced, intent on questioning them. The leading knight, clad in silver armor adorned with amethyst, draped in a cloak of purple and silver stripes, his shield emblazoned with a unicorn motif and a spiraled horn atop his horse-shaped helmet, quickly halted his subordinates, recognizing the approaching figures with ease. Tyrion reined in his horse and greeted, Sir Flemont. Chapter 11. Tywin Lannister. Sir Flemont Blacks lifted his visor, exclaiming, My Lord Tyrion. He expressed astonishment, My lord. We all believed you to be deceased. He hesitated momentarily, glancing at the indigenous companions, your comrades. They are my close friends and loyal subordinates, as well as allies of House Lannister, Tyrion replied. Where's my father? My lord Tywin has temporarily established his command at the inn at the crossroads. I shall escort you to him. As you command, my lord. Sir Flemont turned his horse, issuing orders that had 3 rows of wooden stakes pulled from the ground, clearing a path for Tyrion and his entourage to pass. The Duke Tywin's encampment spanned miles, and Syrah's estimate of 20,000 men was indeed close to reality. Ordinary soldiers camped in the open, mostly beneath trees or in makeshift shelters. Knights erected tents, while the pavilions of some lords were as large as houses. Tyrion caught sight of the Red Bull emblem of House Prester, the striped boar of Earl Crehy, the burning tree of House Malbrand, along with many other sigils whose names escaped him, indicating his previous disinterest in such studies. He hurried past, knights greeting him, while the militia gaped at the indigenous group as though they had encountered ghosts. Shaga's mouth hung open as well, clearly having never witnessed such a multitude of people, horses, and arms. Although the knights of the valley were well equipped, they had not mustered more than 1,000 in over a decade. The astonishment of the other Highland clans was somewhat better concealed, yet Tyrion believed their surprise was no less than that of Shaga. The situation increasingly favored him. The more they were awed by the power of House Lannister, the more pliable they would become under his influence. Beneath the inn sign stood 2 guards in crimson lion helmets, flanking the entrance. "Where's my father?" Tyrion inquired. "In the hall, my lord. My men require sustenance." Tyrion instructed, "See to it. And, Borland, ensure their temperaments are kept in check to prevent any disturbances." He entered the inn, where the area once designated as a dining hall had been cleared, for square tables pushed together and covered with a large red cloth. A group of knights sat around, their armor gleaming. Scanning the crowd, Tyrion immediately spotted his father. Tywin Lannister, Duke of Casterly Rock and Warden of the West, was in his 50s yet robust as a lad of 20. Even while seated, he still exuded a towering presence. His long legs, broad shoulders, and flat abdomen complemented his slender yet muscular arms. His golden hair was meticulously styled into a dapper slick back, and a golden beard framed his lips, emphasizing his sharp demeanor. His eyes, a pale green flecked with gold, were striking. Ser Kevan Lannister sat to Tywin's right, sipping from a bottle of ale. His uncle was lean, resembling a smaller version of Tywin, with a neatly trimmed yellow beard that was scarcely visible. Kevan was the first to notice him. "Tyrion?" he exclaimed, astonished. "Uncle," Tyrion bowed. "And my lord father, esteemed lords, it is a pleasure to see you all." "Tyrion." Duke Tywin abruptly rose, exclaiming, "By the gods, you are safe and sound. I pray nightly. If you were to suffer any harm, I would reduce that harlot's family to ashes." Kevan Lannister seemed taken aback by his brother's words, but quickly accepted them as natural, shrugging and winking at Tyrion. "Come sit beside me," Tywin commanded, as the knight who had previously occupied the seat on his left rose. His armor bore the insignia of a burning dead tree. It was Adam Marbrand, the son and heir of the Earl of Marbrand from the city of Rhaenys. Tyrion recalled that he had been a squire in Casterly Rock since childhood, a close friend of Jaime Lannister. As Tyrion approached Tywin, knights rose to pat him on the back, while those seated across the table could only gesture in respect. "You returned alone?" Kevan inquired. "No," Tyrion replied, opting for concise responses during this meeting. "When I was taken, my retinue was slain. However, I gathered approximately 2,000 mountain clansmen along the way, and they are en route." A murmur of astonishment swept through the crowd, for 2,000 men represented nearly the full strength a minor noble could muster. "Now that is the roar of a lion that will strike fear into our enemies." Tywin rarely smiled, yet his vassals exhaled in relief upon hearing their lord declare this. "What benefits did you promise them?" Tywin then inquired, getting to the crux of the matter. "The initial group that arrived with me numbered only 300, but in the following days, 200 more will join," Tyrion explained, pouring himself a cup of ale as he spoke. "I promised them honor, though that is mere rhetoric." He took a hearty sip and paused for breath. "Primarily, it was gold, weapons, armor, and the right to plunder. I also offered to relocate their kin to the ruins of Tarbeck Hall, my lord." One knight spoke up. "Allowing the mountain clans to enter the Westerlands and grant them lands? That seems rather irregular." Tyrion noted the golden peaks emblazoned on the knight's armor. Who was it from Golden Grove? The assembled lords fell into silence, none daring to respond, their gazes fixed on Tywin Lannister. The old lion spoke slowly, his voice low yet commanding, and Tyrion felt the 4 joined tables tremble. "Ser Leo Lannister, are you questioning Tyrion?" "My lord, I would never intend such a thing," came the swift reply. Ser Leo Lannister immediately rose to his feet, and I, in a moment of indiscretion, inquired whether he was to be your future lord. His decisions are my decisions, and should there be any doubts, it is for me and Kevan to question. Tywin's voice caused a slight discomfort in Tyrion's eardrums, having seated himself too close. "My apologies, my lord," Ser Leo Lannister reiterated. "It is of no consequence, no need for apologies." Tyrion promptly stood, asserting that he had not promised the mountain clans any castles or lands. In the Westerlands, they had no foundation to stir up trouble. Moreover, the ruins of the Tarbeck Hall required restoration, and those clansmen who participated in combat needed hostages to ensure their loyalty. This was an explanation he had yet to complete. However, may I inquire, who is responsible for the current armaments of the army? That would be I, Sir Leo replied. My lord, he added. Then I shall leave the arming of the 300 warriors I brought in your capable hands. At your command, my lord. Very well, Tywin Lannister declared, rising from his seat. That will be all for today. Everyone may leave. The lords stood to depart, but Kevan and Tyrion remained. Chapter 12. The Trilateral Meeting before long. Only Tywin, Kevan, and Tyrion, the three Lannisters, were left in the room. Tyrion continued to sip his ale. So, how fares the battle? Thus far, the fighting has proceeded rather smoothly, Kevan responded. Edmure Tully has dispersed his forces into small units, sending them to patrol the borders to thwart our incursions. Your father and I managed to decimate most of them before they could regroup. The answer came from his uncle. Your brother Jaime has achieved victory after victory. Their father added, first gathering troops outside the Golden Tooth, he crushed the armies of Count Vance and Count Pyfer, and subsequently engaged the Tully main force in a decisive battle at the Riverlands. What was the outcome? The lords of the Trident were routed, with Edmure Tully and many of his vassals captured. Count Blackwood gathered a few remaining soldiers and fled back to Riverrun, where he could only defend himself behind closed doors. Jaime is tightening the siege. The other lords mostly scattered like birds, returning to their homes. And your father and I are systematically eliminating them, Kevan remarked. With Count Blackwood absent, Crow's Tree fell swiftly. Lady of Riverland surrendered Harrenhal due to a lack of manpower. Sir Gregor burned the lands of House Pyfer and House Bracken to cinders. So now, no one stands in your way in the Riverlands? Tyrion inquired. There are still a few minor obstacles to contend with, Kevan replied. House Meryn retains hold of Seaguard, and Walder Frey of the Twins is currently rallying his forces. They are of little consequence, Duke Tywin interjected. Unless they scent victory, the Freys will not mobilize, and at present, the air is thick with the scent of Tully defeat. As for Jason Meryn, he lacks the manpower for independent action. Once Jaime captures Riverrun, both their houses will submit, if the Starks and Arryns do not intervene. This war is already won. Were I in your position, I would not be overly concerned about House Arryn. In the end, Blackfish may manage to bring some men. After all, he is still a fish, Tyrion remarked, but the Starks are a different matter altogether. Eddard Stark is our hostage. My father remarked that a man rotting away in the dungeons beneath the Red Keep is of no use in battle. Indeed, he is rather ineffective. Ser Kevan concurred. Yet his son has summoned the lords and currently commands a great army at the Whispering Bay. This implies that our esteemed King Robert has encountered an unfortunate incident. Tyrion stated. You are quite perceptive, my father replied, noting that your return has rendered you considerably more mature. It seems that facing life and death has spurred your growth. You handled the situation with Lord Lysa very well. When one is challenged, one must respond decisively with iron and blood, and when they kneel in submission, one must personally raise them up, lest no one else wishes to yield. Tyrion suggested they return to the matter of House Stark. Tywin rose and began pacing around the table. Currently, it is your nephew who governs King's Landing, along with your sister. Not surprising at all, Tyrion remarked. I care little for the dire affairs of King's Landing. My sole desire is for Littlefinger to spare Lord Eddard's life. That is indeed the hope, Tywin replied. Tyrion sighed, fully aware that unless he were to fly back immediately, Lord Eddard was likely doomed. Thus, only one question remained. The army of Robb Stark is assembling at the Whispering Bay. Kevan reiterated. His mother is a trout. He cannot simply stand idly by, Tyrion asserted. My brother is in peril at Riverrun. I propose we dispatch a raven at once. Tywin suddenly scoffed. It appears you have not learned much. If Robb Stark wishes to reach Riverrun, there exists but one crossing on the river, the Twins. Tyrion responded, the domain of House Frey. Late to the party. Lord Walder Frey, Tywin remarked. I do not believe Lord Frey will be eager to choose sides at such a time, with the outcome still uncertain. Indeed, Lord Walder Frey is notably reluctant to act prematurely. Tyrion found it impossible to divulge his newfound insights to his father, so he sought to persuade him instead. But what if there exists a temptation greater than opposing you? What? Tywin inquired, puzzled, as Kevan turned to his nephew. Imagine, if you will, the young wolf Lord Robb Stark, rallying the lords and marching south. Eager to cross at the Twins, Tyrion began to elaborate. And his mother will undoubtedly be urging her son to hasten to rescue her family. Tyrion continued, that foolish woman, devoid of clarity, is capable of anything. So, what might Lord Walder seek at such a juncture? It is crucial to remember that he has long aspired to join the ranks of the great houses. Thus, it cannot be merely a matter of a toll for crossing. Kevan interjected. He would propose a marriage alliance. Tywin provided the answer. Precisely, Tyrion said, elated. If Robb Stark agrees to wed a Frey, what will Lord Walder do? That is your conjecture, Tywin stated, though his tone wavered slightly. War cannot rely on speculation. However, it is certainly prudent to prepare for any eventuality. Tyrion remarked. After all, this concerns the life of my dear brother. Surely, father, you cannot turn a blind eye to it. Writing a letter is hardly a monumental task. Tywin nodded in agreement. That is a valid point. However, since we are speaking of Catelyn Stark, Tyrion continued, she made a few remarks in the Eyrie. What? Tywin was already prepared with paper and quill, ready to draft his correspondence. She mentioned the Mad King. Tyrion stated, it seems I am entangled in rumors regarding him. Tywin asserted vehemently, without casting a glance at Tyrion. Engrossed in his writing, I believed no one within the Seven Kingdoms would dare tarnish the Lannister name. Yet, it appears there are still those audacious enough to affront my dignity. Such vile rumors shall be extinguished alongside the noble houses of the Riverlands. Tywin's grip tightened slightly, causing the ink to bleed through the parchment. Once I secure Riverrun, Host will kneel and apologize for his daughter's ramblings. It was then that Uncle Kevin spoke. When you were born, you possessed a pair of emerald green eyes, but that very night, you fell prey to a fever. By dawn, as your fever abated, one eye had turned a pale lavender hue, a consequence of the illness, as documented in detail by the Maester of Casterly Rock. Tyrion nodded. I am not troubled by these rumors. I merely wish to bring it up. By the way, father, please add a note at the end of the letter, urging that if the war does not favor us, do not entertain the notion of recklessly seeking the head of Robb Stark. Your safe return is paramount above all else. Chapter 13. Shireen. As the ravens took flight, the night had deepened considerably. Tywin Lannister subsequently dispatched a multitude of scouts toward the direction of the Riverlands to assess the enemy's movements. Simultaneously, he summoned Gregor Clegane, who was currently wreaking havoc in the villages downstream. Based on Tyrion's deductions, Robb Stark would likely traverse through the Riverlands. Their forces needed to hasten northward to confront the Northern Army and alleviate the pressure on Jaime. In the ensuing days, Tyrion spent his time in the throes of military maneuvering. He had initially proposed returning to Casterly Rock to engage in recruitment, training, or agricultural endeavors. Yet Tywin dismissed the notion. His father insisted that he accompany him, promising to make arrangements once the battle was concluded. On a hill overlooking the King's Road, a folding long table crafted from meticulously selected pine wood was being erected. Each inch of this table exuded the artisan's exquisite craftsmanship and an unwavering commitment to detail. Its surface was polished to a mirror-like sheen, reflecting the waning sunlight and shimmering with a warm, enchanting glow. Upon the table lay a finely woven tablecloth of golden hue, spread evenly like a shimmering sea of gold, glistening in harmony with the surrounding natural beauty, creating a dining atmosphere that was both solemn and inviting. The luxurious tent of Duke Tywin Lannister stood adjacent to the long table, crafted from fine silk, predominantly adorned in a profound shade of blue, intricately embroidered with the red and gold family crest depicting a majestic lion, its gaping maw seemingly poised to devour all, epitomizing the nobility and power of House Lannister. The chef presented the evening's centerpiece, 5 roasted suckling pigs, golden and crisp, each with a different fruit nestled in their mouths. As the lords and knights gathered in jovial camaraderie, indulging in hearty libations, much of the conversation revolved around flattering Tyrion, along with the usual topics of sending their younger sons to serve Tyrion or proposing marital alliances for their eldest daughters. Alas, Tywin Lannister showed little interest in these lesser nobles. However, the great houses, likely wary of Tyrion's infamous reputation and the surrounding rumors, hesitated to engage. The proud Golden Lion of the West remained unperturbed. The Lannister army's abundant provisions were renowned throughout the realm. This evening, not only the lords could savor the exquisite fare, but even the common soldiers were treated to a variety of meticulously prepared roasts. These meats, crisp on the outside yet tender within, exuded a tantalizing aroma, offering the weary soldiers a much-needed solace after a long day. In addition to the roasts, large cauldrons simmered with an array of stews and hearty soups, where fresh vegetables, legumes, grains, and occasionally coveted meats melded harmoniously, the rich broth providing ample nourishment, enabling the soldiers to maintain peak performance on the battlefield. In private exchanges, some soldiers traded their meager rations of hardtack, cured meats, and dried fruits, simple yet nostalgic fare that stirred a warmth within them, far from home. After dinner, Tyrion sat within the tent, drafting a letter. He intended to remind his wise sister to keep a watchful eye on his beloved son, cautioning her against beheading Lord Eddard. Though he suspected it may be a futile endeavor, yet felt compelled to make an effort. Furthermore, He advised Casterly Rock to dispatch someone to the Tower of the Hand to oversee the repairs of House Greyjoy, ensuring that their oversight remained discreet, merely requiring timely progress reports. Podrick, a voice called from outside the tent. What is it? If it's the clansmen causing trouble again, do not involve me, Tyrion replied. It is not, Podrick said, lifting the tent flap to reveal a young girl, perhaps 17 or 18 years old, petite and strikingly lovely, with deep-set, expressive eyes and flowing black hair, carrying a cloth bag. How fares our lovely enchantress? Podrick inquired, turning back to her. The girl possessed doe-like eyes, her smile alternating between shyness, pride, and mischief. She lowered her gaze bashfully, hesitant to speak, and Tyrion was acutely aware that this demeanor was a performance. Podrick, you know I am not inclined towards such matters. Tyrion, casting a swift glance at the maiden's modest yet firm bosom, turned back to the letter, feigning ignorance. What is her name? He inquired knowingly. Shay, the girl replied. I have heard much about your libertine ways, Boros remarked. Nobles are often enamored with such pursuits. It is hardly a matter of great significance. It is said that King Robert has lost interest in such affairs. I have no desire for such indulgences, Tyrion responded. However, it is always advantageous to have someone to attend to you. Boros inquired, what is this girl's name? Shay, he repeated. I understand you are determined to come here. Those willing to serve me could line the shores from the Sunset Sea to the Narrow Sea, Shay replied, as Tyrion turned his chair to face her. Very well, Boros. Let us converse. Boros bowed and exited the tent, wishing them a pleasant evening. Shay, Tyrion echoed the name. What brings you to me? Surely, it is nothing but gold. What does this pouch contain? My lord, it is not solely for gold, Shay replied, withdrawing a small ceramic vial from the bag, approximately the size of a forearm. The timeline has shifted. My lord, do you believe in prophecies? She asked, reaching down to grasp the hem of her coarse linen dress, effortlessly lifting it over her head and casting it aside, revealing herself bare beneath. She then knelt between Tyrion's legs. It is quite the adventure. In Lannisport, I encountered a woman known as the Frog Witch, reputed to be a sorceress of the woods. A purveyor of aphrodisiacs, Tyrion interjected. Though he understood she was merely the one who foretold Cersei's fate. What delightful item did you procure from her? A love potion? No, it was a gift from her. Shay began to untie Tyrion's belt, and he did not hinder her. What did the witch say? In a world infused with magic, prophecies are compelling. It seems you are inclined to believe in them. Shay's nimble fingers deftly found the knot of his trousers, and as she spoke, she had already undone it. She then opened the ceramic vial, releasing a delicate fragrance into the air, reminiscent of clover or other herbs. I cannot recall what she said, Shay admitted, beginning to blow gently. You shall see for yourself, my lord. See what? What is in this vial? Tyrion questioned, perplexed. Can you assure me that it is indeed safe? Chapter 14. The Green-Eyed Raven. Lannisport is a city perched along the shores of the Sunset Sea, situated to the west of Casterly Rock, where the River Road, Gold Road, and Waterfront Road converge. This port city stands as one of the most significant maritime hubs in the Seven Kingdoms and is the largest city in the Westerlands. While it is considerably smaller than King's Landing and Old Town, it surpasses Seaguard and White Harbor in size. The golden hues of the setting sun bathe the docks, where vendors hastily pack up their stalls, dockworkers rush home, and an array of other individuals bustle about. A green-eyed raven perched atop a rooftop in a narrow alley surveyed the throngs below. Shay, called out a girl from the street. As groups of 3 or 5 hurried by, some carrying baskets, others laden with cloth bags. If we do not leave the city soon, we will be late. There is a curfew at the barracks tonight. I know, Shay shouted back. As she strolled through the streets, she donned more fabric than she ever did in the barracks. A green-eyed raven blinked curiously, tilting its head in observation. A group of camp followers laughed and chattered. I still need spices, she called out while running. You go ahead. Wait for me at the city gate. I shall catch up swiftly. Then hurry. The other girls giggled as they departed. This was a secluded alleyway in the port. The air was infused with a subtle brine and the refreshing scent of seaweed, a fragrance wafting in from the vast ocean nearby, mingling with the occasional floral aroma emanating from the alley. From time to time, a couple of seagulls swept past the alley's entrance, their crisp calls adding a touch of vivacity to the tranquil space. They would not venture inside, thought the green-eyed raven. These white marauders would only tolerate places devoid of the sea's sight, such as rubbish heaps. The alley's entrance was obscured by a few weathered old locust trees, casting dappled sunlight that filtered through the leaves, draping the deep passage in a delicate veil of golden light. Spice merchants were mostly found in prominent areas of the port. Here, however, one could find mostly antiquated goods or contraband. Shay maneuvered through the piles of goods, occasionally glancing down or tugging at her skirt. I'm here. A deep voice emerged, and a hooded figure stepped forth from the shadows. It was a smuggler, a common sight in Lannister Harbor. "You're a bit late today," the smuggler remarked, retreating into the shadows. He produced a package and handed it over. "I won't wait for long. The army is about to depart." She accepted the package. "Do I need to prepare more? Is this double the amount from before?" "You're not shortchanging me again, are you?" "Of course not." The smuggler replied, "But what does it matter if it's a little less? You won't find it at this price anywhere else. Only I care to look after you." As he reached to embrace Shui's waist, she swiftly struck his hand away. "Take this." She shoved some silver deer coins into the smuggler's hand. "I can't today. I'm already late. If I don't leave the city, I want to catch up with the army. Then you might as well stay by my side. You can come find me." "She will not go with you." A hoarse, aged voice emerged from another corner, drawing the raven-esque gaze. An old woman, indeterminate in age, stood there. She was small and stout, her skin covered in warts, with yellow eyes glinting with malice and an unattractive chin reminiscent of green pebbles. She wore a loose robe adorned with white shells. "Toad sorceress," the smuggler exclaimed, astonished. "It has been nearly a decade since I last saw you at the port." "She will not seek you out," the sorceress asserted, positioning herself in front of Shui. "She has her own mission. She must seek her prince." "Very well. Then entrust her with the mission. You two converse." The smuggler said hastily, "Shui, we shall meet again." He retreated into the shadows as if fleeing from a plague. Shui gazed at his departing figure, perplexed. He seemed to fear this old woman, as though she possessed some enchantment, along with her words. "Prince? What prince?" Shui, perplexed, inquired. "Are you telling a story? A fairy tale? Is it about the prince foretold in prophecy?" The witch, with a toothless grin, appeared unable to distinguish between laughter and sorrow. "Spoke of a prince born of salt and smoke." "A prince?" Shay mused, scarcely daring to contemplate such a notion. "I am but a common woman, a mere courtesan. Encountering a knight or a squire would be a stroke of fortune. The focus is not on you, my dear," the witch continued, her yellow eyes swirling with fervor. "Every prince must have a sorceress. Without the sacrifice of the sorceress, how could Azor Ahai unsheath that radiant sword?" "Who is Azor Ahai?" Shay clumsily echoed the name, pondering the origin of such a cumbersome title. "Where might I find such a prince?" "You need not seek him," the witch replied, turning to fumble behind her. "You are not a sorceress. You are merely an ordinary girl." With that, she cast a handful of powder into the air, prompting Shay to sneeze. The toad witch began to mutter incantations, uttering words that were neither clear nor comprehensible to Shay. The green-eyed raven, too, struggled to understand, hopping closer in curiosity. "Born from the belly of dragons, from the womb of wolves, from the depths of lions." This was not the tongue of Westeros, yet it remained intelligible. What was this? Valyrian? The witch scattered more powder, her voice oscillating between high and low tones, while Shay stared blankly at the aged woman, bewildered by her actions. After a span of 3 to 5 minutes, the witch ceased her ritual and fixed her gaze intently on Shay. The green-eyed raven watched the two with keen interest. "My dear, you are now my agent. You shall find the prince." Fear crept into Shay as she struggled to depart, only to be restrained by the witch's bony hand gripping her sleeve. "What do you intend to do?" Shay clutched her pouch of spices tightly, questioning. "There remains one more thing," the witch finally smiled. "I have a prophecy to bestow upon you." "I do not believe in prophecies." The witch disregarded Shay's skepticism and continued. "You shall encounter the Prince of Prophecy. He will bestow upon you endless wealth and exalted status, and you may compete with princesses for his favor. Can I marry the prince?" The moment the words escaped Shay's lips, she regretted them. How could she ever marry a prince? The witch did not mock her, but persisted. "You shall roll your eyes in ecstasy, ascending amidst suffocation." Yet Shay laughed. "You speak such things. How can I trust your prophecy?" The witch released her grip and extended a gnarled hand adorned with long, twisted yellow nails. The raven observed as she pointed at it. "Look, the green-eyed raven has arrived." Chapter 15. The green-eyed raven. In the stillness of the night, the moonlight cascaded, casting heavy shadows. The ground was strewn with a thick carpet of fallen leaves, while dense woods blanketed the ridges, and the hills gradually descended to the riverbed. As the terrain lowered, the thickets became increasingly sparse. The ceaseless rush of the Blue Fork's waters echoed above the forest, and in the distance, the silhouette of ruins of stone emerged, faintly visible beneath the cloak of night. A raven perched upon a branch, its violet eyes glimmering in the moonlight. Shadows flitted through the forest, and the raven meticulously discerned the emblems above: a white sun on a black field, a brown-haired giant roaring against a red backdrop, a black-horned moose on an orange field, and dark fish, along with Arctic wolves. The raven's heart raced, its purple eyes blinking incessantly, yet it refrained from cawing. The dark fish had already claimed numerous crows, and it wished to avoid a similar fate. With this thought, the raven flapped its wings and glided beneath the night sky, soaring over a river valley. There, the ground flickered with torches, filled with the echoes of wails and screams. Lions were frantically tearing into trout, the air thick with the scent of blood. Ravens thrived on such aromas, and it saw many of its brethren soaring nearby, awaiting the end to feast on the aftermath. Yet, this chaos would not conclude swiftly. The violet-eyed raven turned its gaze toward the woods, finding nothing visible, not even itself, let alone the lions. It spiraled in circles, searching for familiar figures among the crowd. Charge! Jaime Lannister, tall and regal, with flowing golden hair, removed his helmet to better survey his surroundings. His squire held his lance, trailing behind. The golden hair marked him as yet another Lannister. Brother, the violet-eyed raven called out. The raven sensed death approaching. The doom of House Tully was at hand. James shouted, "Pursue! Drive them into the river. Let the trout return to where they belong." On the riverbank, over 300 cavalrymen gathered, well-armed with keen swords and polished armor. Now stained with blood, they relied on their horses to separate the soldiers of House Tully, leading to a one-sided slaughter. About a day prior, he had received a letter from his father, informing him that his dear brother Tyrion was safe, and that Robb Stark's northern army might be advancing through River Run, urging him to exercise caution. His father's directives and intelligence were infallible, prompting him to bolster patrols and reconnaissance. In recent days, he had vanquished multiple guerrilla bands, yet had yet to sight the northern forces. This contingent of House Tully had been discovered by scouts roughly 3 hours ago, numbering around 200 to 300. Having just passed through Whispering Woods. Upon receiving the scouts' report, James selected 300 knights and departed from the besieged camp at River Run to intercept them. 300 knights against over 200 infantry could only result in a massacre. However, James harbored concerns about the valley. It was an excellent ambush site. They were currently engaged in battle on the flat expanse at the valley's center, and if there were hidden threats lurking in the surrounding woods, it would pose a significant challenge. Galvin, James called, Quentin Bainfort, Reginald Island. The knights whose names were called reined in their steeds, extricating themselves from the fray to return to James's side. The violet-eyed raven recognized them. Galvin Westerly's cloak bore the emblem of a white shell, identifying him as the Earl of Stonecliff. The sigil of Quentin Bainfort was obscured in the darkness, but the raven was aware that he was the Lord of the Dreadfort. As for Regando Island, he was the Earl of Narrowhall. Each of you, take a dozen cavalrymen and scout the surrounding forests, instructed Jaime Lannister. Gavin, you head east, where there is no need to cross the river. Quentin, you proceed north. Regan, you venture west. He continued to assign tasks. You two take light cavalry. If a river crossing is required, do not send knights. My wise brother, the raven mused. When it comes to warfare, no one surpasses him, experienced and skilled in combat. The 3 men nodded in agreement, lowered their visors, and set off with their respective knights in 3 directions. Jaime surveyed the surroundings, casting glances at the backs of the 3 men. Unexpected calamity struck swiftly. Earl Gavin encountered trouble the moment he reached the forest's edge. A dark mass surged forth from the thicket, resembling a swarm descending upon a brown bear. It was a rain of arrows. Jaime reached for his squire, who intended to hand him a lance, but Jaime sharply reprimanded him. Fool, give me my helmet first. Clad in heavy armor, Earl Gavin should have been impervious to this downpour of arrows, yet his steed was not so fortunate, crashing to the ground and pinning one of his legs. An ambush! An ambush! Jaime shouted. Quentin, Regan, fall back. Brackus, organize the retreat. The unfortunate Earl of Hereford was brought down by a tripwire as approximately 7 or 8 warriors leaped from the thicket and restrained him. They were all northerners. The Earl of Narrowhall was unseated by a knight's lance, and the northerners surged forward. Torches began to flicker deep within the forest, densely packed. As countless northern cavalry emerged from the shadows, thousands upon thousands, an unfathomable number, with many more lurking behind. Retreat! Retreat! The horns of retreat began to sound. And under Jaime's command, the Lannister cavalry began to regroup, preparing to withdraw. Some soldiers who had pursued across the river were unable to return in time and were mercilessly cut down by the northern forces. Cavalry! Jaime donned his helmet, lifted his visor, and cast aside the spoils of war. And the lances? Immediately, the assembled troops hastily discarded their weapons. Sir Tytos Brackus, Jaime commanded, you must return at once to the camp at River Run and inform them to execute the retreat to the Westerlands as previously planned. The purple unicorn emblazoned on Sir Brackus's armor crossed the raven's mind, hoping his speed matched that of the mythical beast. In mere minutes, the valley floor was littered with lances, heavy armor, and spoils of battle. Jaime took stock, The soldiers had suffered heavy losses, with knights nearly all captured. Yet there was no time to dwell on that. As the northern cavalry began to cross the river, he directed his forces to commence their retreat. The disburdened cavalry moved swiftly, while a few northern horsemen could only nip at their heels, unable to overtake them. The purple-eyed raven flew wearily, and he spotted the banner of the Ice Wolf, witnessing the young northern cavalryman in pursuit. "Usurper!" came the cries from behind. "I am Robb Stark. Let us resolve this matter now, shall we? Run, brother, run!" The raven cried out in a piercing wail. Jaime Lannister pondered his father's letter and Tyrion's admonitions as he glanced back at the pursuing cavalry. The young leader of the northern forces was becoming increasingly detached from his main army. 5 minutes. No, 3 minutes. I require merely 3 minutes, Jaime mused, tightening the reins. Cavalry. About face. Chapter 16. The Eve of Confrontation. Tyrion Lannister jolted awake, his legs kicking, drenched in sweat upon the couch. In his dream, Brienne of Tarth's arrow had struck him, sending him plummeting from the sky. The last image that lingered was of the Blackfish's arrow piercing the eye of Jaime's steed, damned Blackfish. The most skilled archer he had ever encountered. Foolish elder brother, he thought. Having divulged all pertinent information, why rush towards death? Yet, he soon realized. Perhaps this was the essence of Jaime Lannister. Beyond the nonsensical affairs with their sister, he truly embodied the spirit of knighthood. Simultaneously, he comprehended that even with the most profound insights, one could never entirely control the world's whims. Particularly when attempting to manipulate events from afar through letters, uncertainty loomed large. He turned to see Shae beside him, her back toward him, partially concealed by the covers. Recalling his initial dream, it seemed imperative to take her away. Tyrion rose stealthily, careful not to disturb her tranquil slumber. Stepping outside the tent to relieve himself by a tree, he noticed the sky gradually brightening. The night relinquished its grip to the tender embrace of dawn. A delicate blue-gray hue unfurled across the eastern horizon, resembling the most exquisite watercolor painting between heaven and earth. The stars faded, and the moon quietly trailed its retreat, leaving behind a silvery glow intermingled with the nascent light. The air was infused with a fresh yet slightly chilling scent of blood, heralding the dawn of a new day. In the distance, the outlines of mountains, burning trees, and collapsed houses began to sharpen into focus in the hazy light, akin to intricate silhouettes narrating the quiet passage of time. Bronn sat cross-legged beneath a chestnut tree near the tethered horses, sharpening his sword. This mercenary seemed to require far less sleep than others, a fact that stirred envy in Tyrion. "How long have you been awake?" he inquired, removing his trousers. "Not long," Bronn replied. "War is about to commence." That swiftly. The sound of rushing water accompanied Tyrion's shiver. "How do you know?" "Thanks to you. Your father has been incessantly dispatching scouts these past few days. Someone came to seek you in the night," Bronn explained. "I informed him you were fast asleep and that he should relay the situation to me." The Stark army had advanced to within half a day's march. Bronn continued sharpening his sword. "Your father has resolved to march at dawn, engaging at noon." "Why noon?" Tyrion asked, perplexed. "If it were me, I would opt for a night assault." "Then perhaps you should inquire with your father," Bronn retorted. "And how is that girl?" "Quite well." Tyrion adjusted his trousers and crouched down to tie his shoes, requesting, "Keep an eye on this for me. Do not let anyone snatch it away." "Rest assured," came the reply. Tyrion's tent was situated not too far from Tywin's command center. The old lion had initially intended to place his cherished son in the adjacent tent. However, Tyrion insisted he could not stray too far from the mountain clans, lest they inadvertently decimate one another when the time for battle arrived. As one approached the central area of the camp, the soldiers grew increasingly dense, moving in clusters between the tents, some engaged in hushed conversations, others trudging silently. Despite the majority still appearing bleary-eyed, evidently having just awakened from slumber, their equipment was immaculate and well-organized. The armor gleamed with a cold radiance in the faint morning light, while the weapons in their hands were polished to a brilliant shine, exuding an air of formidable intent. All of this underscored their discipline and authority as elite warriors. For even in this seemingly tranquil morning, there was not a hint of complacency. The guards at the entrance of the grand tent did not impede Tyrion's entry upon recognizing him. They lifted the door flap to allow him through. Inside, familiar faces greeted him. Tywin Lannister was already dressed and ready, while Kevan and other knights had taken their seats. "Look who has arrived," Tywin remarked upon seeing Tyrion, prompting the noble lords to rise, and applause echoed throughout the tent. "Behold this little lion," Tywin continued. "Thanks to him, we have timely intelligence on the movements of the Stark forces. Does my elder brother have any news?" Tyrion inquired. "Not yet," Kevan replied. "Our messages have been delivered, and Jaime has received your instructions." According to the original plan, we shall expect a reply from Reborn later this afternoon. Tyrion pulled out a chair and sat down. The cavalry of Gregor Clegane has arrived last night. Tywin spoke directly to Tyrion, as if explaining solely to him. Our scouts report that the northern army lacks cavalry. This presents us with an opportunity. So, you choose to confront them at noon? Tyrion asked, to let the enemy behold our formidable cavalry and surrender without a fight? Given the disparity in our military strength, we do not require tedious stratagems, Tywin Lannister asserted. Indeed, my father has rarely resorted to tactics on the battlefield, Tyrion mused inwardly. For with the vast lands and gold of the Westerlands at his disposal, the troops he could muster were both well-equipped and expertly trained. In a one-on-one confrontation, there were few challengers within the Seven Kingdoms. Perhaps the Tyrells could contend somewhat, their southern lands broader and their population larger, but the reach, their control over vassals pales in comparison to that of House Lannister. The ensuing war council was a tedious affair. A certain knight was appointed to command the cavalry. Tyrion vaguely heard that the cavalry commander was a certain Marbrand. Another knight was designated for the right flank, while another was assigned to the left. The commander of the infantry archers was Kevan Lannister. Tyrion did not fully comprehend the particulars, but he recognized that his father was undoubtedly adept at recognizing and utilizing talent. At least in this strategic arrangement, the intelligence gained from my traversal proves to be of little utility. The noble lords, having been assigned their positions, departed from the tent, leaving only Tywin, Kevan, and Tyrion. What about me? Tyrion inquired. Why have I not been assigned a role? For the time being, your involvement is unnecessary, Tywin replied. You lack experience in commanding troops. I have entrusted your barbarian contingent to Gregor Clegane. The mountain, Tyrion remarked. I hope this madman does not lead my soldiers to their demise. The barbarians are not your personal retinue, Tywin corrected him. You may disdain Gregor Clegane's methods, yet in due time, he shall prove to be your most loyal subordinate. Beyond your brother, there exist other swords at your disposal. Speaking of my brother, a thought crosses my mind, Tyrion stated. I wish to hasten to King's Landing. I have a foreboding that a foolish act is imminent. Chapter 17. The formation and the clash. If you wish to go to King's Landing, await the conclusion of this battle. I do not wish my vassals to witness my heir departing the army before a confrontation, Tywin declared before departing the command tent with the knights. As the sun ascended, the distant sound of a military horn echoed, somber and mournful, sending shivers through the souls of those who heard it. The indigenous people mounted their gaunt steeds, possibly captured in raids, and exchanged loud curses and mockery, several of them evidently still reeling from the effects of drunkenness. Tyrion returned to the camp as the mist in the air began to dissipate under the rising sun, dew glistening on the grass as if a deity had passed by, scattering a pouch of diamonds. The mountain clans, fully armed in either their own or newly acquired armor, followed closely behind him, each tribe trailing their respective leader. In the dawn's light, the army of Lord Tywin Lannister resembled a steel rose slowly unfurling, crimson and gleaming with sharp thorns. The center was commanded by his uncle, Kevan Lannister, while knights had erected a row of banners along the King's Road. Archers stood in 3 lines flanking the road, calmly adjusting their bowstrings, their quivers swaying at their waists, each containing 20 arrows. Formed in phalanx, the pikemen positioned themselves among the archers, behind whom lay rows of infantry armed with spears, swords, and axes. Approximately 300 heavy cavalry surrounded Sir Kevan, accompanied by lords such as Lord Leo Tyrell and Lord Lancel Lannister, along with their attendants. The right flank consisted entirely of cavalry, numbering around 4,000, clad in heavy armor. More than 3/4 of the knights had gathered here, resembling a colossal iron fist, reminiscent to Tyrion of his plaster fist back in the Eyrie. This would surely render the soldiers of the north as soft as Roderick's chin. The contingent was commanded by Sir Adam Marbrand. Tyrion observed as his standard-bearer unfurled the banner, revealing the familiar sigil of the burning tree, interwoven with hues of orange and ash. Marbrand was a commendable commander. Tyrion recalled Jaime's high praise for him. Behind him stood the purple unicorn of Sir Faemon, the striped wild boar of House Craighall, and the diminutive rooster of House Swyfd. His own father, Lord Tywin, commanded from the hill where the main tent was erected, surrounded by a reserve force comprised of half cavalry and half infantry, totaling as many as 5,000 men. Duke Tywin had always directed the reserve, positioned upon an elevated vantage point that afforded him a comprehensive view of the battlefield, ready to deploy his troops wherever they were most needed. Even from a distance, his father radiated magnificence. The armor of Tywin Lannister, even when compared to his son Jaime's gilded suit, appeared resplendent. A grand cloak woven from countless threads of gold was so heavy that not even the wind could lift it, nearly obscuring the hind legs of his steed when mounted. Ordinary cloak clasps could not bear such weight. Instead, a pair of small lionesses lay upon his shoulders, poised as if ready to leap forth and assist their master in tearing at foes. Their counterpart, a majestic lion with a flowing mane, stood proudly atop Duke Tywin's imposing helm, one paw raised to the sky as it roared, "Hear my roar." Tyrion muttered to himself. The three lions, crafted entirely of pure gold, sported ruby eyes. The armor was composed of thick steel plates, glazed in a deep crimson hue, embellished with intricate golden spirals on the knee guards and iron gauntlets. The circular discs of the gauntlets were fashioned like golden suns, with each clasp gilded. The red steel armor, polished repeatedly, gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight. If the Red Priestess were to behold it, she might lament that the King of Light was but a shadow of this grandeur, Tyrion mused, as a clatter of hooves approached from behind him. He had never encountered a steed of such height or a man of such girth. The yellow field with 3 black hounds fluttered in the hands of his attendant. It was the mountain, Gregor Clegane. Clegane's armor could hardly be termed magnificent, appearing like scrap metal compared to his father's. Yet, Tyrion recognized that the cost of this armor was perhaps a mere 20th of that of his father's, while its weight was 5-fold. The mountain's armor was crafted from deep gray, heavy steel plates, marred by marks and dents that told tales of prolonged and brutal use, devoid of any sigil or adornment. His sword was a massive 2-handed blade, but in the hands of Ser Gregor, it wielded with the ease of a common man handling a fork. "My lord Tyrion, Duke Tywin requests your return to the central formation. I shall command the troops here." Tyrion offered no resistance. He had no intention of risking folly. "Very well, Mountain. I leave this to you. I trust the Mountain Clan's allies will find common ground with you." With that, he urged Podrick to hasten towards the center. Tyrion navigated his steed across the battlefield, the ground beneath the hooves uneven, the banks near the green fork a quagmire of soft mud. The gentle incline ascended towards the King's Road, and as the path continued eastward, the terrain became rocky and fragmented. Scattered trees adorned the hills. Though most had been felled, cleared for farmland or chopped into firewood, he had heard tales of the mountains stripped bare for cooking fires. As the war drums beat rhythmically, his heart raced in his chest, and beneath layers of leather armor, Tyrion felt beads of cold sweat trickle down his back. He observed Ser Gregor Clegane galloping back and forth along the front lines, his voice booming as he gestured passionately, rallying the troops with fervor. The left flank, where Tyrion found himself, was a chaotic amalgamation of forces, lacking the ironclad knights and heavy cavalry that characterized the right, or the orderly formations of the center. Instead, it comprised a motley crew, lightly armored horse archers with bent arrows and slack bowstrings, a multitude of unruly free riders and wandering mercenaries, farmers wielding scythes, hoes, and rusted swords passed down from their forebears, and untrained ruffians or boys recruited from the alleys of Lannisport, alongside his mountain clan. The sound of the drums grew ever closer, thudding through his eardrums and penetrating his mind, causing his hands to tremble and his legs to twitch. Though the sun had yet to reach its zenith, a dark line emerged from the distant horizon, drawing nearer. The enemy commanders rode upon their armored steeds. Yet they were the only ones mounted, leading their soldiers forward. A standard-bearer held aloft the family banner alongside them. Tyrion squinted, catching a glimpse of the moose banner of House Hoare, the sunburst of House Stark, the war-axe standard of Count Selwyn, and the armored fist of House Glovers, interspersed with the blue towers of House Frye. Just days prior, his father had believed Lord Walder to be a tardy Frye, unlikely to commit troops. Yet the unfolding reality vindicated his suspicions. The white banners of House Stark were ubiquitous, fluttering in the wind atop tall poles. As the gray direwolf seemed to leap upon the fabric itself. "The young wolf is not present," Tyrion mused, for he was still searching for the flayer of Bolton. Chapter 18. The cunning Bolton. Tyrion and Pod rode to the crest of a hill, the din of battle subsiding, replaced by the sounds of men and horses filling the void. "I see the infantry of Lannister's Landing," Tyrion remarked, "but not much cavalry. They seem absent." "Who commands the northern forces?" "It's said to be Roose Bolton," came the reply. "The flayer of the Dreadfort," Tywin Lannister interjected. Before they could converse further, the northern army had entered bow range. On the right, archers unleashed a rain of arrows, the northerners advancing with shouts of encouragement, bolstering their spirits as they ran. Yet the Lannister arrows descended upon them like a hailstorm, hundreds, thousands, an overwhelming downpour of shafts raining down in an instant. Many fell to the ground, their valiant cries transforming into anguished wails. At that moment, a second wave of assault descended from above, as Uncle Kevin's orders echoed, and the archers knocked their third arrows to the strings. The horns sounded once more, and Tyrion beheld Sir Gregor Clegane lowering his visor, swinging his massive sword as he bellowed a command. In response, 1,000 furious roars erupted. The Mountain led the charge, spearheading the left flank composed of this ragtag army. Surging toward the enemy, Tyrion surveyed the battlefield from the high ground, observing how the troops on the left flank had transformed the arena into a diagonal formation. The right flank, boasting an elite cavalry unit, would delay engagement, allowing the enemy forces to gradually penetrate their formation and become ensnared. Directly ahead, a contingent of northern infantry formed a crescent shape, resembling a massive porcupine with its rear thrust forward, taking refuge behind towering oak shields emblazoned with the sigil of House Stark. Faced with the formidable pikes, half of the horses halted their charge at the last moment, veering off to the sides, while others, uncontrollable, crashed forward, impaled on the spear tips, collapsing lifelessly. Tyrion witnessed a dozen men fall as a result. The mount of the mountain was grazed by a barbed spear along its neck, rearing up and kicking outward with its hoof-clad feet. The frenzied steed plunged into the enemy ranks, surrounded by thrusting pikes, yet the shield wall buckled under its weight, splintering like fractured ice. The northern men staggered to evade the creature's desperate thrashing. Soon, the warhorse crashed to the ground, blood gushing from its mouth, while the Mountain, unscathed, rose from the dust, brandishing a massive sword and launching into a frenzied assault. With a sweeping arc of his sword, several spear tips flew away, and with a reverse swing, the heads of a few northern soldiers rolled onto the ground. The enemy's shield wall cracked as if butter met a hot knife, unable to close the gaps for a long time, as the tattered cavalry of the Mountain clans surged forward, soon followed by infantry. The arrows from the central army no longer blanketed the left flank, as such action would risk harming their own men. With half the coverage area diminished, the firepower doubled its focus on the right flank. The northern troops, attempting to close in on Marbrand, paid a heavy toll for their approach. "I do not see the flayed man's banner," Tyrion remarked. "Is Roose Bolton not here?" "I do not see him either," said Boros. "His eyesight is sharp. If he has not seen him, then Lord Bolton is likely not at the front lines." "I must find his position," Tyrion insisted. "Father, I require a cavalry unit to maneuver around behind them." "That is too perilous," Tywin countered firmly. "I will not risk the air, nor will I wager my life heedlessly." Tyrion replied, "I assure you I value my life more than you presume. I merely seek to locate the position of the forces at the Dreadfort. Trust me, unless the odds are 5-1, I will not charge recklessly." Tywin Lannister hesitated momentarily, but eventually nodded in agreement, allowing Tyrion to take 1,000 cavalry from the reserves to flank the battlefield in search of the remaining northern forces. The sunlight slanted across the river, sparkling like countless fragmented jewels in a dance, adding an unreal beauty to this brutal battleground. Tyrion's gaze pierced through the smoke and chaos of the field, fixating intently on the serpentine river flowing beneath him. The river, both a source of life and a witness to war, had borne witness to the rise and fall of countless heroes. It was likely that within an hour, it would carry the floating bodies and the flowing blood of the fallen. The cavalry of House Lannister followed closely behind, their armor glinting with a cold sheen under the sun. Their spirits were high, yet their eyes burned with an indomitable fighting spirit, as if each heart harbored an eternal flame that could never be extinguished. Tyrion's gestures were akin to a conductor wielding a baton with every motion. He deftly guided the troops to maneuver around the fierce battle ahead, much like advancing across a complex chessboard, step by step approaching the enemy's stronghold. There, Boron pointed towards the opposite bank of the river, where several banners fluttered, the sigil of House Bolton, the infamous Flayers. Tyrion was taken aback. Though the battlefield lay on his side, why did the Flayers' banners wave from across the river? Cunning Lord Roose Bolton had indeed played a clever game. It seemed his ambition to dismantle the forces of Harrenhal and capture a few prisoners for the exchange of Jaime had miscalculated. He urged his horse to the river's edge. "Where is Lord Bolton? I have words to share," he shouted. "Today, Lannisters, you have won," came the response from across the river. "But if you dare to cross and pursue, I assure you, as you wade into the water, a rain of arrows will turn you into pincushions." There were likely over 2,000 infantry on the opposite bank, which must be the main force of Harrenhal. Tyrion glanced back at his cavalry. Were it not for the Green Fork River, these men would merely be targets for slaughter. Indeed, Roose Bolton was both cunning and cautious in warfare. The horse beneath him seemed to sense its master's emotions, gently pacing as if silently offering support. A breeze swept across the river's surface, bringing with it the unique freshness and coolness of the waters. Tyrion inhaled deeply, as if to draw in this tranquility and strength, fortifying himself with courage and resolve for the journey ahead. The Battle of the Green Fork was drawing to a close. Across the rushing waters, He summoned his strength to shout, "Lord Roose Bolton, and all the knights and lords of Harrenhal, should you encounter my brother Jaime, treat him well. Ensure he remains whole, and I shall reward you with gold. Remember, a Lannister always pays his debts." Upon finishing his cry, Tyrion gasped for breath, turning his horse to Boron. "For now, this will have to suffice. We must turn back to gather the remnants. Remember to capture as many noble prisoners as possible. I must find a way to bring my brother back." 1,000 cavalrymen, under his command, formed a wedge formation and began to charge along the riverbank in the opposite direction. Chapter 19, The Battle of the Green Fork. Concluded. Tyrion led the cavalry along the riverbank, turning to sweep through the remnants of the battlefield as the conflict was nearing its end. During his maneuver, the heavy cavalry led by Malbronn ruthlessly crushed the formations of the Northerners, exhibiting cruelty surpassing that of the forces of the mountain. Many familiar faces of Tyrion's were found among the corpses, as countless warriors of the mountain clans lay in pools of congealing blood. Some were missing limbs below the elbow, while others bore heads crushed as if by a heavy foot. The relatively low rate of armor coverage resulted in devastating casualties. Had it not been for the equipment of House Lannister, the losses would have been far more catastrophic. Zaga leaned despondently against a tree, his body riddled with arrows, resembling a spiky chestnut, while Khan's head rested upon his knee. Tyrion had assumed both were lifeless, yet upon dismounting, Zaga opened his eyes, revealing a missing tooth. They had slain Karatha's son, Khan. The handsome Khan bore no other wounds save for a single crimson puncture where a spear had pierced his chest. Boron assisted Zaga in rising. It seemed the towering chieftain had only just noticed the arrows embedded in him, lamenting how they had perforated his armor and leather. While attempting to extract them, Boron promptly intervened, explaining that the arrowheads needed to be carefully extracted. As they tended to Zaga's injuries, Zira, the daughter of Zik, rode up, showcasing the severed ears of their enemies. Timmy led the Scorching tribe, and Ulv commanded the Moon People, rifling through the corpses, gathering valuables, weapons, and armor, plundering the slain. Among the Mountain Clan warriors who had followed Tyrion into battle, only about half had survived. He instructed the living to attend to the dead, dispatched Boron to regroup the remnants, and tend to the wounded and captives, before setting out alone to seek his father. Duke Tywin sat by the riverbank, sipping from a jeweled cup while instructing his attendants to unfasten the clasps of his armor, his countenance devoid of any trace of joy. It was said that Tywin Lannister never smiled, and it appeared to be true. Tyrion stood at the river's edge, casting aside his helmet and unfastening his cloak, as a servant hurried over to retrieve his belongings. Such a momentous victory could not elicit even a smile. It felt as though they had merely endured the post-marital life of his beloved sister. Silence. Tywin interrupted his son, though his tone lacked severity, leading Tyrion to surmise that the old lioness Eyrie did not pertain to him. An unnamed scribe presented a piece of parchment, which Tyrion accepted, muttering as he perused it. "Let me see. Ah, it appears to be rather grim news." Shielded from the wind, he deciphered the handwriting, discovering that his dear elder brother had been captured. No wonder, the handwriting was atrocious. He recalled Jaime's script was as dashing as his swordplay. "That is your brother." Duke Tywin set his cup down, his hand quivering slightly. "By the gods, can you not show my brother the respect he deserves?" Tyrion retorted, noticing his uncle's hand resting on his father's shoulder. "And what of it? We have already punished Tully. Now we merely need to exchange Lord Eddard for my brother and restore everything to its rightful order. Unless," Tyrion pondered inwardly, all that remained was Lord Eddard's decaying head. "Eddard Stark has been executed," Sir Kevin lamented, and Tyrion observed the twitch of his father's face in response. This is the most disastrous move in the game of power, bar none. Yet he felt powerless to alter the course, unless he were to reincarnate as the illustrious Joffrey. The lords and knights who had participated in the battle returned one by one. Some were stained with blood while others remained resplendent. Yet all shared the same countenance of elation. Yet upon witnessing the solemn expressions of the three Lannisters, the buoyant atmosphere was instantly quelled, plunging the room into silence. "My elder sister must be holding the two daughters of House Stark." Tyrion's tone seemed imbued with hope. "If we propose to return this lad's sister and mother." Tywin Lannister scoffed contemptuously, suggesting he would be mad to barter the life of Jaime Lannister for two young girls. "Then we shall redeem Ser Jaime, regardless of the gold required," interjected Lord Lyle. Tyrion cast him a disdainful glance, dismissing the fool, and continued perusing the letter, which contained favorable news. "At least under our advisement, the forces besieging Riverrun had not suffered significant losses, indicating that our military strength remained formidable. However, our adversaries extended beyond the Stark progeny," Tywin remarked. The southern Renly had allied with Highgarden, and Stannis had also mustered his forces. "Regarding the Starks, your assessment was correct. Had Lord Eddard still drawn breath, we could have leveraged him as a bargaining chip to secure a truce with Winterfell and Riverrun. This would grant us the necessary time to fully address the two usurping brothers of Robert. But now he is deceased, father stated, his hand gradually clenching into a fist. Absurd, utterly nonsensical. I do not intend to linger here. I am not concerned about Bolton. He is a cautious man. And surely the Battle of Green Fork will only render him more prudent. Thus his pursuit will not be swift. Therefore, we shall set forth for Harrenhal at dawn. Kevin, instruct the scouts of Ser Adam to conceal our movements. Provide him with as many men as he requires. I have already commanded Ser Davin Lannister to recruit new soldiers from Lannisport and to gather the remnants of Riverrun's forces, mustering them in Casterly Rock to prevent Robb Stark's incursion into the Westerlands. However, your brother-in-law is inept, as my elder brother has oft remarked. Tyrion mused silently, refraining from voicing his thoughts, wishing not to stoke the flames nor tarnish the Lannister name. And you, Tywin turned his gaze to his son, shall go to King's Landing. I intend to send you into the palace. I had that intention as well. Tyrion nodded in agreement. But in what capacity shall I serve? As hand of the king? My sister would surely object. Let her be. Someone must oversee her precious son to prevent him from leading us all to ruin. Our cunning friend Peter, the venerable Maester, and that capricious fellow Lord Varys. What are they doing while Joffrey repeatedly commits these foolish acts? Whose wretched idea was it to elevate Janos Slynt to nobility? This man as father was a butcher, and they awarded him Harrenhal. Harrenhal, that is the castle of the king. As long as I draw breath, he shall not set foot within. I have heard he chose a bloodied spear to represent his house. Were I present, I would compel him to change it to a bloodied cleaver. Who is Janos Slynt? Tyrion searched his memory for the name. His father had not raised his voice, yet the fury within his golden eyes was palpable. Tywin abhorred such usurpation more than anything in his life. They have even ousted Balon Swan. What is the matter with them? Indeed, he is advanced in years. Yet the fearless title of the Mountain holds considerable weight within the kingdom. Whoever he serves benefits greatly from his presence, such is the influence he wields. A hound merely gnaws on bones beneath the table, not one to be regarded as an equal. He extended a finger, pointing at Tyrion's face. Since Cersei cannot manage that little imp, it falls to you to take charge. Should those few high lords dare to play both sides against us, you need not say a word. I shall handle them all. Chapter 20. The Brotherhood and the Night's Watch. Once again, dusk settled upon the land. Gregor Clegane rode a magnificent black steed at the forefront of the procession. Tywin had instructed him to escort his son ahead to Harrenhal before allowing Tyrion to proceed to King's Landing on his own. Despite his father's insistence that he would be a loyal hound, Tyrion found no fondness for him. The previous night, the Mountain had warned the scouts he dispatched, stating that if they returned empty-handed, he would extract their eyes and pass them to the replacements, hoping that 4 eyes might see more clearly than 2. The young man had promptly soiled himself at the threat. Half of the Mountain clans under his command had remained with his father's forces, led by Ulf. However, the chieftains had abandoned their kin, expressing their willingness to accompany him to King's Landing. This small band comprised half of the Mountain's raiding cavalry and half of his own Mountain clansmen, totaling over 50. They would not fear encountering the Brotherhood without banners, an illegal organization rebelling against the Lannisters in the name of King Robert Baratheon. The group consisted of soldiers and nobles dispatched by Eddard Stark to capture Gregor Clegane. They had suffered a near-total defeat in an ambush while crossing a ford, but continued to engage in guerrilla warfare against the Lannister forces. The ranks swelled with remnants from other battles and civilians fleeing the ravages of war. Ahead lay the God's Eye, adjacent to Harrenhal. Podrick stood close to Tyrion as they approached. The air began to thicken with dampness. Who commands Harrenhal now? Tyrion inquired. Eyrie Lorch, the Mountain coldly replied. Tyrion mused that the Mountain was well acquainted with him. During the fall of King's Landing, Gregor had stormed the royal nursery, brutally slaying Prince Rhaegar's son, while Eyrie Lorch had personally murdered Princess Rhaenys, Rhaegar's daughter. Before a dozen soldiers of House Lannister, he had dragged the girl from beneath her father's bed. Later, when questioned by his father about the murder, he had remarked that had Lorch possessed the intelligence granted by the gods, he would have soothed the child first, instead of resorting to violence. A scout returned from the front with news of a nearby force at the God's Eye. It was the Brotherhood. It seemed this scout might yet retain his sight. However, these mercenaries were not to be trusted. Gregory Clay cautioned that if they were aware of the affairs in Riverrun, it could prove detrimental to their interests. He then instructed the scout to proceed to Harrenhal and inform Eyrie Lorch that they would be camping by the Lake of the Gods this evening. Upon receiving the orders, the scout departed, and the company continued their march, soon encountering a band of warriors, numbering over 20. This mercenary group, referred to as the Bloods, was notorious among the Riverland's inhabitants for their brutal conduct and eccentric attire, a designation that its members found somewhat derogatory. They were also known as the Foot Hunters, a name derived from Vag's gruesome practice of severing the hands and feet of prisoners. Vag Het, a tall, gaunt, and inarticulate man from Coer, sported a goatee and rode a striking black and white striped horse. The leader of the Bloods, Tyrion recognized him as the very individual who had amputated Jaime's right hand. It seemed imperative to deal with them here. Casting a glance at the mountain, he pondered his course of action. "Is that Sir Gregory Clay ahead?" Vag Het inquired. "Clay of the Mountain," came the reply. Vag Het's gaze then fell upon Tyrion, and the Demonis saw the glimmer of avarice in the Coer's eyes. He recognized him. "Surely, you must be Lord Tyrion Lannister?" He masked his greed with a sycophantic expression, yet Tyrion was acutely aware that, were it not for the mountain's presence, he would have swiftly become a prisoner. "I am escorting Lord Tyrion to King's Landing," the mountain stated. He lied, concealing their true destination of Harrenhal. It appeared this man was not merely a mindless killer, but possessed a rather disturbing cunning. "The little one is willing to provide an escort," Vag Het suggested. His proposition was difficult to decline, at least nominally. The Bloods were still in the service of House Lannister, and this was not an opportune moment for open hostility. Although Tyrion had the mountain at his side, the odds were still stacked against him, compounded by the presence of attendants and non-combatants like Shae. Time was on his side. Opportunities to eliminate them unexpectedly would surely arise. Tyrion mused, particularly since the scout had already informed Eyrie Lorch of their whereabouts. If that man had any semblance of intelligence, he would bring along a contingent of 30 to 50 to curry favor, significantly increasing their odds. Thus, the group pressed on, with Tyrion observing the Bloods, which included a scholar, likely expelled from the Citadel, a monk, a jester, and a corpulent Dothraki. No wonder they were called the Bloods. As the sun began to set, the party sought a suitable campsite, only to be met with flickering flames ahead, indicating that another camp had already been established. The mountain and the Demonis led the group closer, only to discover a gathering of men clad in black cloaks, the Night's Watch. Their appearance in the south was a rarity. "Who leads this band?" Tyrion inquired, refraining from allowing the mountain to step forward, as he did not wish to provoke any trouble with the Night's Watch, who typically did not meddle in the affairs of the Seven Kingdoms. "What are you?" "I am Yoren, a brother of the Night's Watch," Yoren replied, standing beside the campfire, scrutinizing the newcomers. "I am a crow, tasked with traversing the Seven Kingdoms to recruit brothers for the Night's Watch. Would you mind if we shared a camp?" Yoren inquired cautiously, glancing at Vargoth and Gregor Clegane. As a seasoned member of the Night's Watch with 30 years of service, he could easily discern the scent of blood that clung to certain individuals. "Do not harbor any mistrust towards us." Tyrion dismounted, tossing a pouch of coins to Yoren, fully aware of the meager existence endured by the brothers of the Night's Watch. He was more than willing to contribute. Yoren accepted the pouch, inspecting the silver stags and golden dragons within, remaining silent in tacit agreement. "To the brothers in black," Tyrion declared as he settled by the campfire, expressing gratitude for their sacrifices for the realm. The group began to tether their horses and set up camp. Seated closely behind Tyrion was Podrick Payne, the squire he had received from Kevan Lannister, followed by Bronn, Shagga, and Tem. A bit further away sat Jane and Shae. Indeed, Tyrion needed Shae with him. Her magic was indispensable. Yoren scrutinized his light golden hair and his peculiar mismatched eyes, his tone tinged with irritation. "Old gods, indeed." He then produced bread and salt, offering them to Tyrion and Vargoth. "May we honor the rites of hospitality." Chapter 21. Three children. Ser Gregor Clegane's visage resembled a stone carving, the firelight casting an eerie orange hue upon his skin, deepening the shadows beneath his eyes. He rose. "I have come to serve the Night's Watch." Tyrion regarded the mountainous figure, recognizing his intelligence in finding an excuse to remain armored. Vargoth's face, illuminated by the campfire, appeared even more fearsome than that of Ser Gregor. The mountain did not favor him, as Lord Tywin Lannister disdained the avaricious mercenary captain across the narrow sea. Yoren held a similar disdain. The seasoned crow could see that this man was far more dangerous and malevolent than the criminals he intended to take to Castle Black. Tyrion too harbored no fondness for him, remembering his role in severing Jaime's hand. This thought caused him to bite down harder on the stale bread. "My lord Yoren," he queried, "from where do you bring these men?" Yoren's weathered face met Tyrion's across the fire. "I am no lord, Tyrion. These men comprise half prisoners from King's Landing and half impoverished souls unable to find sustenance, along with orphans." "By the gods," Tyrion observed, glancing around as a few members of the troop cast furtive glances at Shae. Yet, he appeared unfazed by this, his mind occupied with another concern. Thanks to King Joffrey's benevolent rule, such a multitude of starving individuals existed. Yoren let out a derisive laugh, offering no response, while Vargoth erupted into hearty laughter. Tyrion noted that the captain's gaze remained fixated on the pouch of coins he had given Yoren, glancing at it 3 or 4 times per minute. Respected Night's Watchman, may I converse with your prisoners? Tyrion inquired. You may, Yoren replied. They are no longer my prisoners. They are now my brothers. You may engage in conversation with them. But be forewarned that their language is rather coarse and could potentially offend you. Do not worry. I too possess a rugged demeanor and am not particularly handsome. Tyrion chuckled and called over the 3 young lads lingering by the edge of the forest, who had endeavored to remain inconspicuous, yet Tyrion's keen eye had discerned them. Indeed, it seemed that he had approached them intentionally. As the trio gathered around the campfire, one was a plump boy, another was tall and muscular, and the last was a slender lad with a horse-like face. What is your name? Tyrion gestured for the other 2 to sit and addressed the chubby boy first. Hot Pie, the boy replied, his round face framed by light yellow hair. Hot Pie? Very well, Tyrion remarked, observing his countenance, while Hot Pie averted his gaze. Did you come from King's Landing? What is your occupation? I am an apprentice baker, my lord, Hot Pie responded, nervously wringing his hands. An apprentice baker, splendid. The Night's Watch could certainly use some skilled cooks, Tyrion stated, raising the bread that Euron had given him, which he had barely nibbled at before discarding most of it. What can you make? Bread, pies, pastries. Whether from a bakery in King's Landing or the roadside inns, I can prepare them all, my lord. Excellent, Tyrion nodded, feigning contemplation. Ah, I seem to be in need of a baker, Lord Euron. Euron chose to ignore him. Tyrion, seeking amusement, said, let me see your hands. Hot Pie obediently extended his hands, which were plump and rosy. Tyrion examined his wrist closely before suddenly clapping it, causing Hot Pie to jump in surprise. Well done, lad. Thank you for your service to the realm. This elicited hearty laughter from Vaghord, who remarked that the sight of Hot Pie's cherubic figure would surely delight his brothers, prompting a chorus of chuckles from the troop of the Bloods. Thank you, my lord, Hot Pie said, his face downcast as he sat back down. And you? Tyrion inquired of the tall youth. The young man rose, broad-shouldered and robust, with well-defined arms. Tyrion could sense his fear, though he feigned composure. Jandrai, my lord. Jandrai. Tyrion echoed, locking eyes with him. Jandrai met his gaze without flinching. His striking blue eyes contrasted with his thick black hair. However, the intensity of the stare compelled Jandrai to eventually lower his head. What is that you are holding? Tyrion noted an object nestled under his arm. A helmet, Jandrai said, revealing it with both hands. It was a bull-less helmet, its 2 horns resembling daggers. Quite splendid. It appears you aspire to be a bullman. Tyrion remarked with a grin. Did you craft it yourself? Jandrai nodded. Show me your hands. Jandrai extended his hands, calloused and sufficiently rugged. Tyrion raised his voice. Glancing at Yoren. A skilled hand requires a suitable artisan. Ah, it suddenly occurred to me that I am in dire need of a good blacksmith. My lord. Do not jest, Yoren replied. The Lannisters are not lacking in blacksmiths. You are referring to goldsmiths. I am speaking of blacksmiths, Tyrion retorted. I offer a golden dragon for this lad. I wish to commission a lion-headed helm from him, surely more lavish than my father's. 10 golden dragons. How many blacksmiths do you require? I can procure as many as you desire, Vargoth interjected. Joining the Night's Watch entails taking a sacred oath, Yoren frowned. I apologize, Lord Tyrion, but even for 10 golden dragons, or even 100, it is impossible. I can raise the offer to 500, Tyrion said, mockingly observing him. Though Yoren remained expressionless, he could sense a stir among the players of the Blood Theater. Yoren averted his gaze, leaning against the wooden post, unwilling to meet Tyrion's eyes. And you? Jandrai returned to his seat, while Tyrion called over the last boy. What is your name? Eyrie, the boy replied. You hail from King's Landing? Tyrion inquired. To which the boy nodded. What do you do? A thief, Yoren answered. I caught him and brought him directly here. I suspect Lord Tyrion has little interest in thieves. And what is that? Tyrion pointed to the boy's waist, where a short sword rested. Can you draw it for me? Eyrie unsheathed the short sword, causing Shaga and Timmy to immediately rise. It's all right. Tyrion signaled for them to sit, extending his hand to take the short sword. It was a slender one-handed blade, crafted from fine steel. I wager Jandri's sword could not produce such a delicate piece, Tyrion remarked, laughing as he brandished the sword towards the ground. My lord, if you grant me the opportunity, I could certainly create something for you, Jandrai replied. How did you come by this? Tyrion asked Eyrie. It is not just this thing. It has a name. Needle, the boy answered. I stole it. The boy responded swiftly, without hesitation. Tyrion nodded. You even named it Needle. Vargoth chuckled heartily. Tyrion held the blade delicately, returning the hilt to Eyrie. A fine needle, here it is back. Eyrie reached for the sword, but Tyrion deftly grasped the boy's wrist. He looked up, meeting the gaze of green and purple eyes. You are not Eyrie. You are Arya Stark of Winterfell. Chapter 22. The slaughter needle clattered to the ground. Emitting a soft sound, Tyrion stood, exerting strength to lift the slender girl and throw her into the arms of Podrick behind him. Podrick, keep a close watch on her. Do not let her out of your sight. In the next moment, Yoren bellowed furiously, springing up from the ground like a black bear and lunging at Tyrion. The specter was knocked to the ground, fortunate that the back of his head sank into the dry leaves. As he saw the crow reaching for the dagger at his waist, Tyrion's response was swifter. He darted forward and delivered a kick to Yoren's waist, causing the old Night's Watchman to roll on the ground thrice, struggling to rise. No, do not draw your swords, Tyrion shouted, rising hastily. Timmy and Shagga froze momentarily. But the next instant, Vargo Hoat's axe struck Yoren's chest, blood gushing forth and splattering across his bushy beard resembling a thicket of crows. He lay on the ground, coughing violently, while chaos erupted in the camp. The new recruits of the Night's Watch drew their weapons, and the brigands of the Blood Riders sprang into action, charging towards the crows. Do not engage, Tyrion yelled, scrambling to his feet. Shagga, go retrieve that lad with the horned helmet. The chieftain leaped into action, pursuing like a gust of wind. Vargo Hoat, you have violated the sacred laws of hospitality. At that moment, Vargo Hoat rummaged through Yoren's lifeless form, picking up the coin pouch and peering inside. My lord Tyrion, should you be inclined to share this wealth with us? It is likely that Ser Jaime would not be captured, and the Lannisters would not find themselves at such a disadvantage. Zalo and Timmy immediately positioned themselves before Tyrion. Yet Vargo Hoat did not advance towards him. Instead, he joined the fray between the Blood Riders and the Night's Watch. The entire camp, as if favored by the wrathful Lawler, erupted into flames, illuminating the night sky in a vivid crimson. The roaring fire danced wildly, casting a dazzling light that contended with the stars, rendering the night as bright as day. The tongues of fire licked at the canvas of the tents, crackling audibly, while the cacophony of screams intertwined to create a chaotic and mournful symphony. Some voices were steeped in terror and despair, the startled souls fleeing in the flickering light, desperately seeking a glimmer of hope. Others were filled with rage and defiance, the brave warriors unyielding in adversity, striving to resist this unfathomable disaster with their might. The air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke, mingled with the odor of charred fabric and wood, creating an indescribable stench. Tyrion coughed, struggling to breathe, as soldiers raised their shields in front of him. Timmy and Zalo pressed against him, retreating continuously. He caught sight of Arya Stark amidst the chaos encircling the camp. Disorder and panic were rampant. Horses whinnied in fright, galloping wildly and trampling more tents, exacerbating the spread of flames. Amidst this turmoil, figures clad in black cloaks attempted to restore order, shouting commands to guide people to safety, but their voices were quickly drowned out by the overwhelming clamor. By the gods above, Tyrion thought, his face scorched by the flames, beads of sweat forming on his brow. This was no mere skirmish, it was a massacre, starkly contrasting with the battlefield of the Green Fork. From beyond the woods came the clanking of armor and the sound of footsteps, the mountain advancing into the camp. Illuminated by the firelight, resembling a stone statue, the Dothraki of the Blood Riders howled as they charged toward the mountain, only to be met with a swift blow from a heavy sword that cleaved into a shoulder, the force nearly splitting the man in two. The raiding cavalry of the Cleganes stormed into the camp, dispersing the crowd, and soon the chaos was quelled. The troop of blood performers suffered no casualties apart from that solitary Dothraki, while the Night's Watch recruits appeared as lambs awaiting slaughter, preoccupied with scavenging the fallen. The unfortunate Night's Watchmen were nearly all slain, leaving behind over 20 corpses. The hapless recruits, perhaps barely acquainted with wielding a weapon, had already lost their lives. The remaining few fled into the woods, and Tyrion worried whether Shay could find Jorah Mormont. Wagger, Tyrion called out, you have violated the rights of hospitality. Wagger grinned and laughed heartily. These Night's Watchmen are wealthier than we imagined. I do not believe in your gods. I demand you accompany me to King's Landing for judgment. Tyrion replied coldly, your men will be escorted to Harrenhal. My esteemed lord, Wagger sneered, I wouldn't mind taking you prisoner. I wonder how much Lord Tywin would be willing to pay for your little appendage. The members of the blood troop erupted in laughter. Tyrion's men brandished their weapons, with the Mountain standing foremost. My lord, I can handle 5 of them alone. The Mountain was being modest. He could certainly dispatch at least 10. Tyrion mused, considering that the blood troop numbered only around 20 and had just endured a battle, while he commanded over 50 men, half of whom were cavalry. Overcoming them should not pose a challenge. Yet he glanced at Arya Stark, the young girl struggling in Polliver's grasp. The odds were at least 8 to 1 in her favor, but he was unwilling to risk even a 1 in 10 chance. The optimal choice was undoubtedly to secure the safety of his men in King's Landing first, then address matters later. "What say you, my lord?" Wagner boasted, having discerned Tyrion's reluctance to gamble. "Why not part ways here? If the price is right, the brave companions remain good friends of House Lannister." As the two factions stood at an impasse, another group burst into the camp. Ser Gregor Clegane, an officer on horseback, exclaimed, "What transpired here?" Tyrion noticed the insignia on his armor, a black lion with a scorpion-esque tail. "Eyrie Lorch," the mountain remarked, "a few brigands seeking death." Eyrie surveyed the gathered crowd. His soldiers lined up in formation, numbering about 40 to 50. His gaze ultimately settled on Tyrion Lannister, momentarily taken aback. But then a smile broke across his face as he dismounted. "Lord Tyrion." He approached, kneeling on one knee. "What has occurred? Are you unharmed?" "I am unscathed," Tyrion replied. Pulling him to his feet, he now felt assured of victory. "I believe Wagner and his brave companions no longer intend to serve House Lannister. Arrest them, and execute on the spot should they resist." All the Lannister soldiers drew their weapons in unison, be it sword or spear, aimed squarely at the blood troop. "Those who violate the rights of hospitality are beyond redemption," Tyrion declared, especially that one leading them. Chapter 23. Coben the Bachelor. The soldiers of House Lannister surged toward the blood theater, roaring with fervor. The thrill of slaughter captivated the hearts of many, and in this world, few armies were averse to such carnage. Outnumbered nearly 3 to 1, the cohort mercenaries found their fighting spirit utterly extinguished. Half of them fled, heedless of one another. Vargo Hoat sprinted away with remarkable speed, bounding like a goat. "Don't let him escape," Tyrion shouted, pointing at the retreating figure. Eyrie Lorch, eager to impress his lord, dashed after him along with several loyal men-at-arms. The mercenaries fell to the ground, begging for mercy, only to have their skulls crushed or throats slit. The flames illuminating the camp blazed brighter, the scent of blood intensifying. This skirmish concluded with remarkable swiftness, and before long, the ground was strewn with corpses. Tyrion instructed Boros to keep a watchful eye on the young wolf girl and Shay, while he and the others began to clear the battlefield. Covering his mouth and nose with his hand, he meticulously counted the bodies, ensuring that the Night's Watchmen were singled out for burial. "Which ones are the Night's Watch?" asked Timmy. Tyrion realized that not all of these green recruits donned the black cloaks. "My lord," the mountain's voice thundered, accompanied by heavy footsteps, as he emerged with 3 captives. "Hang them or burn them." Tyrion turned to see the mountain effortlessly hoisting 3 men, 2 under each arm and 1 dangling from his hand. One of them wore a long robe, resembling a cleric. He was tall, slightly hunched, with striking blue eyes. Tyrion commanded Gregor Clegane to release this man, for he did not appear to be a combatant. The mountain delivered a kick to the cleric, who crumpled to his knees before Tyrion. "What is your name?" Tyrion inquired. "You are not a mercenary. What is your purpose in the blood theater?" "My lord," the cleric struggled to rise from the ground, unperturbed by the blood and entrails surrounding him, as if merely a farmer fallen in a stable. "I am Coben, a bachelor." "A bachelor?" Tyrion scoffed. "The blood theater employs scholars now? When did your relationship with the Citadel become so cordial?" "I am a bachelor stripped of my chain and title," Coben clarified. "Then you are no bachelor," Tyrion corrected him. "Indeed, my lord, I lack the status of a bachelor, yet I still possess the skills of the Citadel," Coben replied, gesturing toward a large tree nearby. A birdcage hung from its branches, draped in black cloth, though the flapping of wings could still be heard from within. "Can you tend to the ravens?" Tyrion asked. Coben nodded, glancing cautiously at the mountain before approaching the birdcage, unimpeded by anyone. The poor old man would be no match for the mountain should he attempt to flee. Coben retrieved the cage from the tree, laboriously lifting it before Tyrion and unveiling the black cloth. Inside, 3 flapping ravens remained. "This morning, I received word that Ser Jaime Lannister's forces were ambushed at the Riverlands," Coben said, "which is why I surmised Vargo Hoat would dare to disrespect you. Are there members of your faction among the forces of Runestone?" Tyrion inquired. "The deputy commander, Uswick, is accompanying Ser Jaime, my lord," Coben responded. "They must have betrayed the Lannisters and joined the Northern Army," Tyrion remarked. "I need to send a message at once. Facilitate this for me, and I might spare you." The mountain appeared as if he wished to articulate something, yet he merely trembled without uttering a word. "The first letter will be dispatched to Casterly Rock. My uncle, Stannis, is mustering forces there. Remind him that the brave companions have turned traitor," Tyrion stated, while Coburn diligently took notes. Upon completing the first missive, Coburn opened the birdcage, grasped a raven, secured the letter to its leg, and released it into the sky. "My lord, fortune smiles upon us. One of these 3 ravens can indeed reach Casterly Rock, Coburn declared. It is not surprising that you, being in the employ of the Lannisters, have made such preparations in advance, Tyrion replied. Where can the remaining 2 ravens fly? To King's Landing and Casterly Rock, my lord. Coburn answered with utmost respect. Very well. Dispatch a message to King's Landing, informing my dear sister Cersei Lannister that I am en route with my forces, and request her to send troops to receive me, at least 500 gold cloaks. I am certain Stannis would be eager to curry favor. He continued, moreover, inform her that the brave companions have defected and a bounty has been issued in the Crownlands. By the way, there are no men of yours within King's Landing, correct? They are, my lord, Coburn responded, but Lord Tywin Lannister has forbidden the brave companions from entering King's Landing. Excellent. Tyrion watched the second raven ascend into the heavens. As for Casterly Rock, I do not require a message sent there. Once the letter reaches Casterly Rock, have it forwarded to the Night's Watch. Coburn nodded and began drafting the 3rd letter. Inform the Night's Watch that their wayward crow, Euron, has encountered a betrayal by the brave companions near the God's Eye. By the time Lord Tyrion Lannister arrives, it will be too late. Tyrion stroked his chin in contemplation. Advise them that I will dispatch another contingent, bringing prisoners and supplies to the Night's Watch, but this time by water. Fraud. A voice called from behind. Arya Stark had arrived. Gag him, Podrick, Tyrion instructed, gesturing to the mountain rather than her. As the 3rd raven soared into the air, Tyrion nodded in satisfaction. Well done, Master Coburn. You may return to your company, he said, indicating behind him at his own men. Coburn grasped the cage, with Podrick stepping forward to assist him, and together they returned to the ranks. Now, Tyrion turned his gaze to the 2 other captives held by the mountain, who trembled like dried fish. My lord, they lamented. One clad in the garb of a jester. No wonder they were called the Blood Mummers. Tyrion calculated within himself. Aside from Coburn, the Blood Mummers likely held no further value for him. Ser Gregor Clegane, I have no need for these 2. Dispose of them. Upon concluding his words, he began to survey the camp, with Tyrion following closely behind. I am but a feeble reed, imploring the warrior for strength, yet the divine has rendered my spirit weak. Oh, have pity on this feeble soul of mine. Those boys, dear boys, I harbor no desire to harm even one of them. Yet, one knelt in prayer, only to be cleaved in twain. I can amuse you, my lord, was the last utterance before his head was shattered. Tyrion, indifferent to their plight, heard footsteps approaching. Amalaloch returned with his men, breathless. My lord, Amalaloch exclaimed, flanked by soldiers, his helmet askew and his breastplate loose, yet unmarked by battle. The traitor fled too swiftly, familiar with the terrain, we could not catch up. I trust you made every effort to pursue, Tyrion remarked, his gaze falling upon his coin pouch, currently dangling from Loki's waist. You are now responsible for the defense of Harrenburg? Indeed, my lord, Loki nodded, a grin plastered across his face. I am now the acting lord of Harrenburg, primarily tasked with the safety of the supply convoy and the surrounding defenses. Humph, the mountain scoffed. The Brotherhood without banners has persistently harried the supply lines. How many guerrillas have you apprehended? Loki fell silent. It appeared that Amalaloch was a cruel fool, proving to be far inferior to the mountain as a subordinate. The latter's brutality was unadulterated, yet he accomplished his tasks, while Loki's cruelty was tainted with greed. Tyrion chose to disregard him, opting not to address the matter of the coin pouch. He circled the camp, searching for survivors, aware that 3 awaited his discovery. At last, in a secluded thicket, he stumbled upon a prison cart containing 3 individuals. Among the Night's Watch, those confined in such a cart were undoubtedly hardened criminals. Amalaloch and Gregor Clegane stood behind Tyrion. What are your names? Tyrion inquired, maintaining his distance from the cart. I am Royer, my lord, replied the speaker, hunchbacked and hefty, covered in coarse black hair, lacking a nose. This is Shy, and he is mute. Shy was a robust, bald man, his skin resembling soft dough. His tongue had been severed, rendering him unable to speak, only able to emit hissing sounds, his teeth marred by scratches. I once ran a fighting pit in Flea Bottom, and I raised Shy myself, Royer explained. And you? Tyrion turned his attention to the 3rd individual. What is your name? Jaqen Hagar, the man responded, his long hair split half white, half red, indicating his origins from Lorith. Your hair is intriguing. Is it natural or acquired? Tyrion queried. Respectful lord, my hair differs from yours. It is acquired, Jaqen Hagar replied. Haha, Tyrion chuckled awkwardly, noting that his own hair bore no such duality. How lamentable that this wretched assassin began to speak nonsense. To speak candidly, Tyrion harbors a profound disdain for such external influences. The faceless men are exceedingly perilous and devoid of reason. He fears that excessive interaction and exploitation may yield uncontrollable repercussions. Would it not be prudent to eliminate them here? How shall we deal with these 3 individuals? Tyrion inquired. Sir Gregor Clegane responded, burn them, or cleave them in twain. Hanging would suffice as well, I care not. While you may be indifferent to the manner of their demise, what you do care about is their death, particularly at your own hands. Perhaps we could augment our ranks. Eyrie Lorch, in the face of malevolent criminals, often displays a peculiar patience tinged with compassion, expressing a desire to incorporate these men as reinforcements for the army. Alternatively, we could send them to the Night's Watch. Tyrion pondered. Do you wish to go to the wall? Roger shook his head, while the sharp-toothed creature hissed in agreement. Jackeen remained silent. Tyrion picked up a stone from the roadside and smashed the lock. Sir Eyrie Lorch, they are yours. The mountain let out a disgruntled grunt. Watching the 3 men descend from the prisoner cart, while Jackeen Hagar bowed to Tyrion's retreating figure. At that moment, another figure burst forth from the woods. Stumbling towards Tyrion, I lost Shagga. It was Shagga. Unfamiliar with the woods, he had been outpaced by 2 youths. 2 youths? Tyrion queried, which 2? I instructed you to pursue the one donned in a horned helmet. Indeed, Shagga recalled, the lad in the horned helmet. He gestured to his leg, where 2 arrows protruded. Shagga had chased them to the lakeside, nearly capturing them, when 2 arrows flew from the forest, allowing the youths to escape. Shagga lamented, having been struck by an arrow. He could no longer pursue. The Brotherhood without banners, Eyrie Lorch remarked. Very well, if we have lost them, we have lost them, Tyrion consoled himself. For he had already acquired what he sought. The others were merely appetizers. He instructed Ser Coburn to tend to Shagga's wounds, then directed Eyrie Lorch to lead the company to Harrenhal for the night. The Brotherhood without banners lurked nearby, and he had no desire to continue camping in this forest. Having already endured a taxing skirmish, he wished to avoid a repeat of such exhaustion. Harrenhal, a colossal fortress erected prior to the War of Conquest, is situated in the Riverlands, on the northern bank of God's Eye. It was commissioned by Harren Hor, the last king of the Iron Islands and the Riverlands, and is also known as the Black Heart of Harren. It stands as the largest bastion among the 7 kingdoms, surpassing even the Red Keep of King's Landing and Winterfell in size. However, since the War of Conquest, it has remained a shadowy and dilapidated place, as if cursed. Harrenhal spans 3 times the area of Winterfell, its architecture so grand that nothing compares. The stables can accommodate 1,000 horses, the Godswood covers 20 acres, and the kitchen is as vast as the Great Hall of Winterfell. The castle boasts 5 enormous towers and equally formidable walls. The walls are astonishingly thick, with rooms ample enough to house giants. The owners of castles are typically among the wealthiest individuals in Westeros, possessing vast expanses of fertile land. However, much of Harrenhal has succumbed to decay. The House of Hor occupies only the lower 2/3 of 5 towers, leaving the remainder to gradually transform into ruins. With many areas of the castle having gone untouched for decades, bats have taken residence in the upper reaches of some towers. Harrenhal is undeniably the largest castle, yet even the grandest can be besieged. In contrast, Casterly Rock remains unconquerable. Tyrion mused as he rode into the immense fortress. Your current manpower is utterly inadequate to defend the entirety of Harrenhal, Tyrion remarked to Eyrie Lorch. Indeed, my lord, came the reply. Tyrion surveyed the structure, noting 2 towers connected by a stone bridge. My men reside here, he indicated one, entrusted to Ser Gregor Clegane, before gesturing to the other. That is the Tower of the Burned King and the Widow's Tower. Shai and Coburn, along with the boy, will stay with me. Boros, you shall ensure our personal safety. Taming and Zira will oversee perimeter security, while Shagga may rest tonight. Chapter 25. Heterochromia within Harrenhal. The Lordess Chamber is situated in the Tower of the Burned King. Tyrion arranged for the maidens to occupy the Lordess quarters while he himself lingered on the balcony of the tower, caressing the crenellations. Harren the Black, king of the Iron Islands and the Riverlands, constructed Harrenhal in his own honor, an arrogant fellow indeed. He aspired to create the greatest castle in all of Westeros to demonstrate his might and lord over others. It took him 40 years to realize his ambition. Thousands of captives from other kingdoms perished in the quarries or upon the 5 massive towers. Countless timber beams were felled to provide for rafters and girders. Upon completion, King Harren boasted that his new fortress was impregnable, and in truth, it was. Yet, he did not reckon with Aegon the Conqueror and his dragons. Fire cannot be thwarted by high walls and towers. Ultimately, Harren met his fiery demise in the highest tower, which henceforth bore the name of the Tower of the Burned King. The castle, subjected to extreme heat, bears a charred and molten appearance, reminiscent of a black candle. Even at night, It is evident that the stones have been scorched, and as Tyrion's fingers grazed the blackened stone, it seemed to emit warmth in the dark. This stone has been melted by Targaryen dragon fire. A voice interrupted his reverie. It was Coburn, the exiled scholar, emerging from the shadows of the staircase. The mercenary Boros is downstairs. Coburn ambled into the moonlight, assuring him, "Do not fear. I shall not harm you." Even if the mercenary were absent, I doubt my frail bones could inflict any damage. You mentioned dragon fire, Master Coburn. Tyrion continued to stroke the scorched stone. Can dragon fire truly melt stone? Perhaps you wish to inquire further about dragons. But I am not particularly knowledgeable, my lord, Coburn replied. Then, tell me, why were you expelled from the citadel? Tyrion leaned against the battlements, the high winds tousling his golden hair, his eyes shimmering in the moonlight. They accused me of conducting experiments on living subjects and delving into necromancy. Coburn recounted that since then, he had departed from the old town, finding no refuge within the Seven Kingdoms, and was compelled to cross the narrow sea to survive by joining the Warriors Guild. Necromancy? You may not have encountered such tales. The last hooded king, Morganth Bainfort, was also rumored to have been a formidable necromancer, conquering others with his deathly curse, foretold to ultimately return from the grave. Coburn narrated. The hooded king? Morganth Bainfort? Tyrion pondered, recalling that this individual seemed to be among his father's vassals. Indeed, Bainfort still ruled over the cursed fortress, though no longer wielding the same sorcery as in days of yore. Coburn stated that King Lorien Lannister I vanquished Morganth and had his remains dismembered to feed his lions. 2 years later, those lions escaped from Casterly Rock and slaughtered 3 of Lorien's sons. Necromantic spells, Tyrion murmured. Can dragons overcome necromancy? This I cannot ascertain, my lord, Coburn replied respectfully. Then why have you come here? Tyrion inquired. As your presence has disrupted my pleasant reverie, it must be of considerable significance. I returned to Westeros with the Warriors Guild and have heard certain whispers, Coburn responded. These rumors pertain to you and the Lannister family. What? No offense intended, my lord. Coburn continued. They are matters concerning you, Lord Tywin, and the Mad King Aerys II Targaryen. I may be a magnanimous man, but my father is not. Tyrion stated. Should he hear anyone repeat such gossip, the lightest punishment would be the removal of their tongue. I recall a jest made by a fool in Casterly Rock during my childhood. I have not seen that imbecile since. Yet, my lord, do these rumors trouble you? Coburn cautiously probed. Tyrion remained silent, merely gazing at him. Across the narrow sea, there exists a peculiar affliction known as heterochromia. My lord, are you familiar with the term iris? Thus, the allegations from the Citadel are indeed accurate. You have conducted an autopsy, whether on a living being or a corpse. Tyrion expressed surprise. For the iris is a notion rooted in modern scientific understanding. The scholars at the Citadel are but a flock of gray-clad sheep. How could they possibly comprehend my greatness? Coburn chuckled. My lord, there exists a thin membrane on the human eyeball, and the color of the pupil emanates from this. So this heterochromia signifies a change in the eye's color? Tyrion inquired. Precisely, my lord, Coburn nodded. It is a mild contagious disease associated with inflammation of the head, prevalent in Bravos, where patients may experience slight fever, yet it poses no mortal danger. Tyrion listened intently. Upon recovery, the color of the patient's eyes may alter to varying degrees, affecting one eye or both. A most intriguing piece of medical knowledge. Tyrion nodded. Thus, Master Coburn, I thank you for enlightening me. I presume this enlightenment is not without cost. My lord, your wisdom is akin to that of Lord Tywin. Coburn bowed, nodding earnestly. I observed you tending to Shaga's wounds. Even without the recent explanation, your skills are sufficient to merit the title of bachelor. Tyrion remarked, I shall not endanger your life. If you desire a position or gold, feel free to express your wishes. Those worldly possessions hold no significance for me, Coburn replied. My previous existence was devoted to profound research. If I may have your permission, I request the opportunity to assist in my continued exploration. Coburn, your abilities certainly attest to this. However, what you lack is loyalty, Tyrion stated. Once I execute Vargoth and eliminate the Blood Theater, I assure you that your talents shall be fully utilized. Thank you, my lord, Coburn bowed. Then I shall take my leave for now, my lord. Clearly, Tyrion's response was, to him, tantamount to permission. As he articulated, as long as he could pursue his research, fealty to anyone else mattered little. Watching Coburn depart the tower, Tyrion gazed down at the ruins of Harrenhal. The tower twisted and stone shattered. The heavy and steep walls loomed like a cliff from the tower's peak. The siege engines below appeared as diminutive as insects. In the distance, the gatehouse loomed as grand as the stronghold of Casterly Rock. Tyrion reflected on Coburn's earlier statements. Coburn's words did not seem to be falsehoods, nor could he possibly conspire with his father. It appeared that his dreams of becoming a dragon rider were slipping away. Chapter 26. By the Blackwater River, the forces of the mountain remained at Harrenhal to eradicate the guerrillas of the Riverlands, while the remaining troops advanced along the Blackwater River under Tyrion's command, with King's Landing just ahead. The waters of the Blackwater flowed deep and swift, ultimately leading to the Blackwater Bay. The river, dark as ink, was profound and enigmatic. It violently crashed against the banks, sending forth waves that roared like the majestic symphony of nature. Beneath the sun's rays, the river's surface occasionally flickered with a shadowy gleam, akin to the most distant stars in the night sky. This young man possessed green eyes and a handkerchief. Tyrion rode atop his horse, gazing at the Blackwater River, humming a tune, the sound echoing like an iris flower swaying in his pocket. Maidens on the riverbank watched the graceful knight, while he, in turn, cast glances at her. I know not what the girls signified to him. Silence, Arya Stark said, riding alongside Shay on a single horse, closely trailing Tyrion. During their journey, whenever the enchantress spoke, she could not help but interrupt. Yet, the girl with the horse's face possessed a fierce temper. Tyrion chuckled. What is it? Do you not enjoy this poem? I know not where you copied it from, Arya retorted. You are an illiterate scoundrel, a brigand. How could you possibly compose poetry? You are rather harsh towards your savior. Tyrion shrugged. Were it not for me, you would likely have fallen into the hands of the Warriors' Brotherhood. Do you remember that rogue who fancied young boys? I wager he was a priest. It was you who caused Yoren's death, Arya exclaimed, because of your gold. Then I am truly deserving of the utmost damnation. Tyrion remarked that if the Lord were to show even a modicum of compassion, half of the beggars in King's Landing would surely perish at his hands. I wouldn't mind being killed by you, Oron interjected. Ahead, a contingent appeared, banners fluttering at the forefront, emblazoned with a bloodied lance. This must be the newly elevated noble spoken of by my father, Janos Slynt, currently the captain of the City Watch, clad in golden robes, Tyrion surmised. I have seen him, Arya Stark stated, on the day of the execution. Approximately 1,000 gold cloaks, dressed in thick woolen garments dyed gold, marched forth. Their armor, boots, and gauntlets were black, while the officers wore black breastplates adorned with golden discs, wielding hammers and swords at their waists, and grasping black iron-headed spears in their hands. Janos Slynt led the procession on horseback, a stout man with a double chin, a bald head, and a frog-like visage, resembling a small barrel, his own banner billowing behind him. The gold cloaks appeared far less disciplined than the City Watch of Lannisport. Tyrion pondered, might I inquire if I am addressing Lord Janos Slynt? Indeed, it is I, Slynt replied, his face brimming with obsequious smiles, every wrinkle seemingly conforming to the flattering atmosphere that enveloped him. It is an immense honor to welcome you to this splendid and magnificent King's Landing. May your presence bestow upon our city endless glory and prosperity. The butcher's son is quite cultured, Tyrion mused. Is this display not a tad excessive? He scanned the ranks, questioning whether half of the gold cloaks had truly assembled. For the protection of your lordship, such numbers are but a trifle, Slynt boasted, puffing out his chest, reminiscent of a toad thrusting its chin upward. Moreover, the gold cloaks have now expanded to 6,000. 6,000. That signifies that the current force in King's Landing has tripled. The expenses for their sustenance, weaponry, and salaries must be staggering. It remains unclear whether it is the wise elder sister or the benevolent nephew who has funded Janos Slynt's burgeoning power. Managing such a multitude must be arduous, my lord. Tyrion flattered. With a wave of his hand, Slynt commanded the gold cloaks to part, encircling Tyrion's party and turning towards King's Landing. Shagga expressed curiosity about the gleaming accoutrements, his gaze darting about, while Tyrion maintained an air of composure on horseback, unlike his initial trepidation upon entering Tywin's camp. Arya Stark fixed her gaze intently on Janos Slynt, recalling vividly the day of her father's execution when he and Island Payne had dragged her father to the block after Sansa had confessed. Oron Shy and Podrick Payne were filled with aspirations for King's Landing, each believing they had aligned themselves with a significant figure. However, their loyalty was not uniform. Their desires from Tyrion varied widely. Had Maester Qhorbran previously visited the Red Keep? Probably not. Yet it is likely that the dungeons of King's Landing will soon become his ideal laboratory. Tyrion cast a slow glance over the group behind him, their faces varied, each reflecting distinct glimmers of anticipation and hope. This assembly would serve as the foundational core upon which he would build his endeavors from the ground up. The entire procession was a magnificent spectacle, stretching for miles like a colossal dragon winding its way forward, leaving deep imprints upon the vast earth, chronicling this extraordinary journey. Along the route, The songs of birds and the chirps of insects seemed to cheer on this intrepid band, while the distant mountains and rivers quietly bore witness to this momentous occasion. The imposing walls of King's Landing emerged into view, with the spires of the Red Keep faintly visible against the horizon. The impoverished populace had constructed makeshift shelters outside the city. King's Landing was densely populated, yet it appeared more squalid and unsightly compared to other cities. The stench of refuse could be detected even beyond the city walls. Nevertheless, King's Landing remained a crucial port among the Seven Kingdoms, second only to Old Town. Tyrion mused. He had a fondness for port cities. The number 7 held sacred significance in Westeros, and thus, the conqueror Aegon established 7 grand gates as the entrances and exits of King's Landing, each fortified with iron grates, formidable doors, and armed guards. "We shall enter through the Lion's Gate, befitting your stature," remarked Slint. All good things must eventually succumb to twilight. The violet eyes could pierce through the dust of existence. One could never truly comprehend what it meant to him. Nights, dark waters, laughter upon the river. All we understood was what the horse-faced girl signified for us. His brother would ultimately leave us. Yet the river continued to flow beside us, sparkling and surging. Tyrion hummed as he passed beneath the gates of King's Landing, the destitute gazing up at him. He scattered handfuls of copper stars and coins from his pocket, inciting a frenzy among the beggars. Small vendors and artisans observed him from a distance, hesitant to approach. Chapter 27. The Tower of the Hand. Tyrion reclined in a chair, his legs draped over the tabletop. Sunlight streamed through the gilded circular window, casting patterns upon the tapestry adorning the wall, woven with the names and crests of former hands of the king. Tyrion held little affection for these designs. He had dispatched Podrick to procure some gleaming golden lions from the streets. The floor was covered with a thick carpet, intricately patterned and of exquisite craftsmanship, sourced from Myr. Such luxury could not be found in King's Landing, and though he was not fond of the color, he resolved to tolerate it. This private reception room was considerably smaller than the king's, yet it retained an air of opulence in its decor. Just beyond a corner lay the bedroom. Tyrion instructed Arya Stark and Shae to wait in the bedroom, while Bronn and Coburn remained in the corridor. The warriors of the mountain clans took up residence in the camp beneath the Tower of the Hand. Before long, footsteps echoed from outside, and the door swung open. "What brings you here?" Cersei Lannister scrutinized him with her striking azure eyes, devoid of any warmth. "At last, I understand from whom Joffrey inherited his impeccable manners." Tyrion remained seated, brimming with confidence. Cersei was acutely sensitive to weakness, much like a hound that can scent fear. The second to enter was the eunuch Varys, a rotund, bald figure exuding an air of perfumed opulence. "Lord Tyrion Lannister, welcome to King's Landing." "I had intended to knock," he remarked. Tyrion felt a surge of delight. The sensation of being the center of attention, an experience seldom afforded to a dwarf, was exhilarating. He turned to Cersei, noticing that fear outweighed her disdain in her gaze. "I assume you have read the letter I had Lord Childred deliver to you," Tyrion stated. "I have conveyed it, and it has been circulated," came the voice of Slint from outside the door, where the sister and the eunuch were obstructing his entrance. Varys cautiously squeezed past Cersei, taking his place beneath the tapestry. "Lord Tywin is indeed meticulous. Even the wax resembles golden honey." He raised the letter in his hand, which appeared genuine from every angle. "It must be authentic." Cersei stepped forward, positioning herself in front of the desk. Only when Tyrion lowered his legs did she deign to sit. Others filed in behind them. Peter Baelish, the master of coin, entered next. Though of modest stature, he possessed an undeniably handsome visage. His gray-green eyes and a small patch of beard complementing his dark hair, streaked with hints of silver. Archmaester Pycelle, with his bald head speckled with age spots and sparse white strands cascading down either side of his forehead, wore a heavy chain of office composed of 24 metal plates, descending from his neck to his chest, akin to a medal set awarded by 5 kings, cascading into his long, white beard. Finally, there was Slint, commander of the city watch, clad in a golden cloak. To have such a person at the council, as his father would say, was utterly disgraceful, Tyrion mused. How absurd. At last, the Queen Regent spoke. "I understand your father has sent you to King's Landing. However, he instructed us to treat Tyrion as hand of the king until he is able to assume regency personally." Archmaester Pycelle stroked his cascading white beard, nodding thoughtfully. "In that case, we must formally welcome Lord Tyrion." "I have already extended my welcome," Slint boasted, resembling a frog, an arrogant creature basking in its newfound prominence. "My lord, we desperately need you. Rebellion is rampant, and the streets are in turmoil. Now that you are here, these matters should be swiftly resolved." Peter, eager to ingratiate himself, echoed the sentiment. Tyrion offered him a faint smile, recollecting a certain dragonbone hilt and a Valyrian steel dagger, the humiliation he endured at the Eyrie, and the information known to the all-seeing eye. This man was a formidable adversary, a high-stakes player in the game of power. When the accounts were settled, it remained to be seen whether Peter would still find it amusing. Thus, Tyrion addressed the assembly. "I trust you all can accept my role as the acting hand of the king? How many people do you bring?" Cersei inquired. "Approximately 200 to 300. All seasoned warriors," Tyrion replied, omitting the fact that they were merely savages. Their father was hastily returning to the army, and it was presumed he would soon arrive in King's Landing. "If Lancel's forces are at our gates, or if Stannis crosses the sea from Dragonstone to attack, what use are these few hundred men? What I require is an army, yet my father sends me a dandy. The Prime Minister is appointed by the king, and Joffrey has chosen our father," Tyrion continued. "And it is our father who has sent me. Only little Joffrey can appoint the Prime Minister. If you wish to confront him, Lord Tywin is presently encamped at Harrenhal." Tyrion politely suggested, "My lords, might I have a moment of private conversation with my sister?" Varys smoothly rose, displaying his customary sycophantic smile. "I am sure your sister's sweet tone has left you longing for her company. My lords, shall we allow them a moment to converse?" The tumultuous affairs of the realm could certainly wait a while longer. Janos Slynt and Maester Pycelle moved swiftly, particularly the latter, who hardly resembled the frail, white-haired elder he appeared to be. Littlefinger was the last to rise. Once they vacated the room, Cersei spoke again. "Has father lost his mind? Or did you forge that letter?" She reread the missive, growing increasingly incensed. "Why did he cast you upon me? I demand his presence." She clenched her fist, crumpling Tywin's letter. "I am Joffrey's regent. I have issued royal commands to him." Tyrion pointed out, "He wields significant power and is, after all, not the first to defy you. However," he added, "father knows how to appoint capable individuals. That is something we cannot deny. I can take command of King's Landing and relieve your immediate concerns, provided you comply with my requests." "My immediate concerns? What I need most is an army." "No," Tyrion countered, "what you truly seek is Jaime." Cersei, believing herself shrewd, was transparent to Tyrion, who could read her emotions as easily as he could his favorite book. At that moment, he discerned anger, fear, and despair. In her presence, Cersei could never shed her fears. "Jaime, my dear brother," Tyrion continued, "if you support me, I assure you I will find a way to bring Jaime back safely." "What do you intend to do?" Cersei compromised, her jealousy and fear overshadowed by her longing for Jaime. "Of course, we must have Stark return my brother." "How could that be?" Cersei questioned. "The Stark family will not forget that we executed Lord Eddard." "Indeed," Tyrion replied, "but we do have 2 young Stark girls in our possession, do we not? You intend to use them as hostages?" The Queen Mother retorted. "I publicly claim that my sister's wildling is also in my custody, but that is far from the truth. When Robb met his demise, I dispatched Ser Marentrant to apprehend her, yet that wretched dance instructor thwarted our efforts, allowing her to escape. Since that day, she has not been seen again. That fateful day claimed many lives in the city, and I surmise she likely perished as well. To exchange a mere girl for my elder brother, only a fool from House Stark would even entertain such a notion. I certainly would not. As it would be a profound insult to my brother," Tyrion remarked. "However, fortune smiled upon me, for I captured Arya Stark, the sister, near the God's Eye." Tyrion shifted the conversation, revealing she had mingled among the Night's Watch. "You attacked the Night's Watch?" the Queen inquired. "Of course not," Tyrion replied. "They were beset by bandits, and I rescued the girl. Trust me, sister, I would never allow my reputation to be tarnished." "Then what of Lord Eddard's 2 women in exchange for Jaime?" Cersei seemed to glimpse a ray of hope, as if Jaime's visage might rise above the horizon. She scrutinized Tyrion, noticing that although his countenance lacked some of the valor, it possessed greater charm, and her disdain for him had lessened somewhat. "Robb Stark would most likely refuse, and so would his vassals, given that he is a king's slayer." "Are you mocking me?" Cersei rose, realizing she had overthought the matter. Her detestable brother remained as infuriating as ever. Yet his mother would surely acquiesce. Catelyn Stark. Tyrion gestured for his sister to sit. "I have encountered that woman. Her intellect rivals yours, yet she possesses the same singular virtue, an unwavering love for her children." Tyrion tapped the table. "If this fool would abduct me over baseless accusations, I shan't be surprised by what she might do for her 2 daughters." Cersei sat once more, exhaling in relief. "At last, you've spoken some sense. What of Lord Eddard Stark's head?" Tyrion queried. "Your son has barely been king for a few days, yet he has already wrought a multitude of troubles. This indicates that someone must have led Joffrey astray, or perhaps he is simply a natural-born miscreant." Cersei appraised him with a glance. Young Joffrey lacked for wise counsel, yet his stubborn nature had only intensified since ascending to the throne. leading him to believe he could act as he pleased, ungoverned by others. Anyone who dons a crown loses clarity of thought, Tyrion concurred. That Peter Baelish arranged for Stannis to bestow Harrenhal upon him and appointed him a court minister. We require the gold cloaks of House Stark. Cersei explained at that time. Eddard Stark conspired with Renly to usurp the throne, even writing to Stannis, expressing his willingness to relinquish the crown. We nearly faced total ruin, it seems. Despite narrowly escaping disaster, we have won through peril, were it not for Sansa seeking me out and revealing her father's schemes. Merely a foolish girl. I deem Peter Baelish and Stannis untrustworthy. In my eyes, those who turn against their allies in times of crisis are unworthy of being called allies at all, Tyrion asserted. Cersei cast a glance toward the door. It matters not. Podrick is stationed at the entrance, Tyrion remarked, seemingly unfazed. But I granted Harrenhal to Stannis. He offered his little finger to Harrenberg. Tyrion corrected, my dear sister, I offer you heartfelt advice. Should you wish to reward or bestow favors upon certain acquaintances, it would be prudent for you to do so personally, lest you be taken advantage of. When it comes to malice, one must take matters into their own hands. Yet when it comes to rewards, it is wise to send a messenger. You and my dear nephew are remarkably similar to your mother. Mind your words, Cersei retorted, her expression darkening. Who proposed the dismissal of Sir Bollistan Selmy from the Kingsguard? Tyrion inquired further. Joffrey wished to hold someone accountable for Robert's death. And Varys suggested making Selmy the scapegoat, Cersei replied. Jaime has been granted command of the Kingsguard and has risen among the court's elite. Joffrey has also been given his share of the spoils, particularly his fondness for Sandor Clegane. Tyrion pondered for a moment. Both of you harbor personal agendas. But who truly knows Varys's intentions? We initially intended to grant Selmy a small fiefdom, a keep, though that worthless old man hardly deserves such treatment. The old fool disdains such trifles, Tyrion countered. What he seeks is honor and duty. I have heard that 2 of Lord Shireen's gold cloaks attempted to apprehend him at Mudgate, only to be dispatched by that old fool. Cersei's displeasure was evident. Janos ought to send more men. His capabilities are far below expectations. Not only did he fail to detain Bollistan, but he also allowed a Stark girl to slip out of town right under his nose while expanding the gold cloaks. Tyrion contemplated, I must deal with him first. Cersei did not voice any objections. Lord Eddard's eldest daughter, Sansa, is still in your custody, is she not? Tyrion asked. Bring the girl to me tonight. I have need of her. She is betrothed to young Joffrey. What do you intend to do? She and Arya are the key fragments necessary to rescue Jaime. Only by uniting the 2 pieces do they hold any worth. I require them to write to Robb Stark. Tyrion expressed his confusion. What thoughts occupy your mind, dear sister? Is it nothing but nonsense? I warn you. Cease your warnings. Allow me the privilege of warning you instead, Tyrion replied, rising. If the Stark girl is lost, we are all doomed. As he approached the door, placing his hand upon the handle, he added, I trust we have reached a preliminary consensus, have we not? He gazed into his sister's eyes. Cersei nodded, standing to her feet. Tyrion opened the door, revealing Podrick and 2 other white-cloaked knights engaged in idle conversation. They were the Kingsguard, Cersei's protectors. The meeting has concluded, gentlemen, Tyrion declared, gesturing for their departure. I shall not see you off further. Cersei exited, accompanied by the 2 knights as they escorted her from the Hand's Tower. Did you enjoy your conversation? Tyrion inquired of Podrick. It was satisfactory, Podrick replied. I have an arrangement with Ser Marentrant to gamble tonight. Ser Mandon Moore is rather taciturn, resembling a stone statue. Do you plan to cheat? Tyrion asked. A little, Podrick admitted. Chapter 29. Sansa Stark. The night in King's Landing enveloped the city like a noblewoman draped in dark satin, both mysterious and alluring. The final rays of the setting sun quietly vanished behind the towering walls of the Red Keep, and the entire city gradually succumbed to a profound shade of blue and purple. Lights began to twinkle like the most delicate stars in the night sky, one by one merging into a luminous river flowing along the cobblestone streets. The Blackwater River shimmered under the moonlight, its surface sparkling like a serene dragon winding through the heart of the city, dividing King's Landing into northern and southern banks. Alas, Tyrion mused, there were no dragons left in the world. In the distance, the silhouette of Dragonstone emerged subtly from the night, resembling a silent guardian watching over all that transpired in King's Landing. Occasionally, night birds would sweep across the sky, leaving behind a lingering call. A knock resounded from behind, prompting Tyrion to turn away from the window. Enter, he called. A lady stepped over the threshold, possessing delicate cheekbones, clear blue eyes, and thick chestnut hair. She was a beauty, reminiscent of a young Catelyn Stark, though never as stunning. You must be Miss Sansa Stark, Tyrion said, pulling out a chair for her. He then called out to the door, Podrick, bring the little one. My lord Tyrion. Sansa curtsied as she took her seat. The guards below the tower had stopped the maid, but Tyrion reassured her, it is of no consequence. He patted her shoulder, but quickly withdrew his hand. Understanding her aversion to idle gossip, he too should maintain a certain decorum. The primary reason I summoned you is to compose a letter. What letter? Sansa inquired. A letter to facilitate your return to the north, Tyrion replied. Your return? Sansa was puzzled, but a knock at the door interrupted them. It was Podrick's voice announcing the arrival of their guest. Come in. Tyrion beckoned as he brought another chair beside Sansa's. The door opened, and a tomboyish girl was pushed inside. Allow me to introduce, Tyrion resumed, returning to his seat. Sansa Stark, this is Arya Stark. Arya, this is Sansa. Arya. Sansa gasped, covering her mouth to suppress a cry as she reached out to embrace her sister, only for Arya to step back. Arya Stark glanced between Tyrion and her sister. Arya, I thought I would never see you again. Sansa's tears glistened in her blue eyes. It was you who admitted father's treason, leading to his execution. Arya accused. I did not. Sansa attempted to explain, but was interrupted by Tyrion. Enough, my ladies. Do you wish to remain in King's Landing for eternity? Or would you prefer to return home at the earliest opportunity? Tyrion rapped the table. If you wish to return to Winterfell swiftly, I advise you to set aside your grievances and heed my words. My plan is to leverage your presence to secure my brother Jaime's release. Of course, Miss Sansa may prove to be a fine wife, but a man of stature need not be bound by the absence of a spouse, Tyrion chattered on. But I am betrothed to King Joffrey, Sansa whispered. Still thinking about your prince? Arya scoffed. The good deeds of your prince. I still remember it was he who caused his death. Enough. Tyrion rapped his knuckles against the table. My horse-faced girl. Do you not see that your sister is on the verge of tears? And what of it? She brought this upon herself. Tyrion sighed, pushing the letter paper towards Sansa, placing a pen and ink beside it. Right, Lady Sansa, he instructed. Feel free to begin with your life in King's Landing, or whatever else you wish. Let your mother and brother know that you and your sister are safe here. Sansa trembled as she took the pen, beginning to write. Tyrion did not look at her words, but he could hear the sound of tears falling onto the letter paper. Pour out your heart, little sister. I dare say Lady Catelyn will go mad upon seeing this crumpled letter. He then turned to Arya. Would you care to write a few words as well? Of course I will. Arya retorted. I intend to recount all of Sansa's betrayals. You are lying. Sansa shouted at her. I did not betray anyone. I merely sought to save our father. Oh, Arya seized the moment to kick her sister beneath the table. Arya. Sansa rose, reaching for her. But the horse-faced girl quickly jumped away, circling the table. Tyrion chose not to intervene further. Instead, he sat down and continued writing. Dear Lady Catelyn Stark, he penned. The following words come from Tyrion Lannister. I am grateful for your hospitality at the Eyrie. In return, I permit your two Stark daughters to communicate briefly with you, to alleviate their longing. Arya. Tyrion called, turning his head. Will you write or not? Is your handwriting any good? As Arya dodged her sister, she replied, no need. I would rather kick her 2 more times. Her handwriting is as dreadful as her embroidery. Sansa gasped for breath. You dare touch me, and I shall become quite irate. Tyrion pondered for a moment before continuing to write. You are aware that King's Landing is beset by famine, with the populace starving. Your 2 daughters have quite the appetite. I fear I shall not be able to sustain them much longer. Thus, I propose to exchange your daughters for my brother, Jaime Lannister. After all, it is 2 mouths for 1. If you ask me, the Northmen are coming out ahead. This letter was originally intended for Robb Stark. But I feel I am more familiar with you. If you wish, you may read it to your son, just as a mother would recount fairy tales to her children. Sansa had cornered Arya, and the two began to grapple. Tyrion hastened to conclude his letter. I look forward to your response. Yours sincerely, Tyrion Lannister. He then stood, striding over to separate the 2 girls, but halted in his tracks upon approaching. Arya had torn half of Sansa's sleeve, revealing an arm marred with bruises and scars. The little wolf girl froze, ceasing her attack on her sister. Tyrion knelt down and rolled up Sansa's other sleeve, revealing her pale arm marred by scars and bruises. Whose command was this? Joffrey's? Tyrion inquired, glancing sideways. Sansa lowered her head, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face as Arya wiped her sister's cheeks. It is due to Robb's victory. Joffrey often commands them to beat me, Sansa sobbed. He orders the Kingsguard to strike where the clothes conceal, such as the arms. Which Kingsguard would do such a thing? Tyrion asked. Meryn Trant. Are the ships to the Black Castle prepared? Tyrion asked Podrick. Early that morning, Podrick had set about this task, procuring a food-carrying merchant vessel named the Dream of Summer from King's Landing, filled with nothing but cheap provisions, moldy potatoes, soft onions, and some wilted cabbage. Stannis' fleet had withdrawn significantly, alleviating some of the blockade pressure on the waters of King's Landing. A matter likely to be deliberated in the upcoming council meeting. The price is quite reasonable, Podrick said. I treated them to a meal and paid an additional 100 golden dragons to sail north to the Black Castle. Isn't that a bit scant? Tyrion queried. After all, it's merely refuse. They wouldn't earn much unloading in King's Landing, Podrick replied. I instructed them to depart tonight and await my signal. Very well, Tyrion nodded, confident that Lord Janos Slynt would keep his appointment that evening. The night in King's Landing was filled with the wails of the common folk, and vice permeated the streets. Yet within the confines of the Hand's Tower, the Hand of the King hosted a private banquet. Upon moving into the Hand's Tower, Tyrion's first order of business was to seek out the finest chef in the city and bring her into his service. That evening's banquet featured oxtail soup, a salad of walnuts, grapes, anise, and crumbled cheese, steaming crab pie, spiced pumpkin, and roasted quail, each dish paired with exquisite wine. Lord Janos Slynt's father had been a butcher, and his laughter resembled that of a meat cleaver at work. Another round? Tyrion asked him. I wouldn't object, replied Lord Janos, extending his wine goblet, his physique akin to a massive barrel, his capacity for drink equally prodigious. Certainly not, Tyrion agreed. This truly is a fine vintage. From the arbor, I presume? Dorn, Janos replied. Tyrion gestured for a servant to refill their glasses before he withdrew. Aside from a few attendants, the small hall contained only himself and Lord Janos, candles flickering on the table amid the dim surroundings. It is indeed rare to find someone so fond of exotic tastes. Much like your own appearance, Janos remarked, taking another hearty gulp. Tyrion had noted how Janos never sipped lightly. Indeed, exotic is precisely the term I would use, Tyrion concurred. And not to boast, but you possess quite the knack for words, Lord Tyrion. The stories you tell are utterly amusing. Yes, indeed, amusing. I am delighted that you think so. But I am hardly an adult, and I cannot compare myself to you. My Lord Janos, you may simply call me Tyrion. Very well. He took another deep swig, the wine spilling onto the front of his black brocade coat. Draped over his shoulders was a half-cloak woven with golden threads, embroidered with a blood-stained lance, secured with a small hook tipped in a deep crimson hue. At this moment, he was thoroughly inebriated. Might I take a glance at your lance? My lance. Count Janos blinked in confusion. Tyrion gestured towards the hook of his cloak. After a moment's hesitation, Count Janos reluctantly unclasped the ornate hook and handed it to Tyrion. The craftsmanship of our goldsmiths in Lannisport surpasses this, he remarked. Please do not take offense. I find the bloodstains on the lance to be overly vivid, as if it were just pulled from another's back. My lord, please enlighten me. Did you personally plunge the lance into the back of a northerner? Or were you merely issuing commands? I was only issuing commands, and if given the chance again, I would act the same. Duke Stark is a traitor. The top of SHLNT's bald head flushed crimson, and his golden-threaded half-cloak slipped from his shoulder to the ground. This fellow wishes to buy me off. Yet he dreams, not realizing you have long been purchased. SHLYNT slammed his cup down onto the table. Are you so intoxicated? Will I sit here and let you tarnish my reputation? What reputation do you possess? I must concede, to kill from behind without wielding the knife oneself, merely to exchange it for a noble title and a castle. You indeed possess some skill. He tossed the gold clasp towards Janos, SHLYNT. The other rose abruptly, the clasp clattering as it fell to the ground. I do not appreciate your tone, my lord, or should I say, seducer. I am the esteemed Count of Harrenhal and a prominent courtier. I have many friends in the court, while you are merely a dandy. What qualifications do you possess to judge me? Peter Baelish has bought you. How much did he pay? 6,000 gold dragons? To betray Eddard Stark at a crucial moment. Tyrion rose suddenly, his little finger having long since forsaken you, revealing your vile actions to all. Now ponder, aside from him, what friends do you have left in the court? Janos SHLYNT swayed slightly, his balance unsteady, whether from drink or otherwise. You wish to become a knight? Very well. Perhaps I might show some kindness and elevate your son to nobility. Tyrion continued, his mismatched eyes seemingly radiating enchantment. However, to lay claim to Harrenhal is utterly impossible. Your ambitions are far too grand, believing that by committing some shameless acts, you could usurp the king's castle? As he spoke, Tyrion suddenly smashed the wine cup against Janos SLNT's face, the red wine splattering upon him, reminiscent of the blood dripping from the emblem of the lance. The servant who had been pouring wine had somehow been replaced, with Boron standing behind him, and on the other side was Tame. The imposing figure of Shagai blocked the doorway, resembling a great iron gate. Fear suddenly flickered in Janos SHLNT's eyes. My lord, I beg you, do not beg me. Tyrion signaled to Boron, who produced a piece of cloth, while Tame retrieved a length of rope. I assure you, your family will remain unharmed. The Lannisters are not ungrateful, and your actions will at least benefit your descendants. Your son shall inherit the title of Lord of Shrynt, along with your formidable house sigil." He kicked the small golden spear, which rolled from one side of the room to the other. "We shall assist him in acquiring a domain. Perhaps a piece of unclaimed land or an abandoned castle. Though it may not rival Harrenhal, it would suffice for a modest living." Janos Slint's complexion shifted from crimson to pallid. "What do you intend to do?" His cheeks quivered like gelatin, if such a thing existed in this world. "How do you plan to dispose of me?" Tyrion allowed the frog-faced man to tremble for a moment before continuing. "There is a merchant vessel named the Summer Dream, setting sail at dawn for the eastern seas. You shall disembark there and proceed to Castle Black. When you meet Commander Mormont, extend my regards and inform him that I have been mindful of the Night's Watch needs. My lord, may you live a long and prosperous life." Boron stuffed a rag into his mouth, while Tyrion bound it tightly. Together, they carried the knight out of the room. Tyrion then picked up a few tidbits from the table, considering that perhaps the Stark girl would desire a midnight snack. Chapter 31. The famine pill. As dawn broke, Tyrion was roused from slumber by the sound of knocking on his study door. He had set up a makeshift camp bed in the corner, as he had relinquished the bedroom to the Stark girl. The study was preferable, sparing him from the incessant chatter of the two young maidens. Upon opening the door, he found Boron, the mercenary, yawning repeatedly. "Has the visitor departed?" Tyrion invited him inside, and Boron collapsed onto the carpet. "I am utterly exhausted. I must find a brothel to catch up on sleep." Boron sprawled out, sinking into the carpet, and the incessant croaking finally ceased when Shagga delivered a punch that knocked out two of his teeth. "As long as Lord Slint has indeed left, that is all that matters." Tyrion sat behind his desk. "Losing a few teeth is of no concern. Missing limbs would be inconsequential as well." "Then why not simply kill him?" Boron suggested. "That is not permissible. I must adhere to the rules of the game," Tyrion replied. "The last individual who disregarded those rules was slain by my brother's sword." "What about his son? What do you plan for him?" Boron inquired. "I have sent them to Harrenhal to serve Sir Lorch," Tyrion remarked while perusing the letters on his desk. "Whether they survive is a matter of fortune. Perhaps they might even attain knighthood. You are quite ruthless. What comes next?" "Someone must succeed the commander. I had intended to appoint you. But do not rush to thank me," Tyrion stated. "As you lack a title, I must assign you a partner." "A partner for me?" Boron looked perplexed. "In truth, you are to assist another, though this lad is utterly inept. You shall be the leader," Tyrion elucidated. "Varys has recommended to me a certain Jane Baelish. His identity may not be of utmost importance, yet it is said that he is a man of honor, exceedingly brave. He was previously the captain of the Mudgate garrison, a position that afforded him considerable respect, and promoting him to the role of commander-in-chief should elicit no dissent. As for the Mudgate, I intend for my cousin, Lancel, to assume the captaincy there. However, given his prior experience as a cupbearer to King Robert, he may lack the necessary understanding. Therefore, I plan to send you to assist him. Of course, in reality, you shall be in charge while he serves as your aide." "How old is he?" Balin inquired once Tyrion had finished speaking. 16. His father is Kevan Lannister. I presume you have encountered him in the Green Fork encampment." Tyrion yawned. "My uncle is a knight of great honor. Do take good care of his son. Fear not. With me by his side, he shall certainly come to no harm," Balin assured. "But what of you?" "I shall not be traveling far in the near future. I expect to remain at the Hand's Tower," Tyrion replied. "Having resolved my brother's affairs and dealt with that unfortunate knight, the next pressing issue is the impending famine." Speaking of famine, Balin straightened his posture. "Your decision to redirect the grain from King's Landing to the Night's Watch has stirred considerable discontent among the populace. I have devised a plan," Tyrion remarked. Glancing out the window as the dawn broke, the city of King's Landing began to awaken, with the streets becoming increasingly crowded as merchants and craftsmen commenced their labor. "I have dispatched Cobain to procure certain items. If my calculations are correct, he should return today." No sooner had he spoken than there was a knock at the door. My Lord Tyrion, are you awake? Come in," Tyrion called out. The door swung open, and Cobain entered, carrying a small cloth bag. His attire covered in dust and grime. "My lord, the items you requested," Cobain announced as he stepped inside, prompting Tyrion to hastily tidy the letters strewn across the table and instruct Cobain to place the bag upon it. Balin also rose from the rug and leaned against the table. As the bag was unfastened, it revealed a pouch filled with soil. "What is this?" Balin inquired, pinching some between his fingers. "Is this your solution? Will this earth yield crops overnight?" "This substance is not intended for planting," Tyrion replied, also sampling a bit with his fingertips. The texture was fine, akin to gypsum powder, albeit of a yellow hue, though soil typically bears such a color. "The purity is lacking," Cobain noted. If it were pure, it would be white. It matters not. Bread is brownish yellow as well, Tyrion remarked, wiping his hands on his garments. Balin, this is not for cultivation. Rather, it is for consumption. Consumption? Balin echoed, astonished. Is this truly your plan? To have people eat dirt? The soil of the seven gods is indeed edible, Cobain interjected, citing records from the Citadel that indicated its use for treating diarrhea, albeit post-purification. Purity is of little consequence. What is paramount is the feeling of satiety. Kaelin, Tyrion mused, mixing the soil with water, adding grass seeds, bark dust, sawdust, salt, and oil, stirring until well combined. Forming balls to dry in the sun, one might consume such a morsel and not feel hunger for an entire day. I shall name it the famine relief pill. By the gods above. Boren, the mercenary with a heart of stone, marveled. You truly are a devil. I am, in fact, a succubus, Tyrion replied, with people on the brink of starvation. Who cares what they consume? At least it may save lives. Once the conflict subsides, all will return to normal. You are a genius. My lord, Cobain remarked. I have discovered a few locations near King's Landing where we can gather resources. Too few. Tyrion waved his hand dismissively. Send someone forth. I shall dispatch another to deliver samples to Casterly Rock, procuring supplies from the Westerlands. Surely, the Westerlands are abundant in minerals. Blessed by the seven, Cobain bowed and departed the study with his bag in hand. Grass seeds, tree bark, sawdust. There's an abundance of these, Boren mused, mixed with salt and butter. It may prove quite palatable. What do you wish to partake? Tyrion inquired. I hereby appoint you as chief taster of the famine pills. What say you? Forget it. I have no desire to encounter chalky remnants. Boren shook his head. But if people discover they cannot relieve themselves after consuming it, what then? No matter, Tyrion replied confidently. Generally, 3 to 5 days without excretion goes unnoticed. In that time, the infamy of this concoction may not fall upon anyone in particular. Besides, I shall send Podrick to procure laxatives. During a famine, they will surely be dirt cheap. Boren nodded. Then we can sell them at a premium later. Once the war concludes and people feast heartily, they will realize how desperately they need this. Tyrion grinned slyly. Suddenly, a cacophony of shouts erupted outside. Let us in. It was the voice of the little wolf, whose entrance was obstructed by the guards. What is happening? Tyrion opened the study door. What mischief are you up to? Girl. Chapter 32. The faceless man Arya Stark found herself halted by 2 guards, their axes crossed to form an impenetrable barrier, cold and resolute, signaling that no one could advance further through the narrow corridor. Upon seeing Tyrion emerge from the study, a flicker of urgency ignited in her eyes as she desperately attempted to squeeze past. The guards allowed the little wolf through, but remained steadfast against the man trailing behind her, a shorter, lean man with a bald head and a hooked nose. My lord Tyrion, Arya addressed him. When you call me my lord, it suggests you seek my aid. Tyrion smiled. What is it you desire? Does it pertain to this individual? He arched an eyebrow at the hooked-nosed man. This is Silvio Farrell. My father has hired him as my dance instructor, Arya explained. Dance instructor? Tyrion echoed. Silvio Farrell. May I inquire what brings you here? Is Lord Eddard in arrears on your fees? I shan't cover for him. Quite the contrary. My lord. Silvio bowed to Tyrion. Lord Eddard has overpaid for my services. The young lady's lessons are yet to conclude. Do you wish to continue your studies? Tyrion turned to Arya, who tugged at his sleeve, her eyes pleading with an almost desperate intensity. He rescued me. He vanquished Marental, Arya declared. Yet he could not save you. You remain ensnared in the Red Keep, still under the dominion of the Lannisters. Tyrion corrected her. As for Marental, a mere potato tossed among my soldiers could strike down at least 4 capable of defeating him. He then turned to Syrios Farrell. Defeating Marental is hardly a matter of honor. Pray tell, sir, is your visit intended for further instruction? Syrios Farrell bowed once more to Tyrion. It is a debt owed by someone. Someone. Very well, Syrios Farrell. I am open to discourse with you, Tyrion said, gesturing for the guards to release him. You bear no weapons? None. Pod, and the girl with the horse face, wait for us outside. Tyrion turned back to the study, with Syrios Farrell following closely behind, shutting the door. Tyrion took his seat behind the desk, his keen green-violet eyes, glinting with mischief as if peering into the depths of the soul, fixated intently on the figure before him. I recall someone's eyes, Tyrion remarked. You are not Syrios Farrell. You are Jaqen Hagar. I have seen you at the Night's Watch encampment. I left you and 2 companions at Harrenhal, entrusted to Ser Yura. Lord Tyrion possesses a remarkable memory. Jaqen Hagar bowed, standing respectfully 5 paces from Tyrion. So, what brings you here to seek me? Tyrion inquired. To repay me? Are you here to bestow a few coppers? Should you harbor ill intentions, a mere shout would summon the guards to rush in and reduce you to mincemeat. Someone seeks to repay a debt. Someone owes 3. Jaqen Hagar said politely. Someone would not bring harm to Lord Tyrion. 3 what? 3 lives. I see, Tyrion replied. You 3 were confined in a cart destined for execution. I saved you. Thus you owe me 3 lives? The Red God is the creditor, esteemed lord. Only death can trade for life. Should you take 3 lives that rightfully belong to him, you must yield 3 in return. Name the names, and someone shall attend to the matter. From your words, it seems you are quite the dangerous individual. Tyrion blinked, aware of his true identity, contemplating whether to expose the truth. You are a faceless man ultimately. Tyrion spoke the truth, a faceless man from the house of Black and White and Bravos, worshipping the many-faced god. The Lord is well-versed in the world, Jaqen smiled. Nothing escapes the Lord's eye and ear. It is merely that you are too overt in your demeanor, or perhaps you had no intention of concealing it from me. Tyrion said, Jaqen Hagar, please inform me. Can you fulfill any request upon the utterance of a name? Jaqen nodded. Whether beggar or king, the distinction lies only in the duration of time. Yet we shall complete the task in due course. Tyrion understood well. The followers of the many-faced god deemed death a merciful release. For a price, they would consent to take a life from this world, viewing it as a sacrifice to their deity. The cost is often exorbitant. However, the significance to the faithful far outweighs the price. The price is subject to change based on the significance and security of the target. For instance, hiring a faceless man to assassinate an ordinary merchant would only require half the cost to employ an entire battalion of common mercenaries, whereas the expense of engaging a faceless man to eliminate a king would be unfathomable. Now that this advantage has fallen into my hands, it must be wielded judiciously. You possess 3 lives, neither more nor less. After the 3rd, we shall settle our accounts. You must contemplate this carefully. Before that, I wish to pose a question. Tyrion suddenly inquired, if someone were to hire you to kill me, how much would it cost? A certain someone would not slay those they know, was the reply. Is it just this certain someone, or is it the same for each of you? It is the same for all. This is the teaching of the god of many faces, Jaqen responded, but only a certain someone knows you. It seems I must embark on a grand procession in Bravos to ensure that all across the narrow sea recognize me. Tyrion mused with a smile. Indeed, there is one individual I must deal with. I believe I have made my decision. Vargo Hoat, the leader of the brave companions, or the blood and cheese as they are known, deserves to die. Indeed, for he severed Jaime's hand and failed to capture him at the god's eye. He has violated the sacred rites of hospitality and deliberately sought to betray the Lannisters, a remorseless killer. Tyrion remarked, I believe your god would be pleased to receive this life. There is no need for you to explain why you have chosen him, Jaqen replied. Provide the name, and a certain someone shall take care of it. Vargo Hoat, Tyrion affirmed. Jaqen bowed again. A certain someone will take their leave now. I hope you are prepared with a second name upon my return. With that, he turned and exited the room, his movements fluid and decisive, devoid of hesitation or lingering attachment. The door gently closed behind him with a soft yet distinct sound, akin to a silent period, marking a temporary pause in their dialogue. What was the saying? Every mortal must meet their end, and every mortal must serve. Chapter 33, Stannis and Renly. Just after bidding farewell to the faceless man, Tyrion had yet to partake in breakfast when Podrick sought him out. My lord, there is someone outside the Tower of the Hand requesting an audience with you. Podrick, quiet, timid, and shy, spoke with a slight stutter. He had brown hair and blue eyes, and was visibly apprehensive around others, often casting his gaze downward to conceal his shyness and awkwardness. It is difficult to imagine he and Ilyn Payne are distant relatives. Have I arranged everything for you? Tyrion inquired. The laxatives? Podrick replied, I contacted several apothecaries, and they have the supplies, but none will agree to sell at your price. They wish to take advantage of you, a mere child. Go find Timmy, no Shagga. Let him accompany you. Tell them that if they refuse to sell at my price, Shagga shall sever their manhood and feed it to the goats. Tyrion felt a twinge of anger. Although the price he offered was modest, it would never lead to a loss for those apothecary shop owners. Never mind. Whether it be Taming or Keela, whoever you can find, let them accompany you. Podrick nodded. So who is it that has come today? Tyrion inquired. A large gathering of bakers, butchers, and vegetable vendors clamored to see the Prime Minister. Why do they not seek an audience with the king? Tyrion was somewhat irked, asserting that it would be more fitting for King Joffrey to chastise them with a whip, as their grievances stemmed merely from a lack of food. It may also be due to your diversion of the ships, Boron interjected. I have long maintained that there is nothing to provide them. A few days hence, there will be famine relief pills. The food entering King's Landing is woefully scarce, with much of it designated for the castle and the military barracks. The prices of vegetables, potatoes, flour, and fruits have soared to an intolerable level. Tyrion could scarcely fathom what sort of meat was simmering in the pot of the flea-ridden tavern. Perhaps fish, he hoped. At least fishing boats could still navigate the waters, as Stannis' navy had yet to impose a complete blockade. What they seek is protection. Last night, a baker was roasted on his own oven. The mob claimed his bread was too expensive, Boron recounted. And then, did they consume the baker? Tyrion asked. Not that I have heard. A waste of fine flesh. Tyrion remarked. They must not be starving enough, otherwise, it would surely make for a delectable jerky. My heavens, Boron lamented, one must tattoo your face behind a demon. Enough. Tell them I have arranged for a new commander to address the security issues, Tyrion declared as he descended the spiral staircase of the Prime Minister's tower. In a few days, I shall distribute the famine relief pills to resolve the food shortage. Off you go. Tyrion dismissed Podrick and, alongside Boron, traversed the square. Hearing the sound of the iron gate rising, his sister was preparing to depart with a large entourage. Cersei rode upon a white steed, golden-haired and blue-eyed, lofty and disdainful, akin to a fairy upon the lake. Brother, she called out, her tone devoid of warmth. Cersei was displeased with Tyrion's handling of Janos Slent. Yet she took delight in the promotion of Lancel Lannister. Your Grace, Tyrion said with a respectful bow, you look truly radiant this morning. She donned a golden crown and a snow-white fur cloak, followed by a retinue of mounted attendants. Ser Boros Blunt of the Kingsguard was clad in armor. Draped in a white cloak, perpetually frowning, Ser Balon Swan had his bow slung diagonally across his silver-inlaid saddle, while his sword rested upon his back. The Earl of Giles Rosby coughed incessantly, presumably due to asthma. Among the throng was the pyromancer Harlan of the Alchemist's Guild, accompanied by Varys and 20 guards of House Lannister. Sister, where are you headed? Tyrion inquired, lifting his chin. I am inspecting the newly constructed ballistae and crossbows at each city gate, lest others think I am like you, indulging in pleasure while neglecting the city's defenses. Cersei glared at him with her clear green eyes, her gaze filled with disdain, yet undiminished in beauty. I have also received reports indicating that Ser Loras Tyrell has departed from Highgarden, currently advancing north along the Rose Road with a formidable force. Highgarden. Tyrion feigned ignorance, recalling that he was the Lord of the Stormlands. He has the backing of both Stormlands and Highgarden, you superficial fool. Cersei scolded furiously. The Tyrells married their daughter to Loras, and now they are in cahoots. Cersei, still seething with anger, demanded. I want you to order our father to march his army to King's Landing at once. Huh, my brilliant sister, Tyrion laughed heartily. When have I ever been able to command father to do anything? He must have lost his mind to send you here. You're even less than a worthless fool, devoid of any merit except for your appearance. The queen yanked the reins, turning her horse around. Why not send me to Loras's camp and let him explore my back door? Tyrion retorted. In truth, Loras Tyrell posed far less of a threat to Tyrion than his brother Stannis did. Loras was handsome and generous, adored by the populace. Yet he had never commanded troops in battle, whereas Stannis was an entirely different matter. His demeanor was severe and merciless. If only there were a way to ascertain the situation on Dragonstone. No matter how many fishermen he hired to spy on the island, not a single one returned. Even the eunuch claimed that the spies positioned near Stannis had gone silent. The intelligence network had collapsed, rendering all matters exceedingly difficult. There were sightings of the patterned hulls of ships belonging to the Iron Fleet along the shore, and Varys had received reports from the port of local mercenary captains pledging their service to Stannis. He must have summoned pirates to his aid. When the naval forces from Dragonstone launched an assault via the Blackwater, while his brother Loras led the army to besiege the city, it would not take 3 days before Joffrey's head would join Eddard Stark's on a spike. However, Tyrion was not overly concerned, at least for the time being. The unfolding events did not surpass his foresight. The two brothers were eternal adversaries. He quickened his pace toward the Red Keep, with Podrick closely trailing behind. Where's Lord Peter? Tyrion inquired of the guards. The guard gestured towards the tower's pinnacle. Lord Peter is generally up there enjoying the view at this hour. The tower of the Red Keep soared far above the Hand's Tower, piercing the heavens, becoming the most prominent landmark in the kingdom. Every morning, as the sun rose, golden rays illuminated its glazed tiles, causing the entire tower to shimmer with resplendent brilliance, like a noble king surveying the capital and its multitude of subjects below. If ashes could bow in submission, Lord Peter would surely incinerate everything. Chapter 34. Peter Baelish climbing to the tower's summit. Tyrion was breathless. This body seemed to have exercised little, and he resolved to strengthen it when time allowed. Ideally, A magical potion could grant him muscle without causing acne or diminishing his manhood. Petyr Baelish sat by the window at the tower's peak. Clad in a deep purple velvet cloak and a yellow satin mantle, gloved hands resting elegantly on his knees, exuding an air of grace and languor. It seems that the cultivation of character is never determined by noble lineage, but rather by the wealth one possesses. The king is engaged in a battle with a crossbow against a rabbit, and Petyr Baelish remarks, "Come and take a look." The rabbit currently holds the upper hand. Tyrion stands beside Petyr, leaning against the window. Outside in the square lies a dead rabbit, while another, pierced by a bolt, twitches its long ears and legs. On the verge of death, countless arrows are scattered chaotically, resembling branches tossed about by a storm. "Release!" Joffrey shouts, and the hunter lets go of the rabbit, which promptly scampers away. Joffrey pulls the trigger of the crossbow, but his aim is off by a considerable distance. The rabbit stands on its hind legs, lifting its nose toward the king, and while Joffrey curses and attempts to tighten the bowstring, he is unable to knock another arrow before the rabbit vanishes from sight. Another one. The hunter reaches into the rabbit cage and retrieves a brown one. This time, Joffrey is so eager to shoot that he nearly hits the hunter in the thigh. If Renly and Stannis' armies were akin to rabbits, what then would constitute the insects? Tyrion remarks, "Then our king shall sweep them away." "Hearing you say that saddens me. I believe our king is training diligently," Petyr replies. "There's no need to flatter the king in my presence," Tyrion scoffs. "Is this a new outfit? After all, you are his uncle." Petyr responds, "Indeed. Your discernment is remarkable. Are the plum and gold hues the colors of your sigil?" Tyrion inquires, "I recall your house's emblem features the head of a titan. Does it not?" "No. A sigil is like clothing. Wearing the same colors every day can be tiresome. One must occasionally change. Wouldn't you agree?" "I adore my golden lion," Tyrion declares. "Your dagger is quite exquisite as well." "Is it?" A glint of mischief crosses Petyr's eyes as he draws the dagger, feigning nonchalance as if seeing it for the first time. The Valyrian steel with a dragonbone hilt is regrettably too commonplace in design. "If you are interested, I shall gift it to you." He conceals his intentions well, and Tyrion must concede inwardly that at least Petyr's emotions do not betray him outwardly. In this world, if anyone were to arm themselves with gold, it would undoubtedly be Petyr Baelish, not the Lannisters. Initially, Petyr was assigned to a trivial position at customs by Jon Arryn. Yet he emerged with thrice the income of other tax collectors. Due to King Robert's extravagant spending, gold dragons in the hands of someone like Petyr Baelish multiply like rabbits, doubling in mere months. Thus, such a rare talent becomes exceedingly conspicuous. Consequently, Petyr ascended swiftly, becoming the master of coin and attending the royal council within 3 years. Compared to the chaotic era of yore, the royal revenues now are tenfold what they once were, although the royal debts have similarly soared. Regardless, Petyr Baelish is not merely a financial expert. He is genuinely astute. It is not merely a matter of collecting taxes and locking them away in the treasury. That is the approach of an ordinary person who simply saves money. His cunning strategies are manifold. By leveraging various promises made in the name of the king to offset debts, he reallocates funds from the treasury for his own ventures. He acquires warehouses, shops, ships, and houses, purchasing grain at low prices during abundant harvests and selling bread at inflated prices during shortages. He imports wool from the north, linen from the south, and furs from Lys, either storing them or circulating them, dyeing, processing, and sewing them before eventual sale. The gold dragons seem to proliferate endlessly. Ultimately, he lends out money, recovering both principal and interest. In tandem, he gradually cultivates his inner circle. The treasurer is his appointee, as are the royal accountant and the royal measurer. Even the head of the mint is one of his nominees. Moreover, the port officials, tax collectors, customs personnel, and various commodity agents, as well as road tax assessors, ship captains, and wine merchants, are predominantly his people. Most of them hail from humble beginnings, including merchant sons, minor nobles, and even foreigners. Yet their capabilities far surpass those of the previous noble bureaucrats. No one has ever questioned these appointments. Why would they? Littlefinger poses no threat to anyone. He is clever, affable, and congenial, a friend to all and an enemy to none. Whatever funds the king or prime minister requires, he is always ready to provide, and given his modest origins, only slightly above that of hired knights, he garners little attention. Could I dare to make a move against him? Tyrion pondered, uncertain, especially amid the raging fires of war. The military aristocracy needs no introduction. They possess whatever they desire. But what of the civilian officials? Over time, they would naturally replace Littlefinger's appointees with their own. Yet perhaps it is prudent to let him live until the war concludes. A reckless strike now could lead to the collapse of all that is King's Landing. At least for now, I require this ally. From the square below came shouts. "Ha! Your Majesty has slain a rabbit." Count Beric explained. "Your Majesty is indeed wise and valiant," Tyrion remarked. "My lord, I have heard that during your youth in the Riverlands, you had a close relationship with House Tully." "One could say so, particularly with the ladies." "How close?" "I deflowered both of them. Would that suffice?" "What utter nonsense." "The pinnacle of deceit lies in the balance of truth and falsehood, a skill that Littlefinger wields with ease." "In that case, I have an excellent task I wish to entrust to you," Tyrion stated. "What sort of task?" Littlefinger queried. "My lord, you know I never venture into perilous situations. I fear that overly arduous tasks are best left unassigned to me." "It is not difficult." Tyrion elucidated that Lord Eddard's remains still linger in King's Landing. "I have instructed for them to be properly prepared, yet they require a courier to deliver them to the north." "You are aware of my aversion to dealing with the coarse folk from the north," Peter interrupted, "especially the Starks. You will be engaging with Tully, Catelyn Tully." Tyrion clarified that escorting her deceased husband's remains back to his homeland would undoubtedly be an act of great honor, likely earning her esteem. Chapter 35. The birds are caught. Peter's eyes sparkled incessantly. He was intrigued. He would not forego any opportunity to approach Catelyn. However, he was exceedingly cautious. Akin to a fox in the snow, treading only in his own footsteps. He scrutinized Tyrion, observing the green and purple of his eyes, every gesture infused with politeness. Each subtle movement and gentle utterance meticulously crafted to exhibit his profound upbringing while subtly revealing his concealed cunning and stratagems. His smile always exuded grace. Yet his gaze flickered with a barely perceptible shrewdness, suggesting that even the most trivial exchanges harbored some underlying strategy or design. Through his courteous and cunning methods, he lured his adversaries into intricately laid traps, maintaining a demeanor of calmness and elegance, as if everything lay well within his grasp. "A commendable suggestion," Peter remarked. "Yet my instincts tell me you are concealing something from me." "What instincts?" "It is merely your habitual reliance on schemes and stratagems," Tyrion mused internally. Feigning embarrassment at being outwitted, "Lord Baelish, truly nothing escapes your notice." "Indeed, there is another plan for you." "What is it, my lord?" "I wish for you to cease this war," Tyrion replied. "My lord, you jest. What merit do I possess to halt a war?" Peter laughed. "How am I to persuade Robb Stark? As I mentioned, your dealings should be with Catelyn Tully." "I was just about to correct you. It is Catelyn Stark," Peter interjected. "I do not believe my relationship with Catelyn is sufficient to avert this war. Eddard Stark is dead." Tyrion blinked. "I believe if you approach as a suitor, you might sway the situation." "What?" Peter appeared somewhat astonished, not anticipating Tyrion's assertion. "You did not mishear," Tyrion asserted. "My task for you is to wed Catelyn Tully and then attempt to influence this war." Peter was taken aback. Such words would sound absurd to any outsider. Yet to him, it was a coveted yet elusive dream. "How is that possible?" Peter murmured. "She would never marry me, especially under these circumstances. My status is inadequate to wed Catelyn. I shall provide you with support." Tyrion leaned forward, drawing closer to Baelish, his voice lowered. "Lord Eddard's remains. The bargaining rights of Catelyn's 2 daughters, and I shall grant you Harrenhal." Littlefinger was once again taken aback, gazing incredulously at Tyrion. "My lord, how could I possibly deserve such a fortress as Harrenhal? That is a castle once coveted by kings, provided only that this war ceases." Tyrion responded. "You are the Duke of Harrenhal. This castle rightfully belongs to you. Is this transaction not equitable?" Littlefinger's interest was undeniably piqued. Although Catelyn Stark had once been the object of his deepest desires, the possibility of marrying this childhood love was of little consequence. Robb Stark had matured into a young man capable of standing on his own, leaving no room for Littlefinger to maneuver within the north. Even if his dream were to be realized, it would hold no value for a man who thrived on profit. However, Harrenhal was an entirely different matter. Its allure was irresistible. With the title of Duke and the prestige of Harrenhal, he could pursue Catelyn while having Lysa as a fallback. For a man as cunning as Littlefinger, this was the most splendid of plans. Tyrion observed him silently, his emerald eyes resembling a profound lake, while his violet gaze sparkled like the brightest star in the night sky, seemingly capable of discerning the essence of all things, akin to legendary treasures from distant lands, exuding an irresistible charm and allure. In the tower, only the 2 of them could be heard breathing, accompanied by distant shouts from outside. The king had struck once more. Tyrion refrained from rushing to speak, instead granting Littlefinger ample space and time to gather his thoughts and decide whether to truly open his heart. He understood that genuine communication often begins with silent listening rather than incessant chatter. In such an atmosphere, time appeared to slow, each second laden with significance. Under Tyrion's gaze, Littlefinger gradually felt the power of this serenity, attempting to regulate his breathing and calm his racing heart. "My lord, I must admit, your proposal is exceedingly enticing," Littlefinger said with a polite smile. "I now understand why people refer to you as a seducer, my lord. Your proposition is indeed very alluring. However," he shifted his tone, "I truly lack the confidence to meet your expectations." "The crafty fellow," Tyrion mused, trying to reel this man in was no easy task. "My lord Baelish, you worry unnecessarily," Tyrion reassured him. "There is no need to end the war. All you must do is secure my brother's release, and Harrenhal shall be yours. The significance of my brother Jaime far outweighs that of Harrenhal." This statement rang true. Littlefinger understood all too well that if Jaime Lannister were to be returned, Tywin and Cersei would readily relinquish not just one Harrenhal, but 3 if needed. "Is this your intention, or is it the Queen Mother's?" Tyrion inquired. "You need not concern yourself with my father. Trust me, when the 3 of us stand before him, I assure you, we will secure the castle for you." "That Stark is a fool." Tyrion remarked that one cannot obtain the king's castle through treachery. "What is required is tangible contribution, rescuing my elder brother, ending the war, and resolving this matter. Then you shall be hailed as a hero." "My lord, I harbor one final concern." Littlefinger inquired about Stannis and Renly. "Stannis? Trust me, Lord Baelish, should Stannis invade King's Landing, we would find our heads placed side by side upon the point of a spear, not merely Harrenhal." Tyrion burst into hearty laughter. "As for Renly, I truly have no viable solution, but you ought to place your faith in Stannis, for he will undoubtedly seek out his younger brother first." Peter Baelish rose. "My lord, it is both an honor and a duty to serve you. Your rewards are exceedingly generous. I shall depart shortly to meet with Catelyn Stark." Tyrion also stood. "I appreciate your efforts, Duke of Harrenhal." He exhaled a sigh of relief. The bird had finally been ensnared. The 2 men shook hands, warmly and firmly. "One more thing, Lord Baelish." "What is it?" "During your absence from King's Landing, you must recommend a deputy for me." Chapter 36. The Hostage in the Prime Minister's Tower. Only 2 individuals were present. "So, you have dispatched Lord Baelish?" Cersei glared at her brother, her tone unkind. "Indeed. To retrieve our elder brother." Tyrion absently savored his wine. This matter could be resolved with a single messenger or a raven. The queen, seething with anger, questioned why he was sent. Keeping him in King's Landing would serve more pressing duties. "He left me with a deputy, one who was nearly acquainted with all of Littlefinger's connections." "And then? Where is he?" "In the dungeons." "What?" Cersei's eyes widened in disbelief. "That foolish beauty," Tyrion mused internally, as he considered how Cobain and Boron were interrogating him, compelling him to compile a list of all his friends within King's Landing and all his possessions. "Moreover, I have sent someone into his office. What if he finds out?" Cersei asked. "What if the other lords learn of this?" "Who, Littlefinger? How could Littlefinger possibly know?" Tyrion replied. "Enlighten me, sister. How many times does Master Pycelle report to you in a single day? If someone were to send a message, he would be oblivious. Furthermore, in essence, we have done nothing to him. Displacing him will facilitate my maneuvers. As for the other lords, so long as you do not raise an uproar, no one will be the wiser. Varys will know." Cersei mentioned the eunuch. "He certainly will be aware, and he will also understand that I harbor no ill will towards him," Tyrion stated. "My focus is solely on Littlefinger." "But he is quite valuable to us," Cersei insisted. "Without him, many matters would remain unresolved. For instance," Tyrion prompted her to provide an example. "The Iron Bank." Cersei stated that the Iron Bank of Bravos has sent yet another delegation to demand repayment. "We have long since defaulted." "The Iron Bank. Was it not Robert's expenditures during his lifetime?" Tyrion inquired. "I had thought he spent solely his father's gold." "Ah, indeed, it was so at the beginning of our marriage. But who can endure such an abyss?" My sister seemed to be engulfed in painful reminiscence. As time went on, Robert repeatedly turned to our father for assistance. After all, he was not the hand of the king, and these expenses ought to be resolved by Lord Arryn. Thus, John Arryn invited the cunning Peter Baelish into our midst. Poor old fool, unaware of how many years he had adorned himself with the green crown of infidelity, Tyrion lamented. "Now that Peter is absent, how shall we address the matters of the Iron Bank?" Cersei inquired. "What do you intend to do?" Tyrion retorted. "Why should I repay the money Robert squandered?" Cersei asserted. "I have no intention of repaying this debt. Let the Iron Bank pursue whomever they wish. The crown shall no longer bear this burden. A Lannister always pays his debts," Tyrion proclaimed. "We cannot resort to defaulting, for otherwise, the Iron Bank will swiftly turn to support our adversaries, such as Stannis. But we cannot afford it. It is acceptable to be unable to pay at this moment," Tyrion consoled her, "yet we must at least communicate to the Iron Bank that we shall repay a portion. And we shall not default entirely." What if they are dissatisfied and insist on full repayment? If they truly demand that, then we have no alternative, Tyrion replied. Then we shall default, for what else can we do? Is this your brilliant idea? Cersei glared at him with disdain. And you, Littlefinger? You have come to King's Landing, yet have never met your king, have you? We are all family, why the pretense? Tyrion countered, besides, I am preoccupied with the affairs of the realm. Surely the king can understand my predicament. Then you might as well prepare to explain yourself to Littlefinger in person. What? Do you admit to having lost control over your beloved son? Tyrion remarked, yet as for Joffrey, I have suddenly conceived another plan. What? Cersei asked, though she was well aware that Tyrion's words were seldom virtuous. Currently, the Vale has not sent troops, Tyrion stated. From my experience as a guest there, it seems Lisa has no intention of aiding her family. So what? We may consider her an ally. Tyrion's eyes glinted mischievously. I believe your daughter and Duke Robert Arryn would make a splendid match. With a swift motion, she knocked the wine cup from his hand, spilling its contents across the floor. Enough of your loathsome filth. Myrcella is my only daughter. Do you truly think I would allow you to treat her as if she were a sack of apples? How can she be likened to a sack of apples? Myrcella is a princess in her own right. In a sense, she was born for such a fate. You do not intend to wed her to Tommen, do you? Do you think yourself a Targaryen? For such words, I ought to sever your tongue, regardless of your kinship. Joffrey's regent is I, not you. And I shall never consent to ship Myrcella off to that wretched boy, just as I was sent to Robert Baratheon in days of yore. Tyrion flicked the wine droplets from his fingers and sighed. What harm is there? Going to the Eyrie is surely safer than remaining here. Are you truly beyond redemption in your folly? Or is it the madness that has overtaken you? We both know all too well that lunatic, Lisa, harbors no affection for us. Have you forgotten the accusations she leveled against us? The murder of Jon Arryn. You make a valid point, sister. Tyrion nodded. And to my astonishment, I realized that in our brief encounters, you have indeed shown some cleverness. So I ask you, where else in the Seven Kingdoms can we entrust Myrcella? Only the Iron Islands and Dorne remain uninvolved in this war. The Iron Islands are a desolate place, and I cannot bear to send my dear niece there. Moreover, King Balon has no suitable heirs. Tyrion feigned shaking his head. What of Dorne? Myrcella is 9 years old, and Trystane Martell is 11. If all goes well, upon her turning 14, they could wed immediately. Until then, she would remain in Sunspear as a guest, under the careful protection of Prince Doran. As Tyrion spoke, he slid a paper across the table, filled with promises of dowries, positions of power for his loyal subjects, several castles along the borders, and a wealth of gold and silver. The Martells despise us as well, Cersei remarked as she glanced at the paper. Indeed, the Martell family harbors a deep-seated animosity towards us. Even so, I still believe they would acquiesce. Prince Doran is a man of honor. His hatred for House Lannister can only be traced back to the previous generation, whereas the conflict between Dorne and the Reach has persisted for millennia. Particularly advantageous for us is the support of Storm's End and Highgarden for Renly. Absolutely not. Cersei exclaimed furiously. I will never allow my daughter to be used as a hostage. Huh, how would you offer her? Through that void between your legs? Tyrion retorted angrily. Cersei trembled with rage, yet found herself powerless. Are you contemplating throwing something again? Tyrion mocked. Or do you wish to strike me, you lioness? The impotent Tywin? Chapter 37. The death of Renly. Later that day, a guard summoned Tyrion to attend the royal meeting. Is this something Joffrey would orchestrate? Tyrion doubted it. It was more likely his sister attempting to exert pressure through her son. Tyrion felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, with Podrick absent that evening. He was reluctant to leave the Hand's Tower, thus he would have to trouble the likes of Shae and Sansa. The grand doors of the Red Keep's meeting chamber stood like sentinels, guarding the history and splendor of House Targaryen. Their striking black and red hues reminiscent of a dragon's maw. The doors, meticulously carved from fine timber, bore the marks of the craftsman's devotion and ingenuity in every inch. A delicate layer of red paint adorned their surface, with iron cladding at the corners. Though the luster had faded with time, they exuded an air of dignity and antiquity. In the flickering torchlight, the red surface occasionally glimmered with a subtle sheen. On either side of the doors stood two magnificent sphinxes, their eyes wide open. Intricately carved with remarkable detail, each strand of fur distinct, their muscular forms fluid and powerful, as if poised to leap forth to defend the peace and honor of this land. Podrick stood beside the statue, winking at himself. Resembling a figure carved in stone, the incident was sudden, and I had no time to inform you. Did you accompany my cousin here? Tyrion inquired of him. Tyrion nodded at Balon, instructing the chiefs to wait outside. He then pushed open the door, revealing the courtiers seated on either side of a long table. His sister sat there, still adorned in her splendid attire, Her eyes slightly reddened, which only heightened her allure. Maester Pycelle was dressed in his customary scholar's robe, unchanged since their first encounter. His cousin, Lancel Lannister, occupied the far end of the table, young and robust, with sandy brown hair and pale green eyes. He bore a striking resemblance to Tyrion's elder brother in his youth, though he paled in comparison to himself. Upon seeing Tyrion approach, Lancel hastily rose, his eyes shining with admiration, an expression Tyrion had only ever witnessed in the gazes of others directed at his brother. "Sit down," Tyrion gestured to Lancel, taking his place at one end of the table. "Where is our benevolent and valiant king? And where is Lord Varys?" He turned his neck, seeking Joffrey's figure, but found none. It was not until a full quarter of an hour had passed that the king finally arrived, flanked by the Kingsguard. Like his Lannister relatives, he was tall and fair, strikingly handsome, with green eyes and a smirk upon his lips. "It is no surprise that a son resembles his mother," Tyrion mused, fully aware of the implications. "Our benevolent and valiant king is tardy," Tyrion remarked. Joffrey cast a disdainful glance his way, hesitating to take his seat, as doing so would prevent him from looking down upon his uncle. Approaching the table, he declared, "The sorceress has arrived in King's Landing, yet has not rushed to see me. I must attend to some trifling matters on your behalf. You distribute provisions, attempting to usurp my glory," Joffrey continued. "What is it called? The famine relief pills? When the populace accepts such sustenance and cheers, I shall inform them it is the king's bounty." Joffrey's gaze lingered on Tyrion, and he subtly nodded, then turned to his mother, Cersei, before continuing, "You captured Ser Meryn Trant, who aided me in apprehending the traitor Lord Eddard Stark. Without my permission, you bestowed the command upon another and allowed him entry into the Kingsguard." Joffrey pointed at Lancel, who shivered under the scrutiny. "Ser Meryn is a shameless traitor, and his fickleness has ensnared us in this quagmire. I have proclaimed to the realm that the execution of Lord Eddard is not your doing. But his machinations led you astray," Tyrion replied, glancing at his sister, suspecting her influence over Joffrey. "Lancel has served your father for many years. He must have learned a thing or two about his spirit and demeanor," Tyrion added. "After all, King Robert was a paragon of bravery, and to learn from him would be commendable. Of course, if one were capable, like yourself, one could dominate the battlefield." Joffrey nodded more vigorously, murmuring, "Indeed. My father was a true hero." He then circled to Lancel's side, giving him a pat on the shoulder. "Do well." Lancel forced a stiff smile. Yet, Joffrey suddenly turned to Tyrion, exclaiming, "You have brought Sansa to the Hand's Tower. She is my betrothed, and you are tarnishing my reputation. That was never my intention." "Your Grace," Tyrion replied calmly, "she is indeed your betrothed, and I treat her as I would my own niece. The primary reason for her presence at the Hand's Tower is that she is a crucial hostage, and I must ensure her safety. Moreover, to prevent anyone from treating her roughly and thus dishonoring the royal dignity, such as assaulting her. You mock me, you imp." Joffrey erupted in fury. "You accuse me. You insolent wretch. I am the king." "Indeed, your grace, you are the king," Tyrion acknowledged, rising to his feet, his stature dwarfed by Joffrey's. "As king, you may act as you please. The fault lies with those who execute your commands." He cast a glance towards the distant white-cloaked Kingsguard, where Ser Meryn Trant stood. "What are you staring at, wretch?" Ser Meryn appeared offended. "I wonder which hand you used to strike a young girl," Tyrion retorted. "You scoundrel. Do you think I will tolerate your insults?" With a sudden motion, Tyrion kicked the table, startling all present. Maester Pycelle nearly slid off his chair, his beard quivering uncontrollably. "Ser Meryn, by the 7 gods above, I cannot fathom who blinded themselves to allow you into the Kingsguard. If I discover that you have struck or bullied Sansa Stark, I shall have your hand severed." As Ser Meryn grasped the hilt of his sword, the doors swung open, and Podrick, Bronn, Shagga, and Zalo burst in, their eyes fierce. Joffrey, frightened, recoiled behind his mother. Tyrion fixed his gaze on Ser Meryn, who slowly released his grip on the sword's hilt. "You dare, if Ser Meryn speaks again, Podrick, assist me in removing his tongue," Tyrion commanded. Podrick reached for the dagger at his waist. "Shagga wishes to cut off his manhood and feed it to the goats. And I shall remove his ears, both of them." Zalo chimed in. "I shall gouge out his eyes and burn them," Shagga declared. "And let us not forget to sever the hand that struck the girl." Ser Meryn's lips quivered, silenced by the gravity of the situation. It seemed the knight had grasped the seriousness of his predicament. Tyrion waved his hand, signaling for Podrick and the others to exit. Just then, another figure squeezed through the door from behind. His bald head did not reflect the torchlight, as though coated in powder. "Lord Varys," he greeted. Attired in a robe of purple, the sheen indicating fine silk, meticulously arranged, though the eunuch clearly prioritized comfort. "My lords," he began, "Lisa Arryn is dead." Chapter 38. The proposal blood magic is notoriously efficient, Tyrion mused. Haha. Joffrey clapped his hands, laughing heartily, spinning in circles, momentarily breaking free from his earlier terror. He then eagerly sought amusement, leaving the lords behind in the council chamber, as if forgetting that it was he who had summoned them. Varys stood by the brazier, warming his soft, delicate hands. The shocking assassination of Renly amidst his army is truly hard to believe. The blade sliced through steel and bone with an ease akin to that of cutting through cheese, severing his throat from the base of his left ear to that of his right. Who could have committed such an act? Cersei inquired. Alas, the issue lies in the plethora of answers that equate to a lack of clarity, Varys whispered softly. With the king's sudden demise, rumors proliferate like mushrooms after rain. A stable boy claims that Renly was slain by one of the Rainbow Guards. A laundress asserts that Stannis infiltrated his brother's camp with his flaming sword. Some soldiers believe that a woman is to blame, yet they cannot agree on which woman it might be. One suggests that the murderer is a maiden spurned by Renly. Another claims it was the camp whore who served the king on the eve of battle, while a third audaciously speculates that Lady Catelyn Stark is the true culprit. Nonsense. Tyrion mused. Renly was only interested in the back doors of others. Yet Lady Catelyn was indeed present, likely prodded by Littlefinger. Must we waste our time on the idle gossip that these fools so relish? Could this be a ruse? The Queen Mother was not pleased. If so, then it is a clever game indeed, Varys replied. Even I was deceived. It cannot be false, Tyrion asserted. Using the king's death to blind one's opponents would only serve to demoralize our own. There is no advantage in such a maneuver. In any case, regardless of who struck the blow, the mastermind behind it must be Stannis. The situation is clear. He stands to gain the most from this. His original plan, should the timeline shift, was for the Baratheon brothers to engage in a bloody conflict, both suffering grievous losses, and then to have the faceless men deal with Renly. But it seems he has now saved a slot. What of Renly's army? Tyrion inquired. He left the bulk of his forces at Bitterbridge. Varys returned to his seat at the council table, having stepped away from the brazier. Yet many of the lords who hastened to Storm's End with Lord Renly have now allied with Stannis. Stannis indeed possesses considerable charisma, Tyrion nodded. As a commander, he is quite competent, second only to myself. Cersei scoffed. But not all, Tyrion continued. The Tyrells and the Tullys will not side with Stannis. You are astute, my lord. Varys smiled. Excluding Loras Tyrell and Edmure Tully, the garrison at Storm's End has not surrendered, remaining steadfast in Renly's name, refusing to believe their lord is dead, insisting on witnessing the body before they will open the gates. Yet, inexplicably, Renly's corpse has vanished, likely hidden away by someone. Most probably, it is Sir Loras Tyrell who has taken charge of the body, Tyrion remarked. Perhaps, Varys continued, Sir Loras should have gone to Bitterbridge. His sister, Renly's queen, remains there. The current situation is that the many soldiers left behind have suddenly lost their king and are uncertain of their next course of action. Many of the lords they served have pledged allegiance to Stannis at Storm's End. Win them over, Tyrion suggested. The late Lord Renly has taught us a valuable lesson. We too should seek to forge alliances with the Tyrells through marriage, just as he did. Varys immediately grasped the underlying implication. You wish for King Joffrey to wed Margaery Tyrell? Joffrey, with his inherently proud nature, would never be content with the remnants of Renly's affections, nor would he consent to such a union. Cersei remarked, Renly is only enamored with other men's back doors. Tyrion responded, the young queen, though merely 15 or 16, is only slightly older than Joffrey, and her beauty is undeniably captivating. Moreover, the Tyrells boast greater wealth than the Starks. Joffrey is already betrothed to Sansa Stark, Cersei interjected. Engagements can be dissolved. There is little merit in marrying the daughter of a treasonous traitor, Tyrion countered. Cersei continued her futile resistance. You may propose. But should this incite the wrath of young Joffrey, you will find yourselves invoking the gods for mercy. It need not necessarily be King Joffrey, Tyrion stood. We have another noble of exquisite grace among us, do we not? Joffrey's essence is far more noble than yours. Cersei retorted, her anger simmering. Noble enough to have Marntent strip Sansa of her garments? Lancel chuckled, only to be met with Cersei's glare. The Stark girl, though sweet, is of little use to Joffrey beyond her physical form. Margaery Tyrell, however, comes with an army of 50,000 and the full might of Highgarden as her dowry. At last, Grand Maester Pycelle spoke up. His presence had been nearly forgotten, as many assumed he had drifted into slumber. The Maester's words were blunt. I am pleased we have reached a consensus. Now, who among us shall bear the burden of this proposal? Are you considering sending a member of the small council? Cersei inquired. It is hardly reasonable to expect Ser Loras to negotiate with Boros or Shaga, is it? The Tyrells have always been proud, Tyrion replied. Lancel, the cousin, shook his head vigorously, revealing his timid nature and lowly status. The hand of the king is indeed the king's representative. The candlelight flickered in Cersei's eyes like emerald wildfires. It is your turn, Tyrion, and thus it will be as if Joffrey himself were present. Where could one find a more suitable candidate? Your eloquence is as sharp as Jaime's sword. Such praise is unwarranted, dear sister. In my view, it is the mother, not the uncle, who is more suited to arrange this marriage for the child. Besides, you possess the gift of friendship, which I can only aspire to. Her eyes narrowed. Little Joffrey requires my presence. Does he not need me? Tyrion replied. You should retain Lord Baelish. Perhaps he is indeed a fitting choice, Cersei responded. Foolish woman. That is precisely why I dismissed him, Tyrion thought, resigning himself to the notion that he would have to undertake this task. You wish to wed Margaery Tyrell? Cersei's competitive spirit ignited, her indulgent nature unable to tolerate her brother overshadowing her son, usurping the honor that rightfully belonged to him. Margaery is far superior to Sansa. Then you shall persuade young Joffrey, Tyrion declared. I intend to bring 1,000 gold cloaks, leaving the mountain clans in King's Landing, and I will also require funds. You have money, Cersei stated. Where would an uncle find a dowry? This money must come from you, Tyrion remarked, believing that upon his return, the king would comprehend the bonds of kinship that intertwine like sinews through broken bones. What a delightful quip, my lord, Varys replied with a chuckle. Our Joffrey is a king who knows how to repay a debt. Rest assured and go forth, my valiant lord. Chapter 39. The Bitter Bridge. Lancel. You must remain in King's Landing to accompany my dear nephew in defending the walls. At dawn, as the sky began to lighten, a gentle rain fell, saturating the air with humidity. Inside the Tower of the Hand, Lancel rubbed his eyes, feeling a twinge of discomfort in his neck from rising too early. To leave me here to await my demise? How could that be? Tyrion reassured him. My sister and nephew are both here. Do you think I would abscond? Lord Tyrion would undoubtedly return with an army, Sir Pycelle boasted, feeling a sense of pride in his inclusion in the king's inner circle. Surveying those around him, he believed his station to be the most esteemed. The list? However, Tyrion did not regard him, but instead inquired of Coben. The latter handed him a parchment filled with names, which Tyrion briefly perused before passing it to the Maester. Lord Pycelle, I entrust this matter to you, Tyrion stated. The first column denotes positions, the second their current occupants, and the third their successors. These roles must be gradually replaced. How many individuals are on this list? 12. Coben replied, and the interrogations are ongoing. 3 or 4 replacements per day, Tyrion organized. This is my father's directive. Please ensure this list remains confidential, even from my sister. My lord, Coben is untrustworthy. Sir Pycelle attempted to interject, but was silenced by Tyrion. Of course, Maester, my father often speaks of you. Lord Tywin always claims you are the finest friend of House Lannister. Thus this crucial task is yours. He tucked the parchment into the Maester's grasp. Now be off. Sir Pycelle rose, trembling as he approached the door, his earlier pride now diminished. He glanced back at the others in the room before reluctantly departing. Once his footsteps faded, Tyrion inquired, were those positions all sinecures? Coben nodded and produced 2 additional lists. This one pertains to the military, including the Lannister guards and the gold cloaks. Handing it to Podrick. This one concerns the key positions within the court, which he presented to Tyrion. Let Pycelle manage those inconsequential individuals first, Tyrion instructed. We shall attend to these 2 lists at our leisure. A knock sounded at the door, and Podrick's voice emerged from the other side. My lord, everything is prepared. Rising, Tyrion reminded them, do not forget the plan, especially you, Coben. Ensure the pyromancer, Helene, is adequately briefed. Rest assured, my lord. Tyrion opened the door to find Sansa and Arya peering at him from around the corner, while Shae awaited outside. My lord, you must take me with you. No, Tyrion replied, harboring no fondness for her. The only reason for her presence in King's Landing was her utility. Shae was the key. Such an unsettling element was not one he intended to keep close. When all is said and done, I shall undoubtedly reward you handsomely, Tyrion remarked nonchalantly. Your current duty is to tend to the 2 young girls over there, and you must ensure that no unforeseen incidents occur. Shireen could only nod in acknowledgement. As Tyrion turned to depart, a voice called out from behind him. My lord, I wish you smooth sailing. He glanced back to see Sansa, while Arya playfully tugged at her sister's arm, evidently still viewing him as an adversary. Tyrion shook his head and descended the spiral stone staircase. The army had gathered in the square beneath the Hand's Tower, comprising 1,000 gold cloaks for 100 clan warriors and 100 cavalrymen from House Lannister. Nearly a third of the forces in King's Landing. However, Tyrion had to go through with this. He needed to rally a substantial force for House Tyrell to regard him with any significance. The Bitterbridge lay to the southwest of King's Landing, accessible via the Rose Road. Amidst a gentle drizzle, Tyrion rode near the front of the procession on a spirited little mare, which proved somewhat unruly, but served its purpose for transport rather than charge. Scouts returned every 20 minutes to report on the situation ahead, should they encounter Tyrell forces. They were instructed not to draw swords but to return immediately and send a messenger instead. Podrick rode beside him, surrounded by chieftains, including Tamer, Kyla, and Shaga, who had all mobilized. "Have you heard of Bitterbridge?" Tyrion inquired of Podrick. "No, my lord." Although Podrick occasionally displayed timidity, he never resorted to falsehoods. "Is Bitterbridge a bridge?" "It is not," Tyrion clarified. Before the Brotherhood rose in arms, it was known as Stone Bridge, where the Battle of Stonebridge took place. 6 armies led by nobles ambushed and slaughtered 9,000 impoverished soldiers gathered under the leadership of the lumberjack. What? It is said that the Mander River ran red with the blood of the fallen, extending for a full 20 miles, thus earning the name Bitterbridge. That is truly terrifying. Podrick shivered, prompting laughter from Shaga and the others. During the Dance of Dragons, the bastard dragon rider, Ser Harwin of House Whitehair, was granted the title of Earl of Bitterbridge by Prince Daemon for his valor during the naval battle at the Goddess Eye. Tyrion continued, "Podrick, have you ever seen a dragon skull in a dragon's lair?" "I have, my lord." "Ah, I dream of riding a dragon." Tyrion sighed. "You might as well rename one of those women to Dragon," Shaga jested. After King's Landing fell, the Green Party dispatched Ser Rickard Thorne of the Kingsguard to escort Prince Maegor to Old Town for refuge, but they were ambushed at Bitterbridge. Thorne was slain, and the prince himself was torn to shreds by the mob. Tyrion recounted the historical tale, and later, when Lord Monty Hightower led his forces northward and passed through Bitterbridge. In a fit of rage, he unleashed his troops to pillage the place. Moreover, Prince Daeron, bold as he was, commanded his dragon, Tessarion, to burn the town. Lady Caswell, in a desperate bid to protect her children, sought forgiveness through her own demise before her castle. "So, Bitterbridge is actually a castle?" Podrick suddenly asked. "Precisely. Though it is referred to as a bridge, it is, in fact, a castle." Tyrion remarked that, akin to the castle of House Frye at the Riverlands, it served as both a bridge and a fortress. The procession advanced majestically, the lion banner soaring high, swaying gently in the tempest, as if embodying the very spirit of the host. It was uncertain how long they had traveled, but the sky gradually darkened, and a scout returned with a report. "My lord, there lies a camp ahead, with approximately 20,000 men. Judging by the banners, they are the forces of House Tyrell." Tyrion reined in his horse. Surprised by their swift arrival, he retrieved a letter from his pocket. "Podrick, take this missive and deliver it," he instructed. "Hold the white flag high and fear not. You shall remain unharmed." Podrick nodded, cradling the letter in his hands. "Remember, it is to be delivered solely to Mace Tyrell." Chapter 40. Negotiations, Part 1. Podrick set forth, while Tyrion and the main body of troops proceeded slowly until they reached a small hillock. "Let us encamp here," Tyrion commanded, for it afforded a vantage point over the Tyrell encampment, vast and boundless. The scouts' report of 20,000 was no exaggeration. "Send someone to the Tyrell main camp every 2 hours to seek me. If you cannot locate me, or if there is any commotion, charge in to rescue yourself." "I believe I should enter with you," Boros suggested. "But if House Tyrell turns against us, we shall both be doomed," Tyrion countered. "You will remain here to command the troops. Do not expect me to vanquish 20,000 with a mere 2,000 at my back." Boros scoffed at the prospect. At that moment, a contingent of cavalry emerged from the Tyrell encampment, galloping towards the hill, yet hesitated at the base. "It seems I must descend," Tyrion urged his horse. "Boros, do ensure my survival." "I shall." The knights of House Tyrell were clad in polished plate armor adorned with green leaves and roses, radiating a verdant splendor. "I am the red flower amidst their green foliage," Tyrion mused. The leading knight removed his helmet, which bore the emblem of 3 golden roses, behind him. A torch was held aloft. He possessed long, flowing brown hair and striking golden eyes. "Ser Loras Tyrell," Tyrion greeted. "What a pleasure." "Lord Tyrion," Ser Loras replied. "You come alone?" "Unless I could muster an army of 20,000, Tyrion replied, his heterochromatic eyes drawing the admiration of the Knight of Flowers. "Otherwise, the number of guards accompanying me is of little consequence." Dismounting, the Tyrell knight presented a silver platter containing bread and a small pinch of salt. Tyrion took the bread, dipped it in salt, and consumed it as he accompanied the knights into their encampment. The Tyrell military camp, nestled within the expansive riverlands, resembled a vibrant oasis, standing out against the desolate plains. Moonlight fell from the overcast sky, mingling with the gentle rain, draping the vast encampment in a veil of silver. The camp was illuminated by flickering torches, resembling a celestial tapestry descended upon the earth, showcasing the formidable power of House Tyrell. The company halted before the grand encampment at the very heart of the site. Tyrion observed Podrick seated not far away on a tree stump. He winked at his squire and gestured for silence. Ser Loras dismounted and extended a hand to assist Tyrion. "How considerate of you, my lord," Tyrion remarked. "I am not yet so delicate as to require your assistance." He dismounted and followed Ser Loras into the large tent. Inside, there were only two individuals. Duke Mace Tyrell, slightly more rotund than before, still retained his handsome visage. His curly brown hair and the triangular beard he sported bore flecks of gray. The other knight was broad-shouldered and stern-faced, bald, with a short, bristly gray beard. "Is that you, Ser Bronn?" Tyrion inquired. Mace Tyrell inclined his head. "What brings you here?" "Pray, do not tell me it is to mourn Lord Renly. I despise such pretense." "Indeed, I have no inclination for superfluous rhetoric," Tyrion replied as Loras poured him a cup of wine, allowing him a moment to gather his thoughts. "I have come to discuss our mutual adversary, Stannis Baratheon." "Stannis is not yet my enemy, but you are," Bronn interjected. "When did I become your foe?" Tyrion countered. "Renly is, Stannis is. But the Lords of the Reach are not. I could align myself with Stannis," Duke Mace declared bluntly, prompting a frown from Bronn, who appeared ill-equipped for negotiation. "Stannis has slain Lord Renly," Tyrion noted, observing Loras tremble with rage. If Renly's only transgression was rebelling against King Joffrey, then Stannis had committed treason and kinslaying. "May the Seven curse him." "You have no proof that he did it," Bronn retorted. "Enough, my Lord Bronn. You are a clever man. Do you truly believe Stannis' schemes can elude your notice?" Tyrion drained his cup. "Stannis requires an army, and coincidentally, his brother raised troops to contest his claim to the throne. After their encounter, Lord Renly was assassinated. Following this, Stannis appropriated his brother's forces. Tyrion rose, who besides the Stormlands lords would follow him. Bronn remained silent. While Ser Loras interjected, the Florent men led the charge, with approximately 5,000 cavalry joining Stannis. "I returned with the remainder." 5,000, Tyrion exclaimed. Considering that with the Stormlands lords in the mix, Stannis might indeed possess a force of 10,000. Not to mention Dragonstone. That could amass an army of 20,000. The War of the Five Kings, where each faction can muster an army of 20,000, is indeed formidable. Yet, what does it matter? Mastiliel asserted. "I remain the vassal of House Florent. Should I join, Stannis would surely welcome me." Would House Florent concur with that sentiment? Tyrion prompted the Knight of Flowers to pour him another glass of wine. "I recall them declaring on more than one occasion that their lineage is more closely tied to the Gardner family than yours, thereby granting them greater claim to Highgarden. Moreover, they have repeatedly questioned the supremacy of House Tyrell." "Succubus, mind your words," Lord Tarly interjected. "Lord Tarly, I have always regarded you as one who speaks the truth." Tyrion replied. "Pray tell me, have the Florents sent emissaries to Bitterbridge to receive troops and join Stannis?" Lord Tarly glanced at Lord Mastiliel before responding. "It was Ilyn Florent I apprehended. Several knights and minor lords from House Florent sought to rebel and have already lost their heads. See, they have seized the initiative. That does not imply that Stannis would reject us," Lord Mastiliel countered, his face slightly flushed, unable to refute Tyrion. "We still have control over the siege of Storm's End." Tyrion replied, "Stannis will never forget the siege of Storm's End." Upon hearing the word siege of Storm's End, Mastiliel's countenance darkened. Tyrion now understood why he referred to him as Lord Inflatable Fish, resembling a puffed-up pufferfish. The difference being that whereas a pufferfish reveals its spines, Lord Mastiliel displayed only discomfort. "Succubus," Lord Tarly asserted, "are you threatening us?" "Stannis is a man of justice." "Indeed," Tyrion retorted impatiently. "The world praises Stannis for his unwavering fairness. Even the decapitated Lord Eddard favored him. Yet the Lannisters are known to repay their debts. Do you not recall? The knight who saved his life, what was his name? The one with the onion sigil. How did Stannis repay him? By granting him a fief. Only to have his fingers severed. Does that sound just to you? I caution you not to tarnish Stannis' reputation," Lord Tarly warned. "Lord Tarly, I can comprehend your sentiments. After all, you are both distinguished warriors, and camaraderie is to be expected. However, to call Stannis just, I fail to grasp your definition of justice. At least in Casterly Rock, we refer to such individuals as vengeful." "Silence, Succubus." Lord Tarly stepped forward. "Very well, you may seek out Stannis." Tyrion retreated a step. "I shall ensure he has my head mounted beside the throne, allowing me to witness whether, upon ascending the Iron Throne, He grants House Florent guardianship of the South or forgets the grudges held against House Tyrell for the siege of Storm's End. Enough, Lord Mastiliel finally deflated. Sir Tarly, you may exit. Lord Tarly shot a glare at Tyrion before turning and departing the tent, a gust of wind trailing behind him. The rain outside intensified. Tyrion resumed his seat. Shall we dispense with the formalities? Lord Mastiliel straightened himself. Can you truly represent the king, representing Tywin Lannister? I am the hand of the king, acting in this capacity, Tyrion remarked, referencing Tywin Lannister's son, the heir to Casterly Rock, the king's uncle, and the queen's brother. Naturally, he holds the authority. Thus, Maester Luwin cautiously inquired about the alliance with the Lannisters, which promised numerous advantages. Tyrion straightened his posture. Not solely invoking the Lannister motto of a Lannister always pays his debts. I have observed that since the passing of King Robert, there have been many vacancies within the small council. Aside from the hand of the king, which must be reserved for my father, the remaining positions are yours to choose from. Maester Luwin nodded. However, this was insufficient. Suddenly, the great tent flaps were lifted, and a knight strode in. Tyrion initially intended to reprimand him, but quickly recognized him as Ser Garland Tyrell, the second son of House Tyrell. Garland bore a striking resemblance to his brother, Ser Loras Tyrell, albeit taller, more robust, and sporting a beard. He was 5 years senior to Loras, and took his place directly behind their father. I can preserve your title as the Ward of the South, Tyrion thought swiftly. I already am the Ward of the South, Maester Luwin expressed with displeasure. From a negotiating standpoint, one should not leverage what others already possess. Nonetheless, it was a perfect opportunity. It rightfully belonged to House Florent, Tyrion remarked, gazing at Garland. But since we are discussing House Florent, their Brightwater Keep would indeed serve as an appropriate fief for Ser Garland. Garland Tyrell's eyes sparkled with interest. Maester Luwin nodded. These propositions sound promising, yet they fall short of being satisfactory. Though not particularly astute, Lord Mace Tyrell never hesitated to seize opportunities for gain. Indeed, to demonstrate the Lannister sincerity towards House Tyrell and a vision of enduring friendship, Tyrion suggested, I believe we could offer you a king. A king? Maester Luwin questioned, perplexed. It is Joffrey Baratheon, Garland interjected. My Lord Tyrion, do you wish for the king to wed our sister? Precisely so, Tyrion rose, gazing at Ser Garland. You have lost a king. I shall restore one to you, an unblemished true king, Joffrey Baratheon. He then turned his attention back to Maester Luwin. Your daughter remains a queen, and you continue to be a member of the royal family. Lord Mace Tyrell, the Ward of the South, a member of the small council, and the father-in-law of His Majesty the King. He whispered enticingly like a devil. And you, Ser Garland, shall be the Count of Brightwater Keep. Maester Luwin's neck flushed crimson, clearly intrigued by the proposition. My Lord Tyrion, Ser Garland inquired. We are not exceedingly familiar with King Joffrey. Perhaps it would be prudent to exercise caution? Tyrion noticed his gaze drifting over his shoulder towards the entrance of the tent. He turned to see a lovely maiden. She was strikingly beautiful, with soft brown curls, warm brown eyes, and a graceful figure. She moved lightly, and Tyrion scarcely noticed when she had entered. This is my sister, Marjorie, Ser Garland introduced, as Ser Loras rose from his seat. Surrounded by a throng of roses, Tyrion found the experience rather unpleasant. My Lord Tyrion, Marjorie Tyrell curtsied slightly. I welcome you and humbly ask your forgiveness for my uninvited presence. Indeed, she was beautiful. Tyrion endeavored to restrain himself from gazing at her, lest it provoke discontent. It is of no consequence, Tyrion replied, if I have displeased you. Your two brothers could certainly best me in a contest of 10. My Lord Tyrion, Ser Loras inquired, is King Joffrey truly a benevolent ruler? He has always been so. Particularly fond of his subordinates, who speak highly of him. And what of his martial prowess? Loras continued. He may not rival my elder brother Jaime in swordsmanship, yet he possesses remarkable talent in archery. Tyrion attempted to refrain from fabricating too much. And his appearance? Marjorie Tyrell asked. Pray, how do I appear? Tyrion puffed out his chest. My nephew bears a striking resemblance to his uncle. Our king's looks are not inferior to my own, even if you find the king lacking. There are other nobles to consider. Noticing a hint of hesitation from Garland, Tyrion seized the moment. Though I am not a king and am somewhat older, I am a legitimate heir of Casterly Rock, and I stand here, full of life. With that, he laughed heartily. Regardless, there is always a Lannister man who will meet your approval. Let us depart at once. Should Stannis reach King's Landing first, it would be too late. As for the betrothal, we can settle that upon our arrival in the capital. Chapter 42. Rain, River, Camp. The soldiers of House Tyrell moved with remarkable slowness, justifying their moniker as the Strawberry Men. They took a full 3 days to prepare before setting forth, while Lord Mace's vassals complained about the incessant rain. The downpour had soaked the rose petals thoroughly. Tyrion rode among the middle and rear of the column, advancing along the Rose Road towards King's Landing. He had dispatched the mountain clansmen ahead to intercept Stannis' scouts near the southern end of the city and harass their march. Yet, not all shared this sentiment. Sir Garland detected the implications in Tyrion's words. Lord Renly had always emphasized the value of swift action. Indeed, Renly Baratheon is the vanguard, and in the Reach. None can rival him for this position. What news of Storm's End? Margaery Tyrell inquired from within her carriage. She was capable of riding. Yet making a public appearance among the army was not the demeanor of a lady. All the while, Tyrion sensed her gaze upon him. Are you concerned about your late husband's inheritance? If you are with child, you may indeed claim Storm's End. An insidious thought crossed Tyrion's mind. Perhaps he should assist in the creation of an heir to contest the claim to Storm's End. Thank the gods. No mind-reading witches were among the ranks of House Tyrell. What if Stannis encircles King's Landing first? Mace Tyrell suddenly questioned. His forces number over 20,000. Matching our own in strength. Matching our own. The infantry of House Tyrell is vastly superior, and yet, even with the advantage on my side, hesitation lingers. Moreover, with the cavalry predominantly featured and the navy of Dragonstone lending support, the odds seem daunting. Tyrion interjected, are you implying that our chances are slim? I shall break through their lines. The Knight of Flowers was notably indignant. I fear not Stannis, Sir Garland asserted, known for his valor. Tyrion was acutely aware of Garland's prowess. Perhaps, when wielding a sword, he would rival his brother, albeit with far more restraint. Furthermore, we have Lord Renly on our side. Lady Margaery Tyrell inquired, My Lord Tyrion, have you witnessed Lord Renly in battle? Lord Mace intended for his cherished daughter to return to Highgarden first. Yet the Rose was resolute in her refusal. I have not, Tyrion admitted, as he mused over the ways the Highgarden Rose consistently sought to engage him. Feeling a twinge of trepidation at the thought of her brown eyes. She is an astute woman, exceedingly perilous. He is the only one to have defeated King Robert Baratheon. Margaery continued, even Prince Rhaegar could not conquer King Robert. Both Robert and Rhaegar are warriors. Only warriors can vanquish one another. Yet Tywin, Renly, and Stannis are commanders. A warrior cannot triumph over a commander. Jaime, too, is a warrior, and thus he faltered. Tyrion pondered, and I am a commander. My lord, what occupies your thoughts? Margaery's voice broke through. In my view, you resemble Prince Rhaegar. Perhaps Robert's brother is not your match. Tyrion suddenly turned, locking eyes with the Rose, who seemed startled, hastily averting her gaze. Forgive me, my lord. I did not mean to imply anything or cast blame upon you, Tyrion replied, as the weariness of the long march, torrential rain, and muddy roads began to vex him. Continuing in this manner, the Blackwater would inevitably swell, allowing Stannis' ships to approach the banks with ease. Bronn, Tyrion called out. The mercenary urged his horse closer. My lord, he said, take a contingent of cavalry upstream along the Blackwater River. Do not stray too far from King's Landing, and seek out a narrow channel. Tyrion instructed, once found, notify me. At once, Bronn kicked his horse, leading several cavalrymen in the opposite direction. Lord Garland, Tyrion began, I have a request to make of you. You are too kind, Sir Garland replied courteously. What do you require? I need wagons, laborers, and sacks. If laborers are in short supply, soldiers will suffice, Tyrion stated. I have sent Bronn to find the narrow stretch of the Blackwater. I intend to fill the sacks with sand and gravel to obstruct the river. This task cannot be accomplished without a considerable number of men. 10,000 is excessive, Mace Tyrell interjected. Our sacks are filled with provisions and wagons are already transporting goods. Moreover, if we require 10,000 men, how shall we contend with Stannis? We need not too many provisions. The rain intensifies, and the provisions will spoil. Besides, we shall not be engaged in a prolonged standoff with Stannis. Tyrion proposed distributing the grain, leaving behind the bags and carts, and gathering farmers along the banks of the Blackwater to work. I am confident that assembling 10,000 men will not pose a challenge. Diverting the river's flow is indeed a prudent decision. Garland concurred, noting that with the water levels lowered downstream, Stannis' warships would find it difficult to navigate the river, thereby increasing our odds of success without the protection of his fleet. However, the riverbanks would become flatter and broader. Lord Mace countered, pointing out that their cavalry would outnumber ours. I am not afraid of their cavalry, declared the Knight of Flowers. I believe Lord Tyrion's plan is feasible, father. Sir Garland advised. We should encamp outside the city and await Lord Tywin's arrival. Lord Mace muttered his dissatisfaction, acknowledging that when it came to military maneuvers, he still had to rely on his second son and Loras. But if you trust him, then let it be arranged. Lord Mace decided to delegate authority, and Garland assumed command. Ser Loras. You shall take 1,000 cavalrymen to gather the inhabitants along the Blackwater and execute Lord Tyrion's plan. As for the location, seek out Boros. Tyrion continued, there is no need to completely seal the Blackwater, but we must ensure that the upstream can retain water, which will also facilitate a controlled breach. The Knight of Flowers swiftly gathered his men and departed in the direction of Boros. My lord, you do not appear to be a warrior. Rather, you seem to be an exceptional commander, Marjorie's voice chimed again. Tyrion responded with a benevolent smile. My brother is the warrior. Of course, he is also an excellent fighter. If I marry the king, then he will merely be your junior. Marjorie laughed sweetly, her smile reminiscent of blooming roses. I believe it is better for you both to remain equals. Together, no one in this realm would stand a chance against you. I beg to differ, Tyrion retorted. If my father and Stannis were bound together, we would not be adversaries. The remainder of the journey was spent amidst peals of laughter. Before long, a rider approached from ahead. It was a messenger from Lord Renly. My lords, Ser Loras has sent me to report that the vanguard has reached Stannis' camp. Chapter 43. Stannis, Tyrion, and Garland proceeded toward the vanguard where Lord Renly awaited, intending to meet Stannis. Mace Tyrell was unwilling to accompany them, insisting on remaining behind to command the troops. Tyrion understood that Lord Mace likely harbored a fear of Stannis. Lord Renly also hesitated to expose himself. He was a warrior, bound by his oaths and duties. Between the vanguard of House Tyrell and Stannis' encampment lay a wide expanse. Tyrion observed a group of riders braving the rain, waiting at the center, and he and Garland urged their horses forward. Lord Stannis? Tyrion called out from a distance to the two leading figures. It is the king. Stannis, broad-shouldered and robust, bore a taut expression, his skin hardened like iron from prolonged exposure to the sun. Though he had yet to reach the age of 35, he bore the appearance of a man in his mid-40s. Sparse strands of black hair adorned his head, resembling the shadow of a crown encircling the back of his ears. His beard was trimmed short and neat, casting a bluish hue over his square chin and the sunken cheekbones. Beneath a pair of thick brows, his eyes resembled two deep wounds, a profound blue akin to a dark abyss. In comparison to Renly, he was decidedly unremarkable in terms of appearance. Beside him stood a tall, slender elder, distinguished by silver-gray hair and a long, pointed beard that framed his noble visage. His breastplate bore an exquisite engraving of a red-gold fox, encircled by a band of aquamarine flowers. Lord Stannis, Lord Alliser, Sir Garland announced. According to formal protocol, one should address the king as your majesty when in his presence. Alliser Florent remarked. Above them, the Baratheon stag banner fluttered high. Tyrion, observing Stannis' plain black armor and woolen cloak, sneered. When did you ascend the throne, Lord Stannis? I do not recall a seat of kings on Dragonstone. The throne in King's Landing is occupied by my nephew. A bastard. Stannis, icy and devoid of anger, replied, I am the rightful heir of House Baratheon, the legitimate possessor of the Iron Throne. Joffrey Baratheon is a bastard. Well said, my lord, Tyrion thought. Unfounded accusations hold no weight. If I may say, you resemble neither King Robert nor Lord Renly. May I also consider you a bastard? Stannis narrowed his eyes, while the knights behind him erupted in furious outcry. Beware, demon, Stannis warned. You are exhausting my mercy and patience. Mercy? What mercy? Tyrion retorted. Are you suggesting a swift stab like you did to Renly? If you disband your army and command the city guards to open the gates, I shall ensure your rightful claims are upheld, Stannis declared. I will hang Jaime Lannister and Cersei Lannister, and their 3 children will also meet their end at my hand. Lord Tywin shall don a black cloak, and you may continue to rule the Westerlands as the heir of Casterly Rock, if you desire. My daughter Shireen Baratheon can be betrothed to you. Hanging Cersei, I do not oppose. As for your daughter, what a mercy, my lord, Tyrion laughed, glancing at Garland. It seems our interpretations of mercy differ quite drastically, considering Lord Stannis nearly sought to annihilate my entire family. O you who dwell in the darkness of ignorance, may the Lord of Light protect you. Tyrion Lannister, Earl Alliser said. Are we here to debate theological theories? My lord, had you informed me in advance, I would have brought a septon. Tyrion detested such pious rhetoric. You have always coveted power. Garland could not refrain from rebuking Earl Alliser. Sir Garland, mind your words. The Earl cautioned. What favor has Stannis promised you, Alliser Florent? Tyrion inquired. The protection of the South? Your casualness in exchanging deities and monarchs is akin to my nonchalance in swapping boots. You are no different from the chameleons before me. He cannot display any semblance of friendliness towards the Florentines in the presence of Tyrion. A cacophony of irritated voices erupted from the lords behind Stannis, causing Tyrion's steed to shift uneasily, exhaling puffs of mist from its nostrils. He could see soldiers not far away, their spear tips and armor glinting. Perhaps even crossbowmen lurking in the shadows, ready to turn him into a pincushion at a mere command. Succubus, my army will crush you and obliterate King's Landing, Stannis proclaimed. Your head will be impaled on a spear alongside those of other Lannisters. Relying on the trifling house slaves will not win a war. Tyrion pointed at Stannis Baratheon's crowned stag banner, remarking that under the same sigil, they had served 3 kings, Robert, Renly, and you. Perhaps it is more fitting to call them the 3 house slaves. Several knights urged their horses forward, the wind from the Blackwater River billowing their rainbow cloaks, a testament to their former allegiance to Renly. No one here is a chameleon slave, my lord Tyrion. My oath is to the king. And now King Stannis is the rightful heir to the Iron Throne. He is the last blood of House Baratheon, the inheritor of Robert and Renly. The speaker was Ser Balon Swan. As you say, why did the Knights of Flowers not accompany you? Where is Ser Loras Tyrell? And Lady Olenna Oakhart? Why do those most loyal to Renly refuse to come? Tyrion scoffed. Your oath is worth little, Ser Garland replied with disdain. Look at you. Still clad in that rainbow cloak. Is this not the very cloak you were given to protect His Majesty Renly? He is dead now, yet you thrive. Tyrion turned to berate another knight. Sir, good morning. I shall pose the same inquiry to you. Good sir. You are a member of the King's Guard, are you not? Have you not sworn your life to the king? If I possessed such a cloak, I would not have the audacity to flaunt it in public. Good morning, fumed Succubus. Consider yourself fortunate this is a peace negotiation. Otherwise, for your insolence, I would have your tongue severed, as you did to your own manhood. You consider yourself a man? Tyrion laughed heartily. Enough. Stannis interjected. Tyrion, the fire of the Lord of Light shall reduce you to ashes. A mere stream of my urine could extinguish your pitiful firestick. Tyrion retorted, turning his horse and departing with Ser Garland. Chapter 44. The pre-battle conference. Relentless rain battered the shores of the Blackwater, heralding the onset of autumn. The command tent of House Tyrell was packed with knights. They had been stalled before Stannis' camp for 3 days, the rain persisting throughout. Lord Mace Tyrell sat at the head of the table, flanked by Loras Tyrell, and further down sat Ser Garland and the Knight of Flowers, with Margaery Tyrell beside him. Once again, Tyrion found himself ensconced in a conference surrounded by roses, an unsettling sentiment brewing within him as he recalled King Robert Baratheon, the unfortunate monarch. Confronted by the throngs of Lannisters within the Red Keep, must surely feel a twinge of helplessness. He stood under the collective gaze of the assembly, before a grand table adorned with a rudimentary topography sculpted from sand and stone, accompanied by intricately carved oak pieces. Ser Loras and Boros had secured a narrow river mouth upstream, clutching a slender wooden stick. He noted that it would take approximately 2 hours of galloping on horseback to traverse this distance, which he surmised was the utmost limit for a steed. Boros informed him that the river's width increased 3-fold upstream. 4-fold, Ser Loras interjected, mentioning that even more distant villages had succumbed to flooding, which he had discovered while distributing provisions. Tyrion remained unconvinced that they should extend their generosity to the starving. What of it if they endure hunger? They must still toil for us, Maesters remarked, yet acknowledged the necessity of preventing them from betraying secrets to Stannis. Peasants are human too, Tyrion countered. Though they may fear us, it does not guarantee their silence unless they harbor gratitude. Margaery nodded in agreement, stating, Father, he is a kind man. Kindness will not secure us victory in this war, Lord Maesters retorted, seemingly feeling betrayed by his daughter. We require time. Who knows how long we must wait for Lord Tywin? If our provisions deplete before we receive news from him, Tyrion interjected, clarifying that Lord Tywin had departed Harrenhal, presumably heading westward. He relayed the latest news from King's Landing, revealing that his uncle Stannis had been vanquished by Robb Stark, and now his cousin Devon commanded the troops. Though they consisted largely of inexperienced recruits, the young wolf is merely a child. Duke Tywin could easily overcome him, Maesters observed. Yet, time is of the essence, Tyrion replied. While his father maintained a numerical advantage in the north, he required a moment's respite. Robb could not act with impunity in the Westerlands. We shall defeat Stannis. We are not at a disadvantage in numbers, Tyrion asserted, but we must act before King's Landing falls. Garland Tyrell remarked that the upstream was blocked, significantly lowering the waters of the Blackwater, thereby preventing Stannis' warships from entering the river, a favorable development. However, the adverse news was that the receding waters had unveiled more mudflats. Stannis is fortifying his defenses along the exposed riverbanks and constructing siege engines, Lontal stated, noting that the northern trees were nearly depleted. What of the Kingswood? Tyrion inquired. Have they not ventured there? Thanks to your barbarous friends, Stannis' forces have been unable to penetrate deeply into the Kingswood, Lontal continued, revealing that their scouts could not extend their reach far. Currently, due to a shortage of materials, it was observed that Stannis was dismantling small boats to supplement his wood supply. And how stands his fortifications? Tyrion asked. From my perspective, they appear exceedingly well constructed, came the reply. Lannister's evaluation is both objective and impartial. Regardless of the circumstances, Stannis is undoubtedly an exceptional commander, seasoned and particularly adept at defense. His encampments are constructed with remarkable fortitude, facilitating mutual support among the various sites. He extended his hand toward Tyrion, who relinquished his baton to him, holding the wooden stick. Lannister gestured over the map. Before us lie two modest fortresses, backed by a camp fortified with formidable walls. He pointed at the sand table, indicating that if we were to launch a forceful assault, reinforcements would immediately arrive from elsewhere. There are 7 such encampments with similar structures, he noted, each providing support to the others, making them difficult to conquer. 7 is indeed a mystical number. Yet Stannis has forsaken the 7 gods in favor of the Lord of Light. Why then establish 7 military camps? Maesters sighed. Let us draw them into open ground for a decisive battle, Marjorie Tyrell interjected. What do you think, my Lord Tyrion? Unfortunately, she lacked military insight. Stannis will not engage in battle, Tyrion asserted, confident in his strategic clarity. The aim of this campaign is King's Landing, the Iron Throne, and Joffrey's head. He would not squander his resources on meaningless skirmishes. Engaging us in open terrain would significantly diminish his chances of success. Have I provoked his ire enough to penetrate his camp? He inquired of Loras. Every day, came the reply. The Knight of Flowers was eager to insult Stannis. Yet it bore no fruit. He remained ensconced within his fortress. Tyrion drafted several letters, filled with crude expressions. May the King of Light be sodomized by the White Walkers. And when finished, wipe his backside with your tattered banner of the Heart Tree. Such sentiments were conveyed. Remaining shut away had another disadvantage. There were fewer scouts, and without scouts, one is blind. Perhaps we could launch a counterattack relying on the city walls, Maesters proposed, seemingly presenting a viable strategy. If we could breach the defenses to reach King's Landing and secure the city, would our chances not increase? After all, our infantry outnumbers Stannis' cavalry, and the walls could mitigate his advantage. However, attempting to breach to King's Landing would exact a greater toll. Galen observed Stannis' defensive arrangements on the sand table, lamenting. If his navy were to navigate the Blackwater, we would stand no chance. Regrettably, Maesters' proposal was dismissed by his son. Just then, footsteps echoed outside. And in strode Boron. Maesters contemplated reprimanding the audacious mercenary for intruding upon their meeting, but Tyrion spoke first. Boron, have you found it? Indeed, my lord. I have conveyed your instructions to Coben without deviation. The pyromancer Harlan has directed the ships of King's Landing to sail upstream on the Blackwater, beyond our blockade. Boron shook off the rainwater that clung to him. I have instructed them to head toward our reservoir. It appeared that everything was in readiness. A smile broke upon Tyrion's face. For now, only one final matter remained. To await Stannis' impatience to commence the siege. Sir Garland, Sir Loras. Our sole mission during this period is to gather as many small boats and skiffs as possible. Chapter 45 The Battle of Blackwater, Part 1, Thud. The earth trembled, rousing Tyrion from his slumber. The clanking of chainmail and plate armor echoed as a multitude of soldiers dashed about. Yet, it was not merely a commotion. The ground shook as if 100 war elephants were charging forth. Tyrion, clad only in a shirt and clutching his boots, parted the flaps of the tent to behold soldiers scurrying in every direction. Pod, Tyrion called out, and Podrick hurried over. What is it, my lord? What is happening outside? What are the soldiers doing? Tyrion bombarded him with questions. Stannis' army is assaulting the city, my lord, Podrick replied, pointing into the distance. Following the direction of his arm, Tyrion beheld, far below the walls of King's Landing, the swaying spire of a siege tower and the massive siege engines. Stannis' soldiers moved like ants, converging, dispersing, and regrouping. The enormous contraptions rumbled across the ground, producing the very noise that had awakened him. Curse you, Pod. What are you doing? Why didn't you wake me? Tyrion said, one hand resting against a tent pole while the other held his boots. My lord, Ser Mace instructed me not to disturb your rest, Podrick replied meekly, as the affairs of the battle would be left to him to command. May the gods grant you a sharper wit. Tyrion stamped his foot. You are my squire, not a mere inflatable fish. Remember that. He then dashed towards the command tent. Ser Mace Tyrell sat within the command tent, indulging in breakfast, attacking a fried egg with knife and fork, and did not cease chewing upon Tyrion's entrance. Ah, Tyrion, come, sit and join me for breakfast. He beckoned to the cupbearer, filling a glass of milk for the esteemed Lannister guest. Ser Mace, Tyrion gasped. Stannis has already begun his actions. Have there been any preparations made? Lord Renly and Garland have already set forth, Ser Mace replied. Renly said he would lead the elite infantry across the river to the northern bank, while Garland and Loras command the cavalry to assault the base of the walls on the southern shore. And what of the dam? Tyrion inquired. Can someone inform them to release the waters? To prepare the warships? Ser Mace finally finished off the fried egg, wiping his mouth. Stannis has not yet commenced the siege. I plan to notify them when the engagement begins. My heavens, Tyrion almost exclaimed in frustration. Dear Lord, the river takes time to flow down. By the time the siege begins, it will be too late. Boren, he shouted, turning to leave. Leaving Ser Mace sitting in the tent, his face flushed in confusion. Boren, the mercenary had not strayed far, sharpening his sword beside his horse, just as he had in the Moon Mountains. What is it, my lord? Go upstream and inform them at the dam, Tyrion urged. Do it now. At once, my lord. As Balin sheathed his sword and mounted his horse, he pondered whether he needed to return immediately after relieving himself. No. Even the swiftest steed could not match the speed of water. You shall return by boat. Subsequently, Tyrion found Lando Tully by the riverbank, where the fearless warrior was directing his soldiers to cross the river. He personally selected 6,000 elite infantry, their equipment piled onto the small boats. Tyrion gazed across the river, where approximately 2,000 men had already begun to cross, donning their armor. My lord, did you sleep soundly? Lando Tully, clad in chainmail, with plate armor and weapons stacked in the small boat, remarked. While you enjoyed a deep slumber, my soldiers were preparing to cross the river. We shall take most of the heavy armor, as the soldiers on the boats only require leather armor. He was a seasoned warrior, well-versed in naval combat. Tyrion mused that heavy armor was only necessary for battles on the riverbank, and Lando's command was indeed prudent. Where do you intend to fight? Count Lando inquired. Do you plan to cross the river with me? I presume you would prefer to observe the carnage from the boat. Tyrion nodded and set out to find the cavalry units led by Garland and Loras. The main force of House Tyrell was gathered far from the riverbank. The banner of gold roses on a green field fluttered proudly at the forefront, symbolizing the family's prosperity and glory, inspiring each soldier's spirit and conviction. Beneath the banner stood the most elite knights and infantry of the family, clad in matching armor, wielding sharp weapons, arranged in perfect order, resembling a sea of steel awaiting the command of their leader. Garland, Tyrion called Loras. Sir Garland, fully armored and mounted, bore the sigil of 2 golden roses on a green field, denoting his status as the second son. The armor of the Knights of Flowers was even more resplendent, the meticulously engraved breastplate adorned with countless flowers, making him the most radiant among knights. My lord Tyrion, Garland dismounted. Will you charge with the cavalry? No, Tyrion succinctly declined. But my cavalry can be entrusted to your command. Please send for them. Thank you, my lord. Your kindness and foresight are commendable. Garland expressed his gratitude. Most of our infantry's equipment has been provided to Lord Tully, and we can now muster fewer than 10,000 infantry to accompany the cavalry into battle. That will suffice. The remaining men can wield wooden shields and fight on the boats, Tyrion replied. Even farmers armed with pitchforks can slay knights in the water. By the way, the golden robes are also yours. My lord Tyrion, I cannot thank you enough. Garland expressed his appreciation, surprised that all the personal guards Tyrion brought were entrusted to his command. You shall fight beneath the city walls, with the assistance of the golden robes. The defenders on the walls will trust you and avoid friendly fire, Tyrion explained. Is this your armor? Yes, my lord, Garland replied, compared to my brother's. It is not particularly splendid, merely ordinary. However, my skills are not inferior. I may only surpass my brother in the use of the spear. He is a master of the sword. Loras, mounted, interjected, Forgive me, my lord, my armor is tightly bound, and I do not wish to dismount to engage in pleasantries with you. It's quite all right, I completely understand, Tyrion remarked. However, I have a splendid notion I wish to discuss with Ser Garland. Pray, do proceed, Garland replied. Might I inquire if Lord Renly's body could be returned? It remains with the army, Loras Tyrell stated. I shall not leave his corpse beneath the weeping walls of Storm's End. It shall be preserved with due respect, bearing witness to my triumph over Stannis. Is Renly's armor still intact? It is, Garland answered. Ser Garland, if memory serves me right, I believe you and Lord Renly share a similar stature, Tyrion suggested. Would you be willing to don Lord Renly's armor and charge in a battle? Chapter 46, The Battle of Blackwater, Part 2. The majority of soldiers awaited at a distance from the riverbank, oblivious to the impending events, clutching spears and wooden shields, clad in rudimentary leather or quilted armor, huddled in small groups by the waterside. The commander assured them they would not be sent to their deaths like mere fodder. Yet their doubts remained unassuaged, leading them to murmur among themselves as they gazed back at the mounted lord, Tyrion Lannister. Were it not for Tyrion's presence, it is certain that the ill-informed and ill-equipped army would have witnessed a wave of deserters. As time elapsed, the sun failed to rise, shrouded instead in a thick veil of fog. The Blackwater River before them had dwindled to a mere trickle, despite the incessant downpour in recent days, rendering the situation exceedingly peculiar. Gradually, a distant rumble echoed, causing the soldiers to turn towards the source of the sound. Yet, no lightning pierced the sky. The noise did not emanate from above, but rather from below. Suddenly, the river's waters turned murky, and the level began to rise swiftly, the current accelerating into a torrent. A wave of unrest surged among the soldiers. Those in the front sought to retreat in haste while those behind, caught off guard, jostled one another. "Steady!" Tyrion bellowed from his mount. "Do not panic." The river surged forth like an enraged beast, unstoppable in its might, pouring forth from the distant, shadowy forest. In that moment, the once tranquil riverbank erupted into chaos, as though the Seven were sounding the clarion call for war against the Lord of Light. Tyrion gazed towards King's Landing. The spire of the siege tower had vanished from sight. Whether obscured by fog or swept away, he could not determine. The waters grew deeper and swifter, as the great ships of the king's navy glided downstream, appearing as colossal phantoms through the mist, drawing near to the soldiers and gradually coming to a halt. "Why do they not light torches aboard the ships?" some soldiers whispered amongst themselves. "Of course, they cannot," Tyrion mused inwardly, dismounting as Podrick steadied him to prevent a fall. The soldiers parted to create a path, allowing Tyrion to step into the icy waters, feeling the chill seep into his boots. As the ship lowered its gangplank, he grasped the rope and began to ascend. Nearing the deck, Bronn extended his hand, pulling him aboard. "Shall I fetch you a change of boots, my lord?" Bronn inquired, gesturing to Tyrion's damp feet. Tyrion shook his head. "Where are the small boats?" "As per your instructions." Thick hemp ropes were strung together and secured to the stern of the ship, allowing the soldiers to embark. Tyrion commanded, moving to the bow, seemingly hearing the sound of horns echoing through the dense fog. The bow was adorned with wooden barrels, numbering in the hundreds, and this was merely from one vessel. The entire fleet contained countless more. Upon opening the barrels, they were filled with sand, and brushing aside the superficial layer revealed numerous jars within. Wildfire, a highly flammable liquid capable of burning for an extended duration. Once ignited, it would consume all in its path. It could seep into fabric, wood, leather, and even steel, igniting them, and could even burn while floating on water. This was the weapon provided by the pyromancer, Harlan. The process of creating wildfire was lengthy and perilous, known only to the Alchemists Guild, who claimed that magic was integral to its production. Untying the ropes at the stern, Tyrion instructed the ship to set sail first. "We must scatter wildfire at the river's mouth to prevent Stannis' fleet from advancing." The soldiers aboard the small boats would subsequently clear the battlefield. Before long, the large ship resumed its course. The cries of battle echoed from both banks of the Blackwater River, akin to the whispers of ancient gods, sending a jolt through Tyrion's eardrums. The battlefield did not excite him. He would prefer to comfortably sit in a grand tent, engaging in witty repartees with the noble ladies all day. Yet he thought of Marjorie. He had not seen her that morning, nor received her blessings before entering battle. But where was she? Even at the quarters of Garland and Loras, the Rose of Highgarden was absent. Was she perhaps fearful of being seen by the soldiers, leading to idle gossip? "My lord, we are nearing King's Landing," Podrick reminded him. Tyrion hurried to the starboard side, spotting a few solitary siege ladders propped against the walls. Yet no soldiers were scaling them. The defenders atop the walls were clad in both red and gold, all unmistakably Lannister soldiers in gold cloaks. He wished to lean out for a better view of the base of the wall, but was abruptly pulled back by Podrick, who had somehow placed a helmet upon his head. "My lord, do you wish to court death? A single arrow could pierce your skull? And who would provide for me in my old age? What is the situation below?" Tyrion inquired regarding the battle. "Stannis' soldiers are nearly decimated," Podrick replied. When the flood came, heavily armored knights and infantry sank to the riverbed, while a few nimble-foot soldiers attempted to approach the walls, fleeing from the water, only to be crushed by falling stones from above. "Are there no survivors?" "There are," Podrick confirmed. The remaining ones, upon sighting the forces of House Tyrell, were stricken with terror, especially that fellow in the antlered helm. Wherever he passed, Stannis' soldiers hastily abandoned their weapons and surrendered. "And the port side?" Tyrion asked. "That is where Ser Loras leads his forces to scour the northern shore." The bald-headed duke was merciless. Boron was unaware of the name of Count Jialing. He executed ordinary soldiers and low-ranking nobles on the spot, and the heavy infantry, under his command, charged with a ferocity surpassing that of any knights I had ever encountered. Some fortunate souls, neither drowned nor crushed, managed to flee into the woods, where they would encounter Timi, Shaga, and Keela. Tyrion remarked that this was a fate worse than death. Regardless, Boron concluded, Stannis' army was doomed. Indeed, it was doomed, Tyrion concurred. But this was merely half of Stannis' forces. He still had a navy. The ships gradually slowed down. It appeared we were nearing our destination. Boron removed his helmet. The river flowed with great turbulence, making it difficult for Stannis' fleet to navigate the river mouth in the bay. Fleet after fleet of warships were amassed, and the castaways swam towards their lifeline. Stop here, Tyrion shouted, as the vessel trembled violently, causing him to lurch forward. Stannis' warships formed a line in the dense fog, resembling an impregnable wall. He raised a jar in his hand and hurled it forcefully from the bow. Upon striking the water, it shattered, releasing a greenish liquid that floated away towards the river mouth. Boron, once all are thrown, ignite them, Tyrion commanded. I shall let the water engulf his soldiers and the fire consume his ships. Burn them all. Chapter 47. The end of battle. The wildfire at the mouth of the Blackwater River continued to blaze into dusk, with Tyrion's eyes stinging from the flames, tears welling up. Do green eyes fear the green light as well? Boron inquired, seemingly appearing from nowhere. What is the status of the battle on the riverbank? Tyrion asked, rubbing his eyes. Essentially over, Boron replied. All the living have been captured. Only the bodies remain uncollected. If you wish to disembark, now is the time. As Tyrion descended the gangplank, he felt a surge of cheers beneath his feet. It is Lord Tyrion, the Lion of Lannister. The golden-clad soldiers of House Lannister and those of House Tyrell leaned against the shore, incessantly cheering, their spears thrusting up and down, banners fluttering in the breeze. With a splash, Tyrion's foot entered the river, no longer icy but surprisingly warm. My lord, please be careful not to wet your boots, a knight cautioned from the shore. Getting my boots wet matters little, Tyrion responded, wading towards the bank, knowing he could dry off beside Stannis' burning vessel shortly. Laughter erupted among the soldiers, and Tyrion waved his hand for them to part, revealing a line of captives squatting at the base of the city walls, stripped of their clothing. Nearby lay a heap of various armors and weapons, along with battle flags. Boron, Tyrion turned, as the mercenaries caught up. How many captives have we taken? Knights or soldiers? Speak up, he inquired. Currently, we have captured over 4,000 soldiers, Boron reported, and approximately 300 nobles and knights, along with over 500 warhorses. These are the current statistics. Count Landover has yet to withdraw from the opposing shore, and the waters continue to surge tumultuously. The outside is in your hands. I need to enter the city, Tyrion declared. Podrick had just descended the gangway, struggling through the water toward the shore. Pod, fetch me a horse, Tyrion commanded. He mounted and summoned 7 or 8 knights as they entered King's Landing through the mud gate. The soldiers atop the walls and the citizens lining the streets erupted in cheers, the cacophony dizzying him. From the towering edifices alongside the road, flowers rained down incessantly. Tyrion marveled that while one might go hungry, one could never be devoid of flattery in the form of blossoms. The entrance to the Red Keep was already congested with soldiers, their flags of vibrant green, creating a sea of verdancy. No orders. No one is permitted to enter or exit the Red Keep, the guards proclaimed. What? Tyrion furrowed his brow. Do you know who I am? I do not care. I only heed Lord Tyrion. A figure emerged from within the Red Keep, clad in clanking armor, cradling a gleaming golden stag helm. It was Ser Garland. You wretched fool. He kicked at a soldier. This is the hand of the king. Forgive him, my Lord Tyrion. He is merely an inexperienced foot soldier, Ser Garland said, helping him dismount. Hurry inside. Father, Loras, and Marjorie await you in the Great Hall. Inside the throne room of the Red Keep, only a handful of individuals were present. His elder sister sat upon the Iron Throne, cradling her dear nephew, while Mace Tyrell, Loras Tyrell, and Marjorie stood at the foot of the steps. Behind them, a motley assortment of others lingered, their faces blending into a blur amidst his throbbing headache. Ah, my Lord Tyrion, Mace Tyrell laughed heartily. Thanks to your assistance, we have achieved this victory today. Your Grace, I must candidly confess, during my command, Lord Tyrion provided invaluable aid. Tyrion felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his body swaying slightly, prompting Ser Garland to steady him while Lancel fetched a chair for him to sit. Ah, cousin, Tyrion glanced at him. Are you injured? An arrow struck, lodged in my breastplate. Lancel gestured to his chest. Thanks to your grace, my lord, no other wounds. What of Jesselyn Bywater, your commander? Tyrion inquired. He has fallen. May the gods bless him. There is no time for mourning. You shall assume command, and Boros will be your second, Tyrion instructed. Go now, to the Mudgate, prepare the forces, and fortify our defenses. I am the king. Joffrey bellowed from the Iron Throne, displeased. Only I can appoint the commander of the City Watch. Cersei discreetly tugged at his sleeve. I won the war, Tyrion retorted. Pod, assist me back to Maegor's Holdfast. He paid no heed to Lord Mace, whose face reddened as he incessantly introduced his daughter to Joffrey, nor did he acknowledge the surviving nobles as they fawned over him. He merely longed for a moment of respite. By the gods, the steps of Maegor's Holdfast had never felt so interminable. Coben awaited him in the study, as Podrick assisted Tyrion to a seat behind the desk before stepping outside. Welcome back, my lord, Coben bowed, presumably believing the campaign had gone favorably. Do you see my face? Is it severely reddened? Tyrion inquired. It is scorched by wildfire. Coben, not needing to examine closely, was well aware that the flames of wildfire could indeed burn a man. It must be that the lord was too close. Some individuals could even suffer blisters from the heat. Can it be treated? Tyrion asked, or perhaps alleviated. I suggest a good night's sleep, my lord. Coben smiled. It is not a grave concern and will leave no lasting effects. A proper rest is all that is required. If sleep eludes you, I could brew a cup of floral milk. No need, Tyrion replied. How fare the Stark girls? They remain in the Prime Minister's tower bedroom, accompanied by your maid. They are unharmed, Coben responded. And my father? He withdrew his forces from Harrenhal 3 days ago. He should return in a day or two, Coben said. Lord Tyrell seems to harbor a dislike for me, yet I managed to obtain the correspondence, thanks to you all. Thank you, Coben. You may freely choose from the prisoners outside, barring the nobles. Thank you, my lord. Coben rose and bowed, wishing him a pleasant sleep. Uncertain how long he had slumbered in the study, a knock at the door roused Tyrion. My lord, Lord Tyrion, came a woman's voice, lowered to avoid detection. Shay. Tyrion mumbled, massaging his temples, feeling lightheaded as he stepped onto the carpet of the room. Upon opening the door, he found Margaery Tyrell standing outside, holding a candelabrum. What is it, my lady? Tyrion asked, somewhat bewildered by her presence at such an hour. Margaery did not wait for him to finish, instead slipping into the study and turning to shut the door. In the candlelight, he noticed her eyes were red, as though she had been weeping recently. My lord, my father wishes to betroth me to King Joffrey, Margaery Tyrell said, her voice tinged with sorrow. I do not wish for this. I need your assistance. You need my assistance? Tyrion was taken aback, the narrative unfolding too swiftly. What can I do to help you? I do not want to marry Joffrey Baratheon. Margaery placed the candelabrum on the desk. It is my father's desire, yet I only wish to be the lady of Casterly Rock. She extinguished the candle. No one can halt the descent of night. Chapter 48. The Betrothal. So, you have slept here for 2 days? Tywin Lannister inquired from behind the desk. Tyrion sat opposite his father, rubbing his temples, reminiscing about that sweet night. However, he later dreamt a peculiar dream, wherein he transformed into a green-eyed raven, witnessing Robb Stark wed beneath the weirwood tree. Then he became a purple-eyed raven, observing the queen step into the flames, only to emerge cradling 3 dragons. Reborn from the fire. It appeared that the strange magic of Shay was merely the key. The door had been opened, and he could use it without worry. Cersei sat beside him, her body slightly inclined away from her brother. I truly apologize. I should have vanquished Stannis and pressed the advantage to capture Dragonstone. Shouldn't I? Tyrion remarked. You were actually bested by him, Cersei retorted with a cold laugh. The Baratheons always managed to conjure the unexpected, much like how Robert could crush Rhaegar. Your brother is a war hero. Tywin has indeed dispensed justice, bringing honor to the family, and he deserves respect. Did you hear that, sister? Tyrion mocked. I advise you to obediently heed father's commands. A woman of your disposition is not worthy of a place at the table. Silence. Tywin Lannister rapped on the table. Tyrion, you have performed admirably, winning the war and securing a betrothal. I am here today to discuss this engagement. Tyrion straightened, clearing his throat, prepared to wed Margaery Tyrell. The betrothal between Joffrey and Sansa Stark is annulled, Tywin declared. He shall marry Margaery Tyrell and crown her as queen. What? Tyrion nearly toppled from his chair, while Cersei could not contain her laughter at his comical reaction. My dear brother thinks himself quite the charmer. Lord Mace Tyrell believes your actions to be arrogant and lacking decorum, insisting that Margaery be made queen, Tywin continued. The will of the Highgarden Rose does not hold sway. If Lord Mace desires a king, then we shall provide him one. You are a conceited dandy. Lord Mace speaks no falsehood, Cersei scornfully mocked. They seek a king, and your lineage pales in comparison to young Joffrey. Yet the Lannister bloodline is unmatched, Tywin asserted gravely. However, there is no need for despair. You have another fortunate match ahead. He raised a letter in his hand. Prince Doran is exceedingly pleased with the betrothal to Myrcella and has offered another proposal. He handed the letter to his son, but Tyrion did not take it. You shall marry Arryn Martell. Haha, Cersei laughed uncontrollably. My dear brother is to wed a Dornish whore. Tyrion remained silent, envisioning delivering a vicious punch to his sister's face, akin to how Robert would have. Of course, the same fate would also befall the puffed-up visage of Lord Mace. Noticing Tyrion's silence, Tywin turned to his daughter. You too shall wed. The suddenness of this statement left Cersei momentarily speechless, her face flushing, as if struck. No, I do not wish to remarry, no. Each day you remain a widow is another day to slander Stannis. Duke Tywin informed his daughter. You must have a new husband and bear new children. 3 children are already sufficient. I am the Queen Regent of the 7 Kingdoms, not a mere broodmare. I should have the autonomy to decide. Cersei swiftly exited the room. Her fury evident. She could not defy her father. This had been proven in her marriage to Robert. Should I say something? Forgive me, father. Is it true that my sister wishes to marry my brother? I shall not wed Arryn Martell. As the sister departed, Tyrion slowly remarked. I recall you once mentioning such a marriage proposal in our youth, only to be rejected by Prince Daeron. At that time, Arryn Martell was to be betrothed to Viserys Targaryen. Father stated that now, with Viserys Targaryen deceased, the engagement is nullified. I shall only accept Marjorie. Tyrion spoke with gravity. Otherwise, I would prefer to remain unwed. Very well, does my second son aspire to become a Kingsguard? Lord Tywin retorted, Lord Mace seeks a king, and Prince Daeron has specifically requested you. Moreover, Joffrey and Marjorie are of similar ages, just as you and Arryn are. Tywin's tone grew increasingly irate. What? Do you wish to offend both Highgarden and Dorne in one fell swoop? Such arrangements for offspring are decided by their parents. Tywin fixed his gaze upon his son in silence for a moment before abruptly stating, You have shared a bed with Marjorie. I have not, Tyrion vehemently denied. Oh. The air in this room reeks of deceit. Lord Tywin, you are my son, and you truly believe you can shroud me in falsehoods? Tyrion fell silent. Tell me, Tyrion, after your encounter with her, did blood grace the blade? What? I inquire whether Marjorie Tyrell is still a maiden. Lord Tywin exclaimed in fury, by the gods. How has this dandy transformed into such a clumsy boy? I was fatigued at the time, and the room was dark. I did not notice, foolish son. Tywin continued. The Septa will examine Marjorie Tyrell to confirm her loss of maidenhood, yet she insists it was a horse-riding mishap that caused her to lose her virtue. Originally, this could have served as an excuse to deny her entry into the Red Keep. You foolish child, you have become a pawn of the Roses. They have calculated correctly. If this were due to you, I could scarcely broach the subject. Now, Joffrey has no reason to refuse her, and Tyrell will surely take a seat at the small council. Tywin ground his teeth. It is precisely because they do not wish to wed their daughter to you that they allowed her to share your bed. Have you lost your wits? Believing that the Roses of Highgarden are akin to the daughters of the petty knights with whom you once dallied? Tywin paced angrily within the chamber. Are you enamored by her beauty? I desire the support of the Reach. Tyrion opted for honesty. We are Lannisters. Tywin suppressed his fury. A lion does not consume grass. You seek support from your mother's house. Very well. Marry Arryn Martell and mend the rift between the Martells and Lannisters. Is Dorne not as wealthy as Highgarden? Tywin scoffed. The gold of Casterly Rock is boundless. You dare to suggest that the Tyrells, mere stewards of a gardener's family, could rival us? A Florent could easily sweep away nearly half their forces, not to mention the Redwyne and Hightower clans. You have lost your senses to regard Highgarden as a prize. While Dorne may not rival Highgarden in riches, the Martell family is of princely stature. Even the conqueror Aegon could not bend them to his will. In Dorne, the Martell family commands unwavering loyalty. Tywin glared at his son. Do you desire 1/3 of Highgarden or the entirety of Dorne? Tyrion remained silent. Yet his father discerned his wavering resolve. In Dorne, women enjoy rights of inheritance. Arianne is the primary heir to Sunspear. Tywin continued. Moreover, Arianne is voluptuous and beautiful, surely to your liking. However, I am not yet the heir to Casterly Rock. Tyrion finally interjected. Huh, you sly rascal. Are you now on friendly terms with Littlefinger? Tywin scoffed. If you marry Arryn Martell, I shall declare you the heir to Casterly Rock. It's settled. Tyrion readily agreed, rising to leave. Not so fast, Tywin cautioned. You must find a way for Joffrey to become acquainted in advance. I do not wish for the king to be looked down upon by a queen who has tasted the pleasures of the flesh. Seek a daughter from a wealthy merchant or a minor noble. Cost is no object, but ensure she is of good reputation. And keep it discreet. I also wish to reside in the Hand's Tower. No problem, Tyrion replied, but Tywin added, just think carefully before disrobing next time. Tyrion nodded. It was indeed necessary for him to converse with Sansa and ascertain who was lying. He did not trust his father. After all, in another timeline, he had been deceived by him regarding Tisha. If it was indeed Tytos, then the Lannisters must repay their debts. Chapter 49, Varys my lord. You actually have the time to visit me? Varys sat in a chair by his writing desk, facing Tyrion. The eunuch's quarters were located beneath the northern wall, small and cramped, consisting of merely 3 compact, windowless rooms. There was ample time, yet space was scarce. The bedroom was no larger than a coffin. Tyrion could only sit on the bed, which felt like stone, or perhaps it was truly made of stone. My lord, my back aches unbearably. I must sleep on something hard. I assumed you were accustomed to feather beds. How astonishing. How could you misjudge me so? Are you angry with me? Why would I be angry? I trust you as if you were my own brother, Tyrion replied. Is it because you did not come to see me after the war? And by the gods, is there water in your flask? Ah, esteemed lord, I had my reasons for hiding after the Battle of Blackwater. You see, my situation is rather delicate, Varys shrugged. Surely, there are throngs of sycophants eager to curry your favor. My accolades have been usurped by Mace Tyrell, Tyrion grumbled. How amusing. What merit does the Duke of Highgarden possess? Varys smiled with the utmost flattery. The Battle of Blackwater is referred to as the Lannisters' inundation of 7 armies. Your mere urination swept away Stannis' 7 camps. The word is out that you are the reincarnation of the Flood God. Rumors from the peasants. The Flood God is a deity of the sea, and I have merely commanded a river, Tyrion retorted. What? Not only the Mad King. But do you think Balon Greyjoy wishes to mingle with my bloodline? My lord, do not be angered, Varys chuckled. I understand that for a pure-hearted young master, parting is a painful affair. There is a saying, is there not? If love is mingled with calculations unrelated to its essence, then it is not true love. You know quite a bit, Tyrion scoffed. Why not share it all with me? About what specifically? Varys smiled. Your esteemed father, Lord Tywin? Or the noble Mace of the Riverlands? Is it still the charming Lady Margaery? Or should I say, the Queen? I am eager to hear more, Tyrion expressed. That would not be prudent, my lord, Varys chuckled, for it would place me in your debt. And what of it? Tyrion retorted, a Lannister always pays his debts. Oh, my lord, Varys smiled. Where shall we begin? Lady Margaery Tyrell wept throughout the night. What a tremendous blow for the poor Rose of Highgarden. Tyrion felt a tightening in his heart. A maiden dedicated to love, devoted to avenging her betrothed. What a poignant tale, Varys continued. May you grant her peace. Indeed, the arm cannot outmatch the thigh. Even if Lady Margaery is most reluctant, Lord Mace is resolute in betrothing his daughter to the king. Surely, the Duke of Casterly Rock holds great esteem, yet still, he pales in comparison to the king. So, are you suggesting that Lord Mace looks down upon me? Tyrion felt a twinge of displeasure. The Duke of Highgarden, with his noble status, might indeed be lofty, Varys replied, but believe me, my lord, half the maidens of the 7 kingdoms would desire to share your bed. I almost wish to bear a child myself. So, Prince Doran holds me in high regard. Does he? Tyrion inquired. Ah, Dorne, Varys laughed. Dear lord, surely you refer to Prince Doran's betrothal? Tyrion nodded. Eyrie Martell, the darling of Prince Doran. Varys whispered, of course. My lord, I know what you wish to ask. Her beauty is well known and rivals that of Lady Margaery Tyrell. However, in terms of temperament, it is said in the borders that Dorne's cuisine ignites the tempers of its men and incites wild behavior in its women. The fiery peppers and other exotic spices inflame their blood, leaving them uncontrollable. In Dorne, this is hardly a flaw. Indeed, customs differ greatly from one place to another, Tyrion remarked. I have heard that in Dorne, daughters enjoy the same inheritance rights as sons. That is indeed the case, the eunuch confirmed, but believe me, Prince Doran favors his sons over his daughters. Should you seek to exert influence through his daughter, I fear you shall be disappointed. That is somewhat disheartening, Tyrion sighed. I had thought Prince Doran would take a liking to me. Quite so, yet Eyrie may not share that sentiment. She might perceive you as a mere instrument for Prince Doran to deprive her of her inheritance, Varys chuckled. However, I did not come here solely for matters concerning Dorne. Tyrion stated, I require your assistance with something. There is no need for formality, my lord. Please, proceed. I need 2 young women. One should ideally be a maiden of unblemished lineage, perhaps the daughter of a merchant or a landed knight, Tyrion explained. As for the other, she should be experienced and alluring, capable of assisting with some foreplay, presumably to aid our king in acquiring some knowledge, Tyrion added. Ah, my lord, you do put me in a difficult position, Varys said with a smile. You are aware that I am a eunuch. Should you not seek Lord Baelish for such matters? He has an abundance of brothels in King's Landing. Has Lord Baelish not been dispatched by me? Has he returned to King's Landing? Tyrion expressed his astonishment. He did not come to see me. He, my lord, Varys remarked. He sought your father to request Harrenhal. A Lannister always pays his debts, even if he returns. I shall not seek him out, Tyrion asserted, for secrets are openly priced at Littlefingers, while you, my lord, are the epitome of discretion. A broader smile spread across Varys's plump face, and Tyrion sensed his sincerity. My lord, you truly possess an understanding heart. If I were the Duke of Highgarden, I would gladly offer not only my daughter but even my mother to you. Varys continued. I happen to have a suitable candidate in mind. A merchant ship from Pentos is currently docked at the port of King's Landing. Following Stannis' defeat, these Essos vessels have flocked here. The captain, accompanied by his daughters, his daughters are wandering about in the city. He brings them along each time he visits. Varys assured. I guarantee that these daughters are exceptionally beautiful, possessing a certain exotic charm. And they are all maidens. Their father, the ship's captain, hopes to marry one of them off to a knight. Of course, Pentos has knights, but their treatment under the peace accord with Bravos leaves much to be desired. Allow me to speak with him. He would be most willing to let one of his daughters experience the majesty of the king. Naturally, the price must be agreeable. Money is not an issue, Tyrion replied. Then we are in good standing, Varys said. A new bed slave from Lys has recently arrived at Littlefinger's brothel. Initially intended to train the girls under his employ to enhance customer satisfaction. You are familiar with Lys, I presume? They rely on the slave trade, with the number of slaves outnumbering free citizens threefold, renowned for their bed slaves and brothels, cultivating and producing beautiful young boys and lovely female slaves. I am aware, Tyrion nodded. I can summon her, of course, without Littlefinger's knowledge. My lord, a voice called from outside the eunuch's quarters. Podrick. Very well. Lord Varys, let us proceed as you suggest. Money is no obstacle. Deliver it to the king's residence tonight. I trust you can manage the arrangements. As Tyrion stood, he added, I fear our discussion ends here for today. I shan't see you out. Varys rose and bowed. The sunlight outside pricked at Tyrion's eyes. What is it, Pod? Tyrion asked, rubbing his eyes. My lord, the maid Shay sent me to find you. Lady Sansa has been taken away. By whom? A noblewoman named Olenna. Chapter 50. A sweet misunderstanding. Duke Tyrell and his entourage resided in the elongated slate-roofed fortress behind the Royal September, known as Maiden's Rest, where the blessed King Baelor had once imprisoned his sisters, believing that by not seeing them, he would not be tempted into carnal desires. What utter nonsense, Tyrion mused. Before the grand, intricately carved wooden door stood two sentinels adorned with gilded half-helmets and cloaked in green robes trimmed with golden threads. Their chests bore the embroidered golden rose of House Tyrell. Each stood at an impressive 7 feet, boasting broad shoulders and slender waists, their physiques rippling with muscle. Please announce my arrival, Tyrion Lannister requested. I come to pay my respects. Thus, he effortlessly gained entry into the banquet hall, his surname serving as a ticket. The honor of being a hero of the Battle of Blackwater granting him unimpeded access. The room was filled with women. The imposing and dignified Duchess of Tyrell, Lady Olenna, had her long silver braid adorned with jeweled rings. Lady Leonette, possessing bright eyes and a graceful demeanor, was also of House Florent, wed to Ser Garland. Countless other women filled the space, each distinct, yet united in their intrigue upon Tyrion's arrival. He made his way directly to the central table, approaching the frail, white-haired matron encircled by Marjorie and Sansa. It is an honor to meet you, Lady Olenna. Ah, the charming imp, the old woman replied, exuding a fragrance of rose perfume as she raised a delicate hand, appearing diminutive. Why do they call me the Queen of Thorns? You are exceedingly gracious to dine with me and my flock of foolish hens, Tyrion said, kissing the back of her hand. It is my oversight not to present myself in person, my lady. Please forgive me. Miss Sansa's safety concerns my elder brother's life. She must be accompanied whenever she leaves the Red Keep. Of course, to invite a knight to such a lavish banquet may seem inappropriate. Haha. I had intended to invite the king later, Lady Olenna remarked. But allowing mother and daughter to meet beforehand might breed misunderstandings. Your presence as an uncle is most welcome. My apologies, my lady, Sansa interjected, rising. I should seek your permission first. Unnecessary, Tyrion replied. You are not my wife. There is no need for such formalities. Well said. Lady Olenna clapped her hands. Marjorie need not seek the king's permission for her actions, must she? Aelia, bring our esteemed guest a chair. As Tyrion seated himself, he noticed a flicker of unease cross Marjorie's face. My darling always manages to captivate the king, Lady Olenna observed, her toothless grin revealing her age. First Renly, Then Joffrey. Renly was indeed handsome, Tyrion remarked. Joffrey, however, is of noble birth. The old woman scoffed. Indeed, he is grand, charming, and maintains a clean appearance. He knows how to dress, how to smile, and how to bathe, leading him to conclude that he ought to be king. Without a doubt, the Baratheon line harbors some outlandish notions, likely inherited from their Targaryen blood. She sniffed dismissively. They once sought to marry me to a Targaryen. I would not abide. As for King Joffrey, the gods above, the common folk claim the grain he distributes leaves them unable to relieve themselves. Your family seems quite fond of the two. Do they not? Tyrion mused, stifling a laugh. Mace, my dear son, at times I find myself yearning to be a humble countrywoman, equipped with a sturdy wooden spoon to rouse him, instilling wisdom into that plump head of his. Mother, Lady Eyrie lamented. Silence, Eyrie, refrain from such tone. Moreover, do not address me as mother. Had I borne you, I would surely remember it. In any case, I did not speak of you, merely chastising my son, the dim-witted Duke of Highgarden. The old woman turned her gaze back to Tyrion. That is rebellion. I have warned him. Robert has 2 sons, Renly and his elder brother. How can he aspire to that hideous Iron Throne? TSK, my son informs me that you do not wish for your darling to ascend as queen? The Lannisters have long served as kings, as have the Arryns and the Starks. Only the Tyrells, prior to the burning of the rightful Riverlands king by Aegon the Conqueror, held merely the position of steward. To speak the truth, as the insufferable Florent family often laments, our claim to Highgarden does indeed lack solid foundation. Hence, my foolish son envisions the prospect of seeing his grandson seated upon the Iron Throne, which fuels his arrogance. The bloodline of House Tyrell traces back to the Green Hand, Garth. Tyrion remarked. The Queen of Thorns remained unimpressed. What of it? The Florents, the Rowans, half of the southern nobility are the same. It is said Garth excelled in sowing, nurturing all to flourish. In my view, he employed more than just his hands for sowing. As for your father, Lord Tywin and my dim-witted son surely share similar sentiments. My dear, take Lady Sansa for a stroll. I wish to converse privately with the dashing Lord of Shadows. Very well, grandmother. Margaery rose, maneuvering around Tyrion, taking Sansa's hand. Come, my lady, let us take a turn. Sansa glanced at Tyrion, who nodded. Go on, my lady, be a lady. I must say, you appear remarkably handsome. Not to mention your victory over Stannis, the Queen of Thorns remarked, observing the departing ladies. My son desires to claim the victory for himself. Only a turnip in the fields would believe him. Were I in your shoes, I would betroth my granddaughter to you, from Lannisport to Highgarden. The coastal road would feel like one's own corridor. My lady, I did not come to complain, Tyrion clarified. You are not complaining. You are asserting a rightful grievance. At 18, I was jilted by Daeron. My husband was spurned by Princess Rhaenyra Targaryen, the king's daughter. The gods conspired to bring together 2 fortunate wretches, and we bore 3 children. The Queen of Thorns reflected, sometimes, misfortune can lead to unexpected blessings. Good fortune is often intertwined with misfortune. Tyrion instinctively retorted, indeed. Calamity often conceals prosperity. My heavens, you are quite the poet. From whence did you acquire your verse? From Ashaya? The Queen of Thorns chuckled. It is a pity to have missed you. Had I been 50 years younger, I would have taken to the field myself, bringing with me the taxes from Highgarden as a dowry. Haha. All I can say is, you may very well find yourself fortunate. Dorne, perhaps? Tyrion mused. You are a widow, and my father happens to be a widower. However, my lady, I find myself entwined with Margaery. Hush, the Thorn Queen interjected, raising a finger. The fluttering heart of an unwed maiden is hardly a matter of great consequence, yet it is perhaps best left unspoken. I have no desire to revisit this issue. To speak candidly, it is not a matter of honor for either of us, so I hope you will cast it aside and regard it merely as a sweet misunderstanding. The old lady continued, My son is the Duke of Highgarden. Though he is somewhat dim-witted, his words carry weight. Despite various grievances, the matter has taken root. I must speak plainly. Perhaps you harbor dissatisfaction towards Highgarden's intentions, yet can a fleeting kiss with a rose truly compensate for that? Tyrion remained impassive. Regardless, I find you, my charming demon, quite appealing, both in battle and in verse, the Thorn Queen remarked. The friendship between Tyrell and Lannister shall endure. I do not speak of my son and your father, but rather of you and me. Tyrion nodded. I hope you will grant me a request to bring closure to this misunderstanding. Speak on. Should my dear heart find herself in peril in King's Landing, I implore you to assist her, even if only once, will you? The Thorn Queen clasped his hand. I promise you, my lady. Chapter 51. Incompetence. As the banquet concluded, Tyrion and Sansa walked back to the Hand's Tower from the Maideness house. I beg your pardon, my lord, Sansa said, her hands clutching a basket filled with leftover food from the feast. I did not intend to conceal anything from you. I have already told you that there is no need for apologies. Tyrion walked alongside her, the young girl not daring to meet his gaze. What do you carry? He asked, feigning ignorance to ease the awkwardness. Food, Sansa replied. It was Miss Marjorie S. insistence that I take it. I thought perhaps Arya might like a bite. I did not expect you to consider your sister. Tyrion remarked. I see she often bickers with you. I assumed your relationship was strained. Also, there is no need to address me as my lord. Very well, Sansa nodded. My mother taught me that when winter arrives, the pack of wolves must come together for warmth. Ah, Catelyn Stark, I recall enduring considerable hardship in the Eyrie. I beg your pardon, my lord. I have said, do not apologize to me, nor call me my lord. Tyrion snatched the basket from her hands. Allow me to assist you. Pray tell, what did Miss Marjorie speak of with you? Nothing of significance, merely the trivial matters of maidens. Such as? Tyrion inquired. What could young ladies possibly discuss? It is generally men. Did Miss Marjorie mention me? No, my lord, Sansa swallowed. She seemed quite afraid of you, avoiding eye contact. Are my eyes truly so fearsome? Tyrion asked. Did she not commend my handsomeness? Your handsomeness requires no validation from others, Sansa replied with grace. Is that so? What do you think? In the eyes of northerners, do I pass as handsome? Valiant, indeed, not only handsome, but also a vanquisher of Stannis' insurrection. Enough, Tyrion interrupted. Miss Marjorie inquired about King Joffrey. He could sense Sansa's slight tremor. What did she ask you? Is King Joffrey kind? Humorous? Tyrion continued. Or did she inquire about his abilities? Sansa Stark lowered her head. No, my lord, I am still a maiden. Lady Marjorie merely asked about the king's character. And how did you respond? Tyrion asked. Did you tell Lady Marjorie about how he stripped you of your clothing in public, or how that wretched Joffrey had you slapped by Ser Meryn? Sansa trembled as she replied. No, my lord, absolutely not. I am a good girl. I remember what you said about being a lady. Tyrion sighed as they ascended the spiral stone steps of the Hand's Tower. You need not be overly reserved with me. I am not like those wretches. Upon reaching the door to her chamber, Tyrion handed the basket to her. Go now, sleep well. Everything will be all right. Sansa knocked, and Shae opened the door, letting the girl inside and casting a glance at Tyrion, who pretended not to see and retreated to his study. At least the Hand's Tower still belonged to him. He lay upon his narrow bed and soon fell into slumber. After an unknown duration, Tyrion was awakened by a rapid, gentle knock at the door. Who is it? He rubbed his eyes, the sky still shrouded in gray. My lord. A familiar voice came from outside. Varys? Tyrion rose. I must ask what brings you here at such an hour. He opened the door to find 3 figures, a eunuch and 2 maidens, devoid of any men. Let us speak inside, Varys urged. Tyrion ushered them into the study. The 2 maidens took a seat on his narrow bed, while Varys settled into a chair as he lit a candle. The dim light flickered across the maidens' faces. One was beautiful, slender, dressed modestly yet with red-rimmed eyes, weeping incessantly. The other appeared older, heavily made up, with a more voluptuous figure, sitting there with a blank expression. My lord. Tyrion surveyed the 2. Who are these young ladies? The ones you entrusted me to find, my lord, Varys replied with a smile. Oh, I see, Tyrion said. Forgive my poor memory. However, your recollection seems lacking as well. When did I request you to bring them to me? I certainly remember, my lord. Varys maintained his smile. The matter has been arranged. What? Tyrion was taken aback. It has only been a short while. How could our lord be so swift? He felt a desire to mock his nephew, wondering if he was indeed such a quick hand. Perhaps it would be best for the maidens to explain, Varys suggested. The young maiden sobbed continuously. I am. Hush, Tyrion interjected. There is no need for introductions. We shall not address each other by name. Just tell me what transpired. Very well, the young maiden continued. This lord brought us through a long dark passage into a magnificent room where we encountered that lord. The adults were visibly pleased to see us, engaging in conversation and merrily indulging in food and drink. Later, I attempted to touch him, a lesson imparted by my sister. The girl next to me glanced at the older companion, and I genuinely wished to bring her joy. I vowed that was my intent. However, the adults were enraged. The young woman rolled up her sleeves, revealing wounds on her arms, remnants of a whip, and she sobbed, rendered speechless. Are you telling me that before the foreplay even began, the adults resorted to beating you? Tyrion frowned. Indeed, the girl wept more earnestly, as the older girl turned her back, unfastening and removing her outer garment. On her pristine back lay a tapestry of bruises and vivid red welts. Tyrion cast a glance at Varys, who merely shrugged, an expression of helplessness suggesting, what can we do about the king? And then what? Tyrion continued. Did you consummate the act? Was it completed? The girl's plight could be assuaged with gold, yet the king's coming of age was of paramount importance. Both young women shook their heads in unison. The young man possessed peculiar inclinations, difficult to articulate, yet not beyond comprehension. Tyrion, with a guilty conscience, urged them. Might you return to fulfill the adult's rites of passage? You may discern that I wield influence and wealth. The cost is of little consequence. The younger girl continued to shake her head, prompting Tyrion to turn to the elder. My lady, you seem seasoned in such matters, serving as a guide. Might I implore you to persuade her again? Consider it an aid to a bumbling boy. No response was given. You are experienced, perhaps aware that some individuals derive pleasure only through whipping or torment, perhaps the adult. The older girl sighed. We did not come here because we are incapable, but rather because that adult is unable. Chapter 52. The pace. What do you mean, unable? What does that entail? Tyrion questioned, puzzled. Are you suggesting he cannot? He turned to Varys. My lord, why do you look at me? Varys waved his hands dismissively. Explain to me what you mean by unable, Tyrion insisted, leaning closer to the older girl. Is he too young? Does he not understand? Unable means just that, the older girl replied slowly. He simply cannot rise to the occasion. What? Tyrion's brow furrowed in confusion. How is that possible if he possesses the means? Then, the older girl detailed how the younger maiden had posed and was subsequently whipped. How she observed, then took matters into her own hands. In the end, she revealed her own wounds to Tyrion, swearing, My lord, I assure you, I am well versed. Having seen countless individuals, some guests indeed revel in such practices, but your young lord is not among them. During the whipping, he merely savored the pleasure of the abuse. Entirely devoid of any sexual interest. His member, if I may still call it that, remained utterly flaccid throughout. Tyrion fell into silence, his expression contorted in a peculiar manner, making it difficult to discern whether he felt sorrow or joy. Regardless, I am grateful to you both. Tyrion rose to his feet, stating, I shall pay double the price. Today's events must remain strictly confidential. Furthermore, he patted Varys on the back, leaning in to whisper, You must still take the moon tea, regardless of the circumstances. Seek out Coburn, I will inquire with him. He opened the door, watching as Varys escorted the two ladies away, and sighed in the corridor. Hey, little demon. What troubles you? A sudden voice startled Tyrion. He turned to see Arya Stark. What brings you here, horse-faced girl? Tyrion asked, noting the still dark sky. Why are you up so early? My instructor advised me to rise like a cat, for cats awaken early, Arya replied. Only then can one uncover secrets, right, you rascal? How have I become the rogue? Tyrion leaned against the wall, admonishing her, You ought not to speak so carelessly. I saw 3 women leaving your room, did I not? Arya declared. You are a repulsive scoundrel. 3 women? Tyrion paused, then realized with a start that she had mistaken the eunuch for a woman. Pray tell, how do you discern between the sexes, horse-faced girl? Do not call me that, Arya Stark retorted. Syrio Farrell taught me how to identify gender based on one's gait, and even to infer character traits. An impressive skill indeed. When shall you and your sister return home? Arya suddenly inquired. You and your sister wish to exchange me for my brother, have you forgotten? Tyrion countered. And what if your brother were to perish? Arya stated. Robb would surely kill him. Are you attempting to frighten me, little girl? Tyrion chuckled, bending down to gaze at her. I assure you, my brother will not meet such a fate. He and your mother would never allow it. In my estimation, he is likely to outlive your family. Tell me, horse-faced girl, if Robb and Lady Catelyn were to die, where would you and your sister go? Arya Stark's face flushed. You are a wicked man, a truly vile creature. All Lannisters are thoroughly despicable. Tyrion felt a twinge of regret. Why engage in jest with this child? Such words were excessively cruel, especially when directed at a young one. If Ser Jaime returns, will you truly let me and my sister go back? Arya asked after a moment of silence. Tyrion sighed inwardly, poor girl. Even if my brother were to return, the Stark family might not have much time left. Where could I possibly send you? Must I wound her heart once more? Of course, as long as my brother returns, Tyrion lied. Then you must swear. Is it truly necessary? Tyrion replied, somewhat displeased. I am not fond of oaths. A Lannister always pays his debts, and we do not break our word. Swear. Arya insisted. Very well. I swear that I will ensure Sansa Stark and Arya Stark return to their mother. Tyrion straightened his posture, thinking, may the gods forgive me for this fib. Is that satisfactory? That will suffice. Arya nodded, indicating that she could remove him from the death list. Haha, Tyrion chuckled. A death list, and I am still on it? How amusing. Do you wish to kill me? Arya merely regarded him with cold eyes. You must have observed my movements for quite some time. What kind of person do you think I am? You are an arrogant fool. Before long, Your father and elder brother will meet their demise before your very eyes." Arya spat at him, declaring, "Perhaps your fate will not be so dire." She then turned and fled back to her chamber. Tyrion gazed at the closed door, shaking his head with a smile. "You should cast your curses upon my sister instead. An amusing girl, indeed." Turning, Tyrion found himself face to face with Ser Jorah Mormont. Though beneath the surface, it was actually the visage of Jaqen H'ghar. "You have returned? Have you completed your task?" Tyrion inquired, opening the door to his study. "Someone has fulfilled the task," Jaqen replied, stepping into the room, cloaked in shadows. "Vargo Hoat is dead. One might say he has long since departed." "Was it an accident?" Tyrion asked, settling into his chair behind the desk, realizing it was time to commence his work. "Where did you catch him?" "After Lord Tywin's withdrawal from Harrenhal, Roose Bolton seized control there, and Vargo Hoat joined Bolton's ranks," Jaqen explained. "Someone caused him to fall from the bridge, and his men were scattered and absorbed by Roose Bolton." "Sounds exquisitely flawless," Tyrion remarked. "Pray tell, how much would it cost to hire you to eliminate someone like Vargo Hoat?" "It would cost 10 times the fee for hiring this mercenary company," Jaqen responded. "Then you have truly lost out," Tyrion replied, clicking his tongue. "Can you move freely within the Red Keep? How did the guards at the Tower of the Hand fail to stop you?" "Someone traverses through the shadows," Jaqen stated. "This technique, you Haven T taught to Arya, have you? Such skills are not easily acquired. Just now, she boasted to me that she could discern a person's character through their footsteps. Is that something you imparted to her?" Tyrion queried. "Indeed, my lord. I assumed you were teaching her here, merely as a FAAD. Yet it seems she has gleaned some genuine skills," Jaqen admitted, to Tyrion's surprise. "Someone will instruct her in the manner of Ser Jorah Mormont. The art of discerning footsteps is the domain of the water dancers." "Very well. May I ponder the next name?" "It shall not take long, perhaps just a few days," Tyrion suggested. "In the meantime, might you continue to teach Arya Stark? Money is no object." "Someone consents," Jaqen replied, bowing as he prepared to exit the room. "Wait," Tyrion called, halting the faceless man. "What do my footsteps sound like to you? What sort of person do they reveal?" he inquired. "They sound remarkably perfect," Jaqen responded, "possessing the qualities of a king." Chapter 53, The Small Council Meeting. King's Landing, the Red Keep, the Throne Room, following the adjournment of the Small Council meeting. "So, why have you left me behind?" Tyrion asked, seated in a chair, now alone with his father. During the meeting, Tywin had appointed Tyrion as the Master of Laws, granting him the authority to remain in the Tower of the Hand. They proceeded to discuss the state of the war. Robb Stark remains in the west. Yet another contingent of northern forces, commanded by Haemon Tohar and Robert Glover, is advancing towards the city of Moat Cailin. Tywin has dispatched Count Tarly to confront them head-on, while Ser Gregor is ordered to march down the King's Road to sever their retreat. Tohar and Glover will find themselves trapped in a vice, with a third of Stark's military strength doomed to be rendered ineffective. "Matters of the small council should not divert our attention," Tywin remarked. "Let those meticulous souls who excel at inventory manage the stores. Those who are careless yet skilled in slaughter should lead the charge. But there must always be someone at the gaming table." "Huh," Tyrion chuckled. "I had thought that being a fool would render me beyond exploitation. Yet it seems my father is a master at utilizing the inept. Jaime has departed from Harrenhal unscathed. Roose Bolton has sent us goodwill by allowing him to leave." Tywin noted, "Sir Amory Lorch is also unharmed. It appears that eliminating Vargo Hoat not only safeguarded Jaime, but also provided an unforeseen benefit for Lorch. Good news indeed." Tyrion exclaimed with delight. "It is a pity my sister is absent from today's council. She would be overjoyed. She has repeatedly declined my summons." "She fears I will announce her betrothal during the meeting," Tywin stated. "Avoidance is not a solution," Tyrion replied. "What manner of brother-in-law do you intend to procure for me?" "I am pleased you grasped this point." Tywin nodded toward Tyrion. "Lady Balon Greyjoy is aged and frail. Through this union, we could win the support of the Iron Islands. Although they are currently ravaging the north, I remain hesitant about the wisdom of such a match." "Huh. The thought of my sister being sent to the barren Iron Islands fills me with uncontainable joy," Tyrion confessed. "Surely, there are gods in this world, for they have heard my prayers." Oberyn Martell could have been a consideration, yet that would offend House Tyrell. "They already have reservations about your marriage to Alysanne. Marrying your sister to him would jeopardize their loyalty to us." "The Red Viper?" Tyrion scoffed. "He is surrounded by innumerable mistresses. Having bedded more men and women than the feathers on a peacock, I doubt my sister would appreciate a man with such appetites, rivaling even Robert S. Of course, Robert surpasses him in progeny," he added. "I have contemplated younger suitors," Tywin continued, "but fundamentally, our alliance with the Tyrells is what will help us vanquish Stannis and secure the throne. It must be reinforced." Presently, with Ser Loras cloaked in white, and Ser Garland marrying into House Florent, our only choice remains their heir, intended to wed Sansa Stark. Willis Tyrell, Tyrion interjected, he is a cripple, if memory serves. It was the Red Viper who caused this. Willis is the heir to Highgarden, a gentle and courteous young man with a penchant for reading and stargazing. Even with his affliction, the Tyrells hold him in high esteem, especially the Queen of Thorns, who dotes on him. So what now? What should I do? Tyrion inquired. Am I truly qualified to decide my sister's matrimonial fate? Jaime will soon arrive in King's Landing. You and Cersei must surely go to greet him. Tywin remarked. Since she is unwilling to meet with me, convey my sentiments to her. Tyrion felt a surge of joy at the prospect of delivering such news to his sister personally. It was far more gratifying than subjecting her to the company of the old squid, the Red Viper, and the crippled pup. Regarding the matter of Jaime's return, both my sister and I owe you our gratitude. Even when expressing thanks, Father remains as cold as ice, yet it brings forth another issue. What issue? We must fulfill our commitment to House Stark. With Jaime's return, we must send the two young ladies away. Then let us send them, Tyrion replied. A Lannister always pays his debts. That is not permissible, Tywin countered. These two young ladies are significant bargaining chips. Returning them would be akin to throwing jewels into a cesspit. Are we to break our word? Tyrion questioned. It was I who made the promise. You wouldn't want one son branded as the Kingslayer and the other as the Oathbreaker, would you? Robb Stark is about to meet his demise. There is a piece of news I did not share at the council, but soon enough, these adults will learn. The young wolf has wed the eldest daughter of Gavin Westerling. I was already aware, Tyrion thought. So what if we send them back? They hold no value. My brother's life and the honor of House Lannister are worth 100-fold more than a pile of refuse. No need to break our oath. Tywin insisted. Use your wits. Delay for a few days. Once the Starks are finished, those two young ladies will be unable to leave. Perhaps we could allow them to remain for Joffrey's wedding. That would serve as a reasonable condition for their retention. It sounds reasonable, but it is too far off. Tywin objected. The wedding is on New Year's Day. Delaying for so long would be no different from breaking our vow. Then let us hold an engagement feast, Tyrion proposed, suggesting that Joffrey and Margaery become engaged first, necessitating the annulment of his betrothal to Sansa Stark. This could occur within a week or two, providing a fitting and appropriate reason concerning the honor of House Stark. An engagement feast? It would be excessively lavish. We are still indebted to the Iron Bank. Let Lord Mace pay for it, Tyrion suggested. His vanity is boundless, and he yearns for all of Westeros to know his daughter is to marry the king. With a bit of flattery, he will willingly foot the bill. Tywin nodded in approval. Your mind is indeed sharp. While the young wolf has fought as well as you, he is but a 16-year-old boy. He has betrayed his vows, humiliated his vassals, and disregarded the sanctity of marriage. Having taken her maidenhead, he now holds her in contempt. I am pleased you do not share his folly, Tywin continued. I have heard you have met with the Queen of Thorns. That was to seek your favor, father. A trivial matter, Tyrion replied. Do you think I would gossip about Margaery Tyrell's nonsense with the old woman? Tywin nodded in satisfaction. Then go and resolve matters concerning Cersei, Sansa Stark, and Arryn Martell. Thank you, father, for placing me amidst women, just as I once cherished. Tyrion rose. There are plenty of men in Casterly Rock with whom you can engage. Tywin remarked. Focus on the task at hand, and do not aim too high. Tyrion nodded and exited the throne room. He felt akin to a donkey enticed by a carrot, yet a perplexing thought surfaced in his mind, labeling Valerion as a cur. Was it jealousy? This notion seemed to have materialized from thin air. Chapter 54. The Kingslayer in King's Landing. To the north stood the old city gate. The muddy path was teeming with people, yet under the command of the gold-robed guards, both soldiers and commoners parted to make way for the Queen's procession. Children with sunken eyes gathered nearby. Some stared vacantly, while others cried out for alms. Tyrion produced a handful of copper coins from his purse and cast them into the air, reminiscent of his arrival in King's Landing. The children immediately scrambled, shouting and pushing one another. Those fortunate enough might savor a piece of moldy bread that night. The marketplace had never witnessed such a crowd. The Tyrells had dispatched countless supplies, replacing the so-called famine relief pills, yet the prices of food remained exorbitantly high. 6 copper coins bought a pumpkin. A silver stag exchanged for a heap of corn, and a gold dragon was worth either a beef rib or 6 scrawny piglets. Despite this, buyers continued to flock in droves. Emaciated men and women surrounded every cart and stall, while the truly destitute stood in the alleyways, casting gloomy glances. Beyond the old city gate lay desolation, filled only with mud, ashes, and charred bones. Tyrion had ordered the bodies to be buried or cast into the river. Yet the homeless had once again erected tents in the shadows of the city walls. They sought the corpses to scavenge for valuables, first jewelry and armor, then tattered clothes and worn shoes, and ultimately even teeth were knocked out for coin. Tyrion feared that some had already begun to consume the carrion. The burnt flesh was indistinguishable from its original form. The warriors of the Burning Legion embraced Tyrion one by one as he bid them farewell, while the citizens of King's Landing observed from a distance. On one hand, they feared the mountain clans. On the other, they yearned for Tyrion, the handsome Lord Lannister, who dispersed coins as he traversed the city. Little did they know that these coins were earned from selling laxatives. After hugging nearly 100 warriors, it was finally time for Tyrion to bid farewell to the son of the seductive. He appeared much cleaner than their first meeting, his hair neatly groomed and his beard well trimmed. His single eye was a striking blue. Upon closer inspection, Tyrion surmised that he was merely around 20 years old, and he imagined the other eye to be of a different hue, making him his own heterochromatic brother. "Are you truly leaving?" Tyrion inquired. The young man nodded. "I do not feel at home here. The adults harbor disdain for us, and there is no need to subject myself to such folly. You could join Shagga and Zalo in the Vale." The Vale had been fought over 3 times by the Mountain and the Boltons, the land turned over and ravaged, now ruled by none, while the war raged on. "Thank you, Tyrion." Tyrion embraced him briefly, expressing that the people of the Burning Lands possessed their own culture, unwilling to be beholden to others. With the old god's blessing, they hoped to meet again amidst the Moon Mountains. Tyrion observed the mountain warriors driving cattle carts laden with spoils as they journeyed northward. "Are you relying on these savages?" Once the crowd had dispersed, Cersei approached, followed by a retinue of knights clad in white and red armor, as well as golden garb. Both Lancel and Boros were present. Tyrion ignored her, while Podrick brought over a chair and set it in the shade. "Dispatch one warrior and welcome another knight?" Boros stood behind him. "Jaime Lannister is a great knight," Lancel remarked, noting that Jaime had always been his idol. "Indeed, Commander, indeed," Boros added, "the great Jaime Lannister, the Kingslayer. My ears are nearly calloused from hearing it. At least watching you two wield swords. One cannot fathom how a Lannister could be so skilled with a blade. Does he lack talent?" Tyrion pointed at Lancel and turned to Boros. "My cousin certainly possesses it," Lancel stammered. "You must address me by my title in public," Tyrion said. "My lord." Lancel quickly corrected himself. "I believe my training has been quite adequate." "Is that so?" Tyrion queried Boros. Boros raised an eyebrow. "Could it be that your teaching was inadequate?" Tyrion crossed his legs. "Thus, I have him learn from you first. I wish to learn from my brother." "Your brother may indeed surpass me," Boros replied. "But look at the present. He has lost and been captured, whereas I, Sir Boros of the Blackwater, remain free." He lifted his cloak, revealing a chain of iron upon his armor, burning with green fire. "This is to commemorate the Battle of the Blackwater." "Quite so, Boros," Tyrion remarked. "I almost wish to alter my sigil to a surging river. What about your motto? Care for a change?" Boros's cunning black eyes sparkled. "You seem to have a suggestion ready," Tyrion inquired. "Let the women breach the dam." He laughed. The lion and the mercenaries erupted in laughter. The setting sun poured down like molten gold, painting the horizon in hues of orange, casting a warm glow upon every face, delineating soft yet profound contours, their silhouettes elongated, intertwining with the heavy city gate, the moss creeping upon the walls, and the occasional fleeting shadows of returning birds, creating a tranquil yet somewhat solitary tableau. Tyrion gazed at his sister, who, in the afterglow of sunset, resembled a goddess. Time appeared to freeze at that moment, interrupted only by the distant tolling of the bells from the great September of Baelor, a reminder of the waning day. At last, a procession appeared beyond the horizon where the road vanished. 7 long-tailed peace banners were held aloft, fluttering in the wind, the polished 7-pointed star gleaming in the sunlight. As the procession drew nearer, Tyrion discerned the nostrils of the foremost horse. "Is it Lord Tyrion?" "It is I." Tyrion rose and approached the front of the procession. Astonished to find what appeared to be the ragtag band he thought he had seen off. What a motley crew it was. All were clad in tattered garments. Tyrion scanned the group as they dismounted, searching for the familiar figure of his elder brother, while his sister lingered at a distance, covering her mouth and nose with her hand. "Tyrion," someone called out to him. It was his brother, unmistakably the Kingslayer. A towering figure whose face and hair were caked with mud, his trousers in tatters, threatening to split at the seams. Jaime Lannister rushed forward to embrace his brother with such force that Tyrion nearly gasped for breath. Thankfully, he remained robust. His strong limbs were his greatest triumph, worth any price, even the lives of faceless men. "Cersei," Jaime exclaimed upon noticing her. "Who?" she asked, then gasped, rising suddenly with tears welling in her eyes. Is it truly you? Jaime pulled Tyrion towards Cersei. You should have returned sooner, she whispered as he embraced her. Why didn't you come back sooner? You look so thin. Your hair. At that moment, Tyrion thought it best to disregard the marriage proposal their father had suggested. To disrupt this moment of happiness would be the gravest sin, even if such joy bore its own burdens. My lord, a hoarse voice called from behind Tyrion. The speaker was a formidable figure, tall though not as exaggerated as the mountain, and if not for the face, Tyrion might have mistaken her for Sandor Clegane. Yet, this body bore the visage of a woman. Despite being identifiable as female, her features lacked conventional beauty. Her round, rough face was freckled. Her nose twisted as if broken multiple times, and her teeth were uneven, her wide mouth adorned with thick lips resembling caterpillars. Her hair was yellow, resembling dirty straw, brittle and dry. Only her eyes stood out, large and blue. My lord, the woman said, I am Brienne of Tarth. Tyrion found himself nearly eye to eye with her. Though lacking her formidable strength, he still needed to look up to meet her gaze. Ah, Brienne of Tarth, Tyrion acknowledged. If I recall correctly, you are the daughter of Ser Wylis Tarth from Evenfall Hall. What brings you to accompany my brother's company? Do you require an escort back to Evenfall? Thank you. My lord, Brienne replied, her broad shoulders squared and her back straight as a board. I am here on behalf of Lady Catelyn Stark's 2 daughters. I have been tasked with ensuring their safe return to their mother. Lady Knight, Tyrion remarked, but might I suggest we refrain from spoiling the moment? To disrupt this joyous reunion would be unwise. He gestured toward the embracing Jaime and Cersei. Let us leave them be, Brienne. My brother loves me, and my sister loathes me, but at present, they are too preoccupied to concern themselves with my presence. He instructed Lancel and Podrick to remain behind with the golden robe while he took Brienne and rode towards the Prime Minister's tower. I recall that you are Lord Renly's Rainbow Guard. As they traversed the corridors of the Prime Minister's tower, Tyrion inquired, I presume you are a member of the King's Guard? Judging by your name and the hue of your eyes, blue indeed suits you best. Indeed, my lord, Brienne replied, though it was evident she preferred not to dwell on that chapter of her past. As a guard, she had failed to protect the king. I have heard some dreadful rumors regarding the connection between Lord Renly's demise and yourself, Tyrion remarked. Of course, I consider them mere gossip, after all. My life is rife with such tales. If you ask me, it must be Stannis behind it all. The man has fallen for whatever fire god he worships, likely dabbling in sorcery. As he walked, Tyrion shook his head. That iron-willed man has succumbed to the allure of dark magic. How absurd. He is a treacherous wretch. Guilty of fratricide, Brienne stated resolutely. I must avenge Lord Renly. No need for you to seek vengeance, Tyrion replied. Stannis has been washed away beneath the walls of King's Landing. He is likely wallowing in the privy on Dragonstone now. And as for those Rainbow Guards who allied with him, what was one of their names? Ser Gawain? Indeed, such a man exists, Brienne affirmed. He dares to accuse you of being the murderer of Renly? Huh, how ludicrous. He is but a chameleon, Tyrion retorted. Lady Stark and my brother trust you, and thus, I shall place my trust in you as well. Thank you, my lord, Brienne replied. You are a good man. However, if I may be so bold, how did you come to serve under Lady Stark? Tyrion asked. To my knowledge, the Stormlands and the Riverlands are leagues apart. Brienne hesitated momentarily, but then spoke candidly. Lady Stark came as an envoy to visit Lord Renly, and in doing so, she saved me. Lady Stark visited Renly? Tyrion questioned. How could she possibly go to Lord Renly? As far as I know, Lord Eddard Stark considers Stannis the rightful heir. It was a scheme devised by Lord Peter Baelish. Brienne explained. He suggested that Lady Stark should form an alliance with Lord Renly. Ah, Littlefinger has ensnared them all. Tyrion mused as they arrived at the door to the Prime Minister's tower bedroom. Podrick stood guard at the entrance. Tyrion knocked and asked, Is Miss Stark within? Yes. My lord, came the reply from Shae. Upon entering, they found 3 young ladies. Sansa Stark sat upon the bed. Arya Stark leaned against its edge, alongside Shae, who served as their maid. Brienne stepped into the room, surveyed the 3, and knelt before Sansa. My lady, I have come at the behest of Lady Catelyn to escort you home. How did you recognize Lady Sansa? Tyrion asked, astonished. Have you met before? This is our first encounter. However, your mother spoke of your striking resemblance, with her red hair and blue eyes. I was certain I would recognize you upon sight. Brienne replied, producing a letter and a pair of earrings from her garments. These are tokens, my lady, a letter from your mother. You are as beautiful as she. I do not recall Lady Catelyn being so beautiful, Tyrion remarked, still harboring resentment. People do age, Brienne noted. Lady Catelyn must have been equally lovely in her youth. You are still quite young, yet beauty is not guaranteed. Tyrion could not resist the urge to mock her. You will surely be bald when you grow old. Arya suddenly retorted. What brings you here? Tyrion inquired, noticing Arya's absence from her sword training that day. Syrio granted me a holiday, allowing me a day of rest. Arya replied, watching him with suspicion. Are you sending someone to impersonate Rob's knight to deceive us? The handwriting is unmistakably Mother S, and the earrings indeed belong to her. Sansa interjected, her excitement palpable, confident that no one could replicate their Mother S script, let alone steal her earrings. Arya, we can return home, Sansa exclaimed joyfully. Standing up, it was the first time Tyrion had witnessed her smile in days. Is it true? Arya rushed over, seizing the letter. Mother wants us to rendezvous at the Vale. Where is that? Why not return to Winterfell? That is hell, Tyrion thought. Winterfell is also hell. May Syrio accompany me? Arya asked. I wish for him to continue my training. That may not be possible, Tyrion responded. I am covering the tuition. My lord, Brienne stood, if it pleases you. I would like to set out first thing tomorrow morning. Even though Tyrion had rehearsed this line countless times in his mind while lying in bed. When the moment came to speak, it proved difficult. I am afraid, ladies, that you cannot depart just yet, Tyrion said apologetically. Why? Sansa inquired anxiously. Rushing to stand before him, he recalled that Sansa had never looked him in the eye, but now her sapphire gaze was fixed upon him. You swore an oath. My lord, Sansa grasped his hand, warm yet swiftly cooling. You promised us that as long as your brother returned safely. A liar. Arya glared at him, a false oath taker. He is deceiving us. Allow me to explain, Tyrion hastily interjected. The primary reason is that King Joffrey is to host an engagement feast. Liar, liar, liar. Arya spat. While Shae pulled her back. Oathbreaker, oathbreaker. You are aware that you are betrothed to King Joffrey. Tyrion dared not meet her blue eyes, nor Arya's gaze, focusing instead on the red-haired girl. While the betrothal remains, you cannot leave. His brother is a kingslayer. He is an oathbreaker. He is a deceiver, a liar. I told you he was not a noble lord. The engagement feast of King Joffrey is to be held imminently. Tyrion raised his voice involuntarily, attempting to drown out Arya's vitriol. At the feast, the king will announce the dissolution of your betrothal, and then you may depart. Very well, my lord. Sansa returned to her seat, her expression devoid of the earlier excitement, maintaining her composure as a lady. Thank you for informing me of these matters. Bring Brienne, kind sir. When will the engagement banquet be held? Tyrion mused. Oh, gods above, this place is akin to hell. Who can rescue me from this torment? He pondered the calm demeanor of the woman before him, wondering why she did not shed a tear. In about a week, or at most, no later than 2 weeks. Thank you, my lord. Tyrion hastily exited the room, nearly colliding with Podrick at the threshold. My lord, the child seems somewhat distressed, Podrick remarked. You must take Brienne out shortly to select a suit of armor. Without glancing back, Tyrion hurried down the stairs, eager to escape the curses emanating from Arya within the confines of the house. Chapter 56. The mimicry of the caged bird. The council meeting had long concluded. Yet 2 individuals lingered just beyond the throne room. Tywin Lannister had, as per usual, dismissed the other lords, leaving his 2 sons for a brief discussion. The Hand of the King, Tyrion Lannister, and the commander of the Kingsguard, Jaime Lannister, stood in quiet contemplation. My brother, you appear rather weary, Tyrion remarked, fully aware of the night's indulgences shared between Jaime and Cersei. And you, dear brother, look equally fatigued, Jaime replied, adorned in newly polished golden armor, with a fresh sword at his side and a pristine white cloak draped over his shoulders. Tyrion had indeed not slept well. For the moment his eyes closed. He was haunted by the visages of Sansa and Arya. Though it may sound improper, I ought to express my gratitude, Jaime said, patting Tyrion on the shoulder with his usual strength. Cersei sends her thanks as well. Will she truly? Tyrion queried. Of course, Tyrion, Jaime assured him. Though Cersei may often be difficult, she is, after all, your sister. I have never held affection for my sister, Tyrion retorted. She caused our mother's death, led a life of debauchery, and usurped your birthright. I don the white cloak, Tyrion, Jaime interjected. Nevertheless, she will eventually comprehend that blood runs thicker than water. Blood runs thicker than water, Tyrion echoed. Brother, it is not only Cersei who requires you. I too am in need of your support. You need me? Jaime chuckled. If not for Father S return to King S Landing, I dare say half of the Red Keep would already be under your influence. There is one matter upon which I cannot place my trust in others, Tyrion confided as he leaned closer to Jaime. Not even Father. I trust him. Though he may not extend the same courtesy to me, Tyrion whispered. This is a matter that concerns only us. No one else must know, nor be informed. As Tyrion led his brother towards the lower levels of the Red Keep, he implored, promise me, when I require your assistance, You will heed my call first. Should any questions arise, we shall address them later, all right? It is imperative you remember this. Jaime, though perplexed, nodded in agreement. As they turned a corner, they encountered Podrick Payne, and Jaime recognized him as Tyrion's squire, a distant relative of Ilyn Payne. My lord, Podrick bowed. You have been awaited here for some time. My lord? What lord? Jaime queried, following his brother as they turned the corner to reveal two figures ahead. Lord Peter Baelish leaned against the windowsill, resplendent in his opulent attire. Within the royal council, he and Varys were perpetually the most elegantly dressed individuals present. Jaime recalled that during the recent meeting, his father had conferred upon him the title of Duke of Harrenhal, granting him dominion over the Riverlands, and he was poised to descend into the Vale to seek the hand of Lysa Tully, thereby concluding the animosity between the Eyrie and the Iron Throne. Behind him stood a knight, Osney Kettleblack. My lord, are you pleased? Tyrion jovially patted Peter on the back. It struck Jaime as rather rude. He wondered how their relationship had grown so familiar. Even Tyrion, in his own demeanor, had never been so indiscreet. Baelish produced a heavy pouch, likely filled with gold coins, and handed it to Tyrion. Thank you, my lord. I am aware that you do not concern yourself with the pursuit of fame and fortune, yet you are most generous to your friends. Tyrion accepted the coins and, with a grin, remarked to his brother. It was my idea to exchange you for a Stark girl, yet I have bestowed all the credit upon Lord Baelish. After all, Harrenhal holds little value for me. My lord is the esteemed Duke of Harrenhal. Littlefinger, with a beaming smile, replied, Harrenhal is merely a pile of crumbling stones. What use could it possibly hold for you? Indeed, Tyrion nodded. A black castle paired with a red-haired bride would be quite fitting. I trust you, and Lady Lysa will manage to produce 4 or 5 heirs there. I have decided the wedding venue shall be at the Eyrie, Littlefinger stated, and rest assured, there will be no shortage of progeny. I shall ensure the widow's wail resonates throughout the Vale. Tyrion erupted into laughter. In the royal council, you and I are of like mind. You have the knack for conjuring gold from your fingers. I hope to extract it in a manner akin to Lord Tywin. That is certain, Littlefinger chuckled. Seagull Town shall become King's Landing's foremost tax port. It better be so, Tyrion replied. Once the first gold dragon arrives, I shall arrange the betrothal of Sansa Stark and Robert Arryn. Most grateful, my lord. The group shared light-hearted banter as they merrily descended towards the lower levels of the Red Keep. How fortuitous, Tyrion remarked. My Mountain Clan warriors captured a spy of Stannis in the Kingsguard, who insisted on this man's involvement. The entrance to the dungeon loomed ahead. Of course, the interrogation has concluded, and it bears no relation to Lord Baelish whatsoever, though it cannot be said he has no connection, as he claimed he owed Lord Baelish money, which prompted his slander. Since Tyrion's elevation to the office of Hand of the King, he had maintained strict discipline, akin to a youthful Lord Tywin. Littlefinger continued his flattery. If it pleases you, I request that my firstborn be named Tyrion, in honor of your lordship. Lord Baelish is overly gracious, Tyrion laughed heartily, his voice echoing through the corridor. A damp, chilling breeze enveloped them, seemingly capable of penetrating their garments and reaching their very bones. The surroundings were engulfed in darkness, save for a few flickering oil lamps that cast a feeble glow, barely illuminating the path ahead. The light was dim and murky, casting an eerie orange hue over everything within the dungeon, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. Water droplets perpetually slid down the walls, producing a rhythmic ticking sound that resonated unnervingly in the silence of the dungeon. This sound echoed through the vast corridors, as if countless eyes were peering from the shadows, instilling a sense of dread. Occasionally, faint moans or low sobs could be heard from afar, the helpless wails of the imprisoned. My lord, why are we so deep in? Littlefinger inquired. You know I never venture to such lower depths. I sincerely apologize, Lord Baelish, Tyrion replied. My learned friend here specializes in anatomy. I wonder if you are familiar with the study of dissection. The bodies of the executed are entrusted to him for handling. Hence his domain lies in the deepest recesses of the dungeon. The ground of the dungeon was uneven, covered in moss and filth, demanding cautious steps to avoid slipping or stepping on something unspeakable. Cells lined the perimeter, each one bearing the marks of time. Rusted iron bars narrating the tragic fates of countless prisoners. Through the gaps of the iron grating, dim sights could be glimpsed, with the cells deeper within increasingly vacant, littered only with weeds and refuse. Lord Baelish, we have arrived. This is the interrogation chamber. Inside the chamber stood 2 chairs, one of which was occupied by a man in chains, wearing a black hood. Lord Baelish followed Tyrion into the interrogation room, with Catelyn Stark and Jaime Lannister entering last. Podrick closed the door behind them. My lord, could you assist me in removing his hood? Littlefinger asked. I am unwilling to touch it. Fear not, Lord Baelish. You will have ample time to become acquainted with him, Tyrion remarked, turning to Littlefinger. As the hand of the king, I must arrest you on charges of treason. Chapter 57. The downfall of Littlefinger. Olenna Tyrell instantly reached for his sword, but Jaime's blade was swifter, resting against his neck. My lord, are you jesting? Littlefinger feigned calmness, his eyes betraying no panic. Silence. Tyrion interjected, delivering a swift kick to him, compelling him to sit. He ordered Littlefinger to take a seat. My lord, I can explain. Before Littlefinger could utter another word, Tyrion swiftly stuffed a rag into his mouth. Enough, Lord Baelish, Tyrion said while binding him tightly. I know you have countless grievances and excuses, but I do not wish to hear a single word. Lord Olenna? Catelyn stood frozen. My lord, I merely do my job for pay. If my brother were not here, you would not hesitate to kill me, would you? Tyrion picked up a fire poker from the corner. Brother, would you lend me your hand, or shall I strike him down myself? Without hesitation, Jaime dispatched the unfortunate lord in a swift stroke. Congratulations, brother. You have slain one who would have ultimately crossed paths with your beloved Cersei. Tyrion mused inwardly. Is it Coburn? Tyrion placed a black bag over Littlefinger's hood and called out, You may proceed. The door swung open, and Ser Coburn entered, cradling various bottles and jars in his hands. My lord, is everything resolved? He inquired. Tightly bound, Tyrion replied, gesturing toward Littlefinger. This is the individual. Coburn, having been cautioned repeatedly, assured him, I shall be exceedingly careful. He set his belongings on the table and knelt by Littlefinger's feet, where several iron chains lay. Rest assured, my lord, I will adhere to your instructions. As he spoke, he secured the chains around Littlefinger's ankles. What shall we do with this man? Jaime asked, squatting to check if Cat Black still drew breath. How shall we proceed? Leave it to me, my lord. Coburn bowed to Jaime. His garments shall be incinerated. The armor will rust away in a corner of the dungeon. As for the body, Jaime rose and exited the cell. After a short while, Tyrion followed, leaving only the sound of Littlefinger's writhing behind. Pod, you may go ahead and see if anyone is outside, Tyrion commanded. At your service, my lord. Why have you captured him? Jaime inquired once Podrick had ventured off. Because he is a vile schemer, Tyrion replied. He is not our ally, and he must be dealt with swiftly. What will father say? Jaime asked. He is the master of coin. He shall remain oblivious, Tyrion assured him. At the small council meeting, Littlefinger expressed his intent to depart for the Vale immediately. Though I recognize his deceit, father remains unaware. He will simply believe that Littlefinger has left. What about the funds? Jaime questioned. If Baelish is languishing in the dungeon, how will the treasury function? Thus, I shall not take his life just yet, Tyrion contemplated. Though I am inclined to do so, Coburn will interrogate him regarding his properties, accounts, and treasury. Trust me, Coburn is quite adept in such matters. He has performed similar tasks during his time with the brave companions. Will Coburn not be bribed? Coburn is indifferent to money, Tyrion replied. I have advised him that Littlefinger is cunning and to heed nothing he says. Moreover, I mentioned that a mind as sharp as his has convolutions thrice as intricate as the average. Tyrion chuckled at the thought, imagining Coburn's excitement akin to that of a man encountering a courtesan. Jaime, perplexed, did not grasp the meaning of convolutions. And what of Cat Black? They are 3 brothers, and one has gone missing. It will soon be discovered. Indeed, that poses a dilemma. Tyrion paused, contemplating. I shall send his 2 remaining brothers to deliver a message to Dragonstone. If Lord Stannis should be displeased and incinerate them, all the better, should they return alive. The traces will have long since vanished. The 2 made their way toward the dungeon's exit. Jaime trailed behind his brother, intending to ask more questions, yet reconsidered and held his tongue. Brother, every individual possesses desires. Understanding their desires allows one to comprehend the other, thus enabling manipulation. Tyrion mused aloud, articulating Jaime's unvoiced thoughts. Littlefinger's carrot is none other than Sansa. Indeed, my carrot is King's Landing, he mused. Brother, what is your desire? Cersei? Jaime pondered, reflecting on how Tyrion had transformed. This younger sibling, once solely devoted to indulgence and merriment, now managed everything with remarkable precision. The sunlight streaming from the dungeon's exit was somewhat blinding, as if a beacon of hope from another realm pierced the heavy stone walls, shattering the long-standing darkness and silence of the dungeon. This ray of light, imbued with warmth and vitality, descended upon Jaime like a messenger of salvation. He instinctively squinted, striving to adjust to the sudden brilliance. The sunlight filtered through their fingers, casting mottled shadows upon the ground, as if celebrating his rebirth. The air was imbued with the refreshing scent of earth and blossoms, starkly contrasting with the dampness and decay of the dungeon. offering his soul an unprecedented cleansing. He had been saved. Those burdens, obligations, and oaths no longer held significance. For he had Tyrion, his brother. His father could no longer cast blame, and he could remain with Cersei indefinitely. Brother? Tyrion turned to him. Outside, there was no one. Only Podrick standing nearby. Oh, the sunlight is rather blinding, Jaime remarked. Is there anything else? Indeed, brother, Tyrion replied. I have many aspirations, new inventions to create, and a plethora of ideas swirling in my mind. You wouldn't expect me to assist you, would you? Jaime chuckled. I possess only this sword. Given that we are still at war, it is premature to contemplate such matters. All must await the war's conclusion, Tyrion stated. The war is nearing its end, Jaime responded. Father is resolute. And you? Once the war concludes, how will you wield that sword? I do not know. What about our sister? Cersei? I doubt she can remain a widow indefinitely. Father will not permit it, Tyrion remarked. Father intends to marry Cersei off. Jaime realized, I should have understood. He sent you to gauge my sentiments? No, father is unaware. However, he indeed harbors such intentions, Tyrion explained. I merely wish to inform you. You know well that she, and I are powerless. I shall not allow such a thing to transpire, Jaime declared. Tyrion, irrespective of who seeks to wed Cersei, I hope you will make it abundantly clear that my sword must first grant its approval. Chapter 58. The Dornishmen 10 miles beyond the city gates. The Dornishmen arrived. Their banners gradually emerging from the remnants of the distant green woods, accompanied by the sounds of men's shouts and the whinnying of horses. They traversed the muddy terrain, a remnant of his previous military exploits. So many banners. It appeared that House Martell had brought half of Dorne's noble families to King's Landing. He attempted to fathom the significance of this, growing increasingly uneasy with each thought. King Daeron I recorded that the Dornishmen were divided into 3 principal factions: the Salt Men dwelling by the sea, the Sand Men residing in the desert and narrow valleys, and the Stone Men inhabiting the Crimson Mountains and passes. The amalgamation of the Salt Men and the Rhoynars is most pronounced, whereas the Stone Men largely retain their local characteristics. Do you see how many banners there are? He inquired of Podrick. The attendant squinted and scrutinized. 8. No, 9. My lord, Podrick said shyly, there are no litters in the procession. Indeed, Doran Martell remarked, it is customary for me to travel in a litter. Tyrion interjected, but today, we are here to welcome Oberyn Martell. Look, he approaches. The face of the Prince of Dorne bore the wrinkles of time. With delicate brows and eyes as dark as eternal night, reminiscent of a venomous serpent, his nose and forehead were sharply defined, and his lustrous black hair, interspersed with a few silver strands, formed a widow's peak above his brow. Prince Oberyn, Tyrion urged his horse closer. You are as robust as the legends suggest, and even fiercer. Flattery, demon, the prince retorted, his words sharp yet accompanied by a broad smile. You are far more handsome than I envisioned. I had not anticipated such a striking visage to be associated with the many buried in the Blackwater. It is a pleasure to meet you, my lord, spoke the woman beside the prince. While not exceptionally beautiful, her exotic allure and sensual qualities rendered her captivating. It is a pleasure to meet you, my lady, Tyrion replied, noting that she was certainly not Arryn Martell, as her age suggested otherwise. This is my paramour, Illyria Sand. The prince, discerning his thoughts, said, Are you searching for Arryn? She is here. Look, she approaches. Arryn Martell emerged from the ranks on horseback, voluptuous and radiant, with olive skin, large black eyes, and a cascade of glossy black curls. However, her stature appeared diminutive, particularly when astride her mount. She told me that if you were not as handsome as the rumors suggest, she would remain hidden among the throng. The prince laughed heartily. Uncle, Arryn exclaimed, her irritation evident, yet her gaze softened upon Tyrion, instantly brightening. It is a pleasure to see you, Lord Tyrion. Enough, Illyria, the prince said. You have witnessed the demon's charm. May we converse privately? With that, the prince spurred his horse, with Arryn following closely behind, and Tyrion had no choice but to keep pace, distancing themselves from the main body. By the gods, uncle, he is even more handsome than Loras Tyrell. Arryn's gaze remained fixed on Tyrion. How does he compare to Prince Rhaegar? Is he as handsome as Rhaegar? Were both his eyes violet, I would mistake him for Rhaegar, the prince replied. I suggest such sentiments be kept from my father, Tyrion said, and I certainly do not wish to be crushed by a hammer. If Robert encounters you, you must be cautious, the prince warned. Are you as skilled with a sword as your brother? No, my lord, I am not particularly adept at single combat, Tyrion candidly responded. Those unskilled with a sword meet their demise in the Blackwater. The prince nearly shouted. How could Mace Tyrell reject you? Lady Mace's daughter is destined to become a queen. I have no need. I am already a princess, Arianne stated, though unskilled in arms. You possess the spirit of a daring commander on the battlefield. I beg to differ. I hold my life dear, Tyrion remarked. Yet, trouble always seems to find me. Handsome men are my weakness, particularly those with an air of adventure and forbidden allure. Aelin smiled. Unlike Margaery, she did not cover her mouth. Uncle, when shall we send word to father, informing him of my contentment? You are far too eager, Oberyn replied. I believe it prudent to test the merchandise first. What if it is a mere wax figure? Perhaps I could enlist Illyria's assistance. Uncle. Tyrion glanced at Aelin, whose expression was difficult to interpret as anger. If Lord Mestillier thinks like a prince, it seems Margaery and Joffrey's betrothal may be in jeopardy. Tyrion, the prince turned and asked, do you mind sharing Illyria with me? I believe she would not refuse. No, your grace. I appreciate your kindness, but I have no such inclinations. Share with me? Is he suggesting that after he has finished with his lover, he would then turn to me? Uncle. Aelin exclaimed once more, you dismissed everyone just to say this? I can't endure your antics any longer. As she spoke, she urged her horse forward. Let us race to the city gates. With that, she dashed ahead. She too departed. Tyrion suspected her interest in him was merely polite. How many Dornishmen possess such goodwill? It was likely an illusion. Tyrion, the prince said. We have met before. When was that, my lord? Oh, many years ago, when my mother ruled Dorne, and your father served as a prime minister to another king. The differences between him and the current king may be more substantial than you realize. When my mother, her consort, my sister Elia, and I visited Casterly Rock, I was only about 14 or 15. Elia was a year my senior. I recall your brother and sister were around 8 or 9, while you had just been born. Tyrion's mother perished in childbirth, hence the Martells arrived at Casterly Rock during the family's mourning. Their arrival was indeed ill-timed. I must confess, your cries back then were remarkable. You could wail for hours, and nothing but a woman's breast could soothe you. I am still much the same. Ha ha, the prince laughed heartily. What do you think of Aelin? She is extraordinarily charming and courteous. She, like you, fails to endear herself to our father. The prince sighed. If I were to assess her character, it resembles mine more. She could achieve great things, just as you have. I have only achieved a modicum of success. Your fates are intertwined. I hope you treat her well. The prince flicked his horse's rear, quickening his pace, with Tyrion following closely. Upon reaching the city gates, Aelin was already there, tossing coins to the beggars gathered outside. What took you so long? She called out. Your Highness, I am not skilled in horsemanship, Tyrion replied. Those unskilled in riding can only be ridden, the princess retorted. Chapter 59, The Chancellor Breakfast. The morning hours are indeed delightful, provided the company at the table is suitable. Tywin Lannister, accompanied by his 2 sons, sat together to relish their breakfast. This scene would send shivers down one's spine, even if a White Walker were to enter. Have you spoken with Cersei? The father inquired, spreading butter on his bread. Not yet, Tyrion replied, aware that his father referred to his elder sister's betrothal, which had yet to find a fitting match. Tywin Lannister interrupted, stating that Lord Mace Tyrell had refused to allow his heir, Willis, to wed Cersei. Jaime briefly paused in his actions. Refusing our beloved Cersei? Tyrion dared not look at his elder brother, and focused instead on their father's butter knife. When I first proposed it, Lord Tyrell seemed agreeable, their father stated, but within a day, everything changed. It is all thanks to that old woman, who employed every trick to deter her son. According to Varys, she informed the Duke that your sister is too old and promiscuous to deserve her precious one-legged grandson. Cersei might just take a liking to him, Tyrion offered with a hollow laugh. Tywin shot his son a fierce glare. She is unaware of this proposal, and I intend to keep it that way. From this moment forth, this matter shall be as if it never transpired for our family. Remember, it never happened. Indeed, Tyrion harbored doubts about whether Tyrell would be compelled to repay this debt in the future. What of Joffrey's betrothal feast? Jaime interjected, seemingly attempting to steer the conversation elsewhere. In a few days? 2 days? Tyrion chimed in, noting that Lord Mace appeared quite pleased to foot the bill. Exactly, Tywin affirmed. Lord Mace is committed to hosting a grand affair with 49 courses. 49? What does that signify? Tyrion questioned. 7 is a sacred number. Tywin set down his utensils. Thus Lord Mace insists on having 49 dishes at the feast. 49, as in 7 squared? Tyrion chuckled. If the betrothal feast requires 49 dishes, surely the wedding will necessitate 77? Indeed. What? Tyrion could scarcely believe his ears. Are you serious? 77 dishes? Are you and Lord Mace behaving like children, competing over such matters? The dignity of the crown must not be challenged. Moreover, extravagance serves its purpose. This is our finest opportunity to showcase the wealth and power of Casterly Rock to the world. Then the expenses should be charged to Casterly Rock, Tyrion suggested. Do you not have gold, even in your excrement, father? Quickly find a place to relieve yourself. No, Tywin retorted. This expense must be borne by the crown. And I intend to appoint you as the master of coin. Ah, thank you, my dear father, Tyrion exclaimed, pushing back from the table, reclining in his chair, a Lannister. Young and accomplished, holding 2 offices. When have you ever held me in such esteem? Bestowing upon you this responsibility may garner the Martell's favor, Tywin replied, considering your past, as well as the incident wherein Prince Doran rejected your betrothal to Eyrie. Thank you, father, your foresight is truly commendable. Tyrion remarked that it might be prudent for you to refrain from passing such a hot potato to me in the future. The matter concerning Sansa. That Stark girl berated me most harshly. Does being scolded by a little girl cause you distress? Tywin no longer glanced at him. You could easily give her a couple of slaps. To strike a defenseless young girl is indeed the style of Martell. Tyrion continued, and what of our dear Joffrey? He restrained himself from looking at Jaime. Someone must discipline him. It is Cersei who has spoiled him, thus I shall find a husband for Cersei. Oberyn Martell would be a suitable choice, but I must first convince Lord Tyrell that this will not harm the interests of Highgarden. This is troublesome, Tyrion thought to himself, having finally diverted the conversation. Oberyn Martell is a notorious character. The poison on his blade is but a minor transgression. Did you know he has more bastards than Robert? He sleeps with boys. Jaime finally spoke. If you have a better candidate, feel free to suggest one. Tywin's tone was calm and unhurried. Otherwise, you shall heed my arrangements. Ah, Prince Oberyn and Jaime? It would surely lead to rivers of blood in King's Landing, Tyrion mused. What if it were someone else? My brother and sister would unabashedly crown him with green hats. Coupled with little Joffrey's impotence, if Marjorie were to rekindle her affair, my brother would bed the queen, while I would dally with the dowager. Truly, a pair of merry Lannister brothers. Tyrion vigorously shook his head, attempting to dispel this wicked notion. With a clatter, Jaime set aside his knife and fork and rose. Enough, I must attend to my duties. With that, he exited the room. Tyrion contemplated rising as well. You remain, Tywin commanded, rising to pour a glass of wine and handing it to Tyrion. Do you truly have no means to acquire funds? I am utterly at a loss. What is the situation? I have seen Littlefinger's ledgers. Under his management, the treasury's income has increased tenfold since the era of Ares. Littlefinger is languishing in the dungeons, awaiting decay. Perhaps before his demise, he can unearth these rotten accounts one by one. Have you not noticed the increase in expenditures? Robert squandered wealth as generously as he scattered seeds. Moreover, most of Littlefinger's funds are borrowed. You ought to be well aware that he borrows the most from you. Indeed, he possesses a knack for accruing wealth, but alas, the increased fortune is offset by the interest on the loans. Would you be willing to forgive the treasury's debts to House Lannister? Certainly not. Then, in my estimation, a 7-course wedding feast will suffice, and the guest list should be trimmed to 300. In truth, we need not have dancing bears or reduce the music ensembles to host a splendid wedding. In that case, House Tyrell would consider us misers. Tywin poured himself a glass of lemonade. I have heard that the maidens of House Martell are quite fond of you. Arianne, Tyrion replied, I am unaware of how you came by this information, but it is indeed the case. In matters of winning a lady's favor, I have never found you lacking. Tywin remarked, however, I wish to impress upon you one truth. The Martells are no match for the Tyrells. What does this imply? Tyrion took a generous sip of red wine. What title is Oberyn Martell known by? The Red Viper. What is the specialty of a viper? Deceit. Tywin fixed his gaze upon his son, cautioning him not to place undue trust in them until all was settled. Chapter 60, Acquiring Golden Dragons in the Prime Minister's Study. Tyrion reviewed the list laid out before him and inquired of the seated Coburn. Is this all? Indeed, my lord, Coburn replied with utmost respect. These are the assets that Lord Peter Baelish relinquished without the need for coercion. Tyrion contemplated with a finger tapping thoughtfully, noting 3 brothels and several warehouses. In King's Landing, it was common knowledge that these belonged to Lord Baelish. It was insufficient. Our dear Littlefinger is rather cunning. Upon his return, we shall promptly remove his little fingernails. Is that not the way of interrogation? First, one delivers a beating, then poses the questions. You are well versed in such matters, my lord, Coburn bowed. I assumed perhaps you might wish to spare his life. That is far from my intention, Tyrion retorted. My ultimate aim is to extract every last drop from him. As you command, my lord. Are there any letters awaiting me at the Tower of Beck? Yes, my lord, Coburn replied with another bow, producing a letter. I have perused it. The construction of the Tower of Beck is over 80% complete, and it is nearly ready for production. Tyrion took the letter, scanning its contents, and declared, There is no need to continue the repairs on the Tower of Beck. Send the mountain clansmen to Casterly Rock. I require the minerals from Casterly Rock. Casterly Rock, situated near the towering cliffs and the Tower of Beck, was rich in gold mines. It had once been the fiefdom of House Reyes, a vassal of the Westlands, until they offended the Lannisters and were subsequently eradicated by Tywin Lannister. Since then, Casterly Rock had become inundated and forsaken, even with gold mines. It was but a distant hope. Any funds acquired through clever means could be squandered, yet sustaining the royal expenses would amount to mere drops in an ocean. Why should I acquiesce to this matter? Tyrion rubbed his temples, the clanging from outside aggravating his nerves. What alternatives exist? From the perspective of a traveler? A monopoly on salt and iron? That seems unfeasible. Agricultural development? Perhaps with 3 to 5 years of progress, it could be viable, yet it cannot quench immediate thirst. Taxation? Whom shall we tax? The whores? They seem quite amenable to such arrangements. However, Littlefinger's brothels now belong to me. The wool still comes from the sheep. Enough of this. Coburn, Tyrion stood. First, I shall address the matters concerning Casterly Rock. I must contemplate other strategies. Perhaps I could secure another loan from the Iron Bank. After all, it must be charged to the royal account. Or I might slightly raise the various taxes. Nothing excessive, just a few coppers, yet with numerous categories. It could accumulate into a significant sum. He departed the Prime Minister's tower and made his way to the plaza of the Red Keep, where familiar faces awaited. Lancel Lannister, adorned in resplendent armor radiating a soft golden hue, bore the emblem of a gilded lion intricately painted upon its surface. In his grasp, he wielded a slender and razor-sharp longsword, its blade glinting with a frigid brilliance under the sun's gaze. This exquisite armor was a recent gift from his father, Kevan Lannister, Tyrion's uncle, crafted anew as a reward for Lancel's valiant display during the Battle of Blackwater. Perhaps I shall borrow it for a time? Opposite him stood Boros, encased in dark bronze scale armor, embellished with the subtle scars of battle, each mark a testament to the victories and glories earned at Blackwater. He gripped a one-handed sword, its blade not particularly weighty, yet each swing was accompanied by a deep, resonating whoosh of the wind. In his other hand, he held a round shield. With the sound of a low horn reverberating through the air, the two commenced their martial duel. Lancel advanced swiftly, his long sword carving an elegant arc aimed directly at Boros's shoulder, his movements fluid and precise, reminiscent of a graceful dance. Boros, however, remained steadfast, parrying the blow with unwavering resolve, and counterattacked with a strike that zipped past Lancel's chest like a flash of lightning. Though it did not touch the armor, the sheer ferocity of the attack sent a chill coursing through the air. The two exchanged blows, their swords intertwining, each clash igniting a symphony of metallic ringing that echoed throughout the vast courtyard. Their actions fluctuated between the swiftness of the wind and the steadiness of a mountain. Beads of sweat trickling down their foreheads, splattering against the parched earth below. After a considerable bout, they noticed Tyrion observing from the sidelines. Lord Tyrion, Lancel exclaimed, rushing towards him. Now, in private. There is no need for such formalities, Tyrion replied, surveying Lancel's new armor with admiration. It is quite splendid. Thank you, cousin. Lancel responded, then turned to Boros. By the way, Tyrion seems to recall, has the battlefield at Blackwater been cleared? Long since, my lord, Boros replied. Armor, weapons, and garments, all have been collected. The damaged timber was salvaged by the impoverished to construct makeshift shelters, and the drowned warhorses were butchered for sustenance. Apart from the corpses, everything of value has been thoroughly scavenged. We have searched the riverbank, the shores, and the forest 3 times over. There is one location that surely remains unsearched, Tyrion said with a mischievous grin, and the spoils there must be abundant. Where? Boros inquired. The riverbed. Oh, ha. Boros chuckled, sheathing his sword. The cleverness of a demon is remarkable. Indeed, you have drowned 1,000 men. Thus the riverbed must hold the majority of treasure. These armors and weapons await their fate at the bottom of Blackwater to rust away. What a waste of resources. Waste is the greatest sin, Tyrion remarked. Has no one attempted to salvage them? None. Lancel shook his head. Who would dare to scour the riverbed for spoils? Certainly not the gold cloaks, nor the knights. Boros added. Not even the mercenaries. Would the mountain clans? Lancel asked. They would not, Tyrion replied. But there are those who would, the destitute by the riverside outside the city. Indeed, Lancel affirmed. Boros nodded, acknowledging that they would indeed take risks for such treasures. However, when it came to retrieving them from the river, anything brought ashore would be seized by the guards, who would inform these impoverished souls that the spoils belonged to the soldiers. Under such circumstances, who would dare to undertake such a venture? These items must not be allowed to rust and decay at the riverbed. Tyrion remarked. I shall grant them the authority to salvage these treasures, for I am in need of funds. It is a splendid plan, Boron agreed. How shall we proceed? Let these destitute individuals dive into the waters to recover armor, weapons, and other spoils, Tyrion suggested after some contemplation. We shall arrange for our familiar armor merchant to purchase them on site, or for a blacksmith to melt them down. An excellent approach, based on their value. We shall split the earnings with the salvagers at an 80-20 ratio. Tyrion mused that even a mere 20% of the profit from a gauntlet would provide a family of the poor with sustenance for several months. Of course, the armor merchants and blacksmiths are our own people, and we can further negotiate prices based on the condition of the items, rusted or damaged. 20% is too generous, said Lancel. Even 10% would incite a frenzy to participate. I require 80%. The lower we can negotiate, the more profit there is to distribute. Whether to the gold cloaks or among you, Tyrion declared. Let us proceed with this plan and return with a sum of funds. Chapter 61. The engagement feast. The almost bride donned an ivory silk gown paired with a delicate lace skirt, adorned with countless tiny pearls shaped into various blossoms, appearing utterly enchanting. As the widow of Renly, she should have donned the Baratheon colors of gold and black, yet chose the hues of House Tully to signify purity. Her bridal cloak, crafted from green velvet, was embroidered with 100 golden roses. A mere show of grandeur. Does her nephew truly know whether she is still a maiden? In any case, he is oblivious and powerless. The king appeared equally regal, clad in a deep rose-colored coat, draped with a crimson velvet cloak embellished with the emblems of stags and lions. His crown elegantly resting upon his curls, the two shades of gold melding harmoniously. Tyrion sat not far off, with only his sister and father separating him from the king, diligently tackling an array of 49 sumptuous dishes. Outside the castle, the destitute infiltrated the Blackwater River under the cover of night, wagering their lives for sustenance. Meanwhile, he found himself here, taking but a single bite of each dish, contemplating whether to pack up the leftovers and sell them at the flea market. Eyrie and Martell sat beside him, resolutely refusing to join her uncle, perhaps because Tyrion's company was far more entertaining. Sansa Stark sat expressionless in the last row, dressed plainly, her head bowed to avoid gazing at anyone. Could it be that she harbored thoughts of replacing Marjorie? Tyrion frowned. Such notions were unbefitting even for a child of 3. Arya Stark sat beside her sister, continually muttering curses and occasionally kicking Tyrion's chair with her foot. Shae and Brienne were utterly at a loss on how to handle this tomboy. Oh, and Brienne was clad in a pink dress, the largest size available. Yet it still left her knees exposed, the lace rendering her akin to a pink bear. At the far end stood Sir Boron of the Blackwater and Podrick, engaged in jovial conversation with the royal couple. The hall resonated with hymns, and guests reveled in each other's company. As the music ceased, Queen Cersei rose. Your Majesty, the council believes it neither wise nor fitting for our king to marry the daughter of a traitor who has been justly punished. Moreover, her brother remains obstinate, refusing to lower his treacherous banner and submit to the crown. For the welfare of the realm, we implore you to decisively annul the betrothal to Sansa Stark and elevate Lady Marjorie to the position of queen. Once again, she put on a grand show. Tyrion sipped his wine, considering whether he should rise to point out the king's predicament, thinking it might be amusing to let young Joffrey embarrass himself publicly. The nobles present, like well-trained hounds, eagerly shouted, Marjorie, we demand Marjorie. No traitorous queen. Give us Tyrell. Joffrey raised a hand. As king, I must heed the will of the people. Yet, dear mother, let it be known that my betrothal was established before the gods with utmost solemnity. The High Septon stepped forward. Your Majesty, while the gods indeed regard such oaths, when the late king made the betrothal in Winterfell, the Stark treachery had not yet come to light. Now that their deeds have been revealed, their heinous acts incite the wrath of all, and there is no need to honor past alliances or uphold previous promises. Your Majesty, in the name of the gods, I hereby declare your obligation annulled. The betrothal is void. I wish to wed Lady Marjorie Tyrell, Joffrey eagerly proclaimed, raising his goblet. His cupbearer promptly filled the golden chalice gifted by the Duke of Tyrell with a pitcher of dark red wine from the arbor. The king lifted it, toasting. To my wife, Her Majesty the Queen. Tyrion cast a glance at the Knight of Flowers, who stood among the king's guard. Prepare your sword, Ser Loras. Be ever ready. Hail Marjorie. The hall echoed in response. Hail Marjorie. Hail Marjorie. Long live the Queen. 1,000 goblets clinked simultaneously, signaling the official commencement of the feast. Tyrion Lannister, like everyone else, drained his first cup, only to signal for a refill upon taking his seat. The arbor wine was as diluted as paint. Eyrie and Martell frowned. Shaking her crystal glass, a gift she had brought from Dorne. A matching glass rested in Tyrion's hand. If you find the time, you should visit Dorne, she suggested. Her frown was exquisite, a beauty entirely different from that of the young rose. The first course was a rich soup of mushrooms and buttered snails, served in gilded bowls. Due to recent labors, Tyrion indulged heartily, swiftly emptying his bowl. After this course, there remained 48 more. While children starved in the city and commoners fought over a single carrot, here we sat, luxuriating in an endless feast of 49 dishes. If the common folk were allowed to witness such excess, their adoration for the Tyrells would surely wane. The father was engaged in a lively conversation with Mace Tyrell. Prince Oberyn was sharing some jest that elicited hearty laughter from his mistress. The nephew rose to his feet, and the would-be queen supported his arm as they moved through the banquet hall, toasting and conversing with the esteemed guests under the protection of the Kingsguard. "Ah, uncle." Joffrey approached Tyrion. "Why are you not seated with my loyal subjects? Deign to join us here." The would-be queen extended her hand, and Tyrion gently kissed it. "Ah, Sansa." "My former betrothed," Joffrey remarked, casting a glance over Tyrion's shoulder. "Your Majesty," Sansa rose, offering a slight curtsy. "I wish you and Queen Marjorie happiness." Joffrey suddenly grasped her chin. "Why are you not weeping? You should be crying over our annulment. Let everyone see how heartbroken you are for not being able to marry me." Tyrion thought bitterly, cursing under his breath as he called to the Kingsguard. "My nephew has had too much to drink. Escort him back at once." "I am not drunk." Joffrey glared at Sansa. "Tell me, you reside in the Hand's Tower. Has my uncle ever climbed into your bed?" Brienne covered Arya's mouth, attempting to pull her away. Tyrion's countenance was more dismal than a latrine's stepping stone. "No, my lord. I have not," Sansa murmured, her head bowed, stifling sobs. "Are you both deaf?" Tyrion glared at the Kingsguard, Sandor Clegane and Meryn Trant. "You wretched hounds. Were it not for me, you would have fled in terror at Blackwater." Sansa began to sob audibly, prompting Marjorie to come to her side, wiping her tears. "My dear, let us return. This is enough. Look how distressed Lady Sansa is." "Not enough. This is far from sufficient." Joffrey's face contorted, resembling the Mad King. "I want her to weep. Louder, louder. If you do not know how to weep, Meryn Trant, you shall teach her. Give her 2 slaps." The Kingsguard advanced from behind the king, reaching out for Sansa Stark. "Enough." Chapter 62. The Trial with a Forceful Swing. Tyrion smashed the resplendent crystal goblet against the ornate helmet of Ser Meryn Trant. The sound of shattering glass echoed like the sudden onset of a hailstorm. Splintering into countless shards, blood trickling from his hand. "Dear, you are injured," Eyrie said, embracing his arm. "Look, your hand is bleeding. Remove your king at once." Tyrion fixed his gaze on Joffrey Baratheon, whose mismatched eyes glimmered with an unsettling light in the dim glow, causing the young king to shudder involuntarily. "My dear, let us return," Marjorie gently urged, eager to extricate him from this den of iniquity. "You dare?" Meryn Trant wiped the wine splattered across his face, seething with fury. "You have assaulted a Kingsguard." As soon as the words left his lips, Ser Jorah Mormont sprang forth from the shadows like a long-hidden leopard, swift and precise. Seizing one of the Iron Guard's arms, which was tightly gripped by the towering Brienne, this woman possessed extraordinary strength. "Sit down," Tyrion commanded, his words short yet forceful. With a shared effort, Ser Meryn Trant found himself seated beside Tyrion, turning to glance at the Hound, only to realize that his sworn brother had become a dog of the king, rather than a true brother. "Take the king away," Tyrion instructed the Hound. Sandor Clegane hesitated momentarily, while Marjorie quickly grasped Joffrey's arm. "Dear, there is nothing to worry about. Lord Tyrion merely wishes to invite Ser Meryn for a drink. Let us move over there," she interjected, positioning herself protectively in front of Joffrey. "Uncle, if I find out you..." The king's words were abruptly cut short as the queen and the Hound hurriedly escorted him away. Suddenly, the music in the hall surged, akin to a tumultuous tide, nearly drowning out the king's words. The melody was both splendid and stirring, imbued with an indescribable enchantment that stirred the spirit. It was a folk song, recounting the tale of 2 lovers torn apart amidst the cataclysm of Valyria, originally vivid in its storytelling, yet regrettably rendered in High Valyrian, a tongue most of the assembled nobles could not comprehend. Fortunately, the tavern wench Bessa regained the crowd's favor with her lewd verses and lively tunes. The gazes directed towards the scene around them seemed to diminish, as attention shifted back to the performances and the dishes being served. With 20 more courses yet to come, the feast felt interminable, instilling a sense of tedium. "My lord, if you have no further matters," Ser Meryn Trant appeared somewhat uneasy. Tyrion paid him no heed, gently shaking the wine jug in his hand and pouring a glass for Ser Meryn. "Tell me, Ser," How many times have you struck Lady Sansa? What business is that of yours? Ser Meryn's expression darkened instantaneously, his eyes rife with disdain and fury. What business is it of yours? I am executing the king's orders. Each blow serves to uphold the dignity and order of the crown. By the gods, are you still proud of that? The king's guard ought to know how to counsel their king, Tyrion remarked. If your feeble mind does not grasp the implications, you should remove that white cloak. Impudent wretch. What right do you have? Ah, in truth, I possess ample right, Tyrion retorted, lifting a bloodied hand to grasp Myrcella's cup and taking a sip of wine. I am the hand of the king, the master of coin, and a Lannister. My betrothal to your cousin further solidifies my standing. Myrcella interjected. He is the esteemed son-in-law of Prince Doran. Not yet. It is premature to say, Tyrion interjected. At least we must await your father's response before we can discuss this matter officially. He cannot control me. I shall marry whomever I choose, Myrcella declared defiantly. In my eyes, you are the true knight. Punishing a brute for beating a young girl hardly constitutes a knightly feat then. Sire, Tyrion turned once more to Ser Meryn. Do you confess? Do you acknowledge your violence against Miss Sansa Stark? Tyrion set down his wine cup, flinging blood onto the face of Ser Meryn Trant. The color drained from the knight's face, which turned a sickly hue, as he clenched his teeth, his eyes betraying a mixture of rage and fear. Just as he was about to rise, Podrick and Brienne swiftly rushed forward, firmly restraining him in place. Lady Sansa, tell me, with which hand did Ser Meryn strike you? Tyrion inquired. I do not wish to cause trouble, my lord, Sansa murmured. In her mind, she thought, he used both hands. Our dear girl is truly beautiful and kind-hearted. Tyrion remarked with a smile. Arya, have you seen it? Which hand did he use to hit your sister? The right hand, Arya exclaimed. Though she had not witnessed the act, she was unwilling to forego the opportunity to punish the scoundrel. The horse-faced girl knows you are right-handed, Tyrion continued. Ser Meryn, I shall now pass judgment upon you. He removed his helmet. In my estimation, you are unworthy of the title of knight. You have no authority. Pod, fetch me my sword. I have heard that the Stark family executes justice themselves. Is that not so? But my lord, you do not possess a sword. The loyal yet somewhat bewildered squire exclaimed, spreading his hands in confusion. Then damn it, find me one quickly. Podrick hurried into the crowd. What punishment shall I decree for you? Tyrion pressed down on Meryn Trant's contorted face, which was filled with fear, reminiscent of the terror that had graced Sansa's face during her beating. In my name, dear one, Eyrie murmured, wrapping her arms around his neck. You are a true knight. My lion, a genuine knight. Let us judge him in the name of Sunspear, for this shall be our castle. He felt the Dornish girl kissing his ear, then his chin, and finally his neck. Podrick rushed back, sweat beading on his brow and breath coming in quick gasps. He had somehow procured an axe. Tyrion took the axe, its sharp blade gleaming coldly. He weighed it in his hand, finding it perfectly balanced. Pod, place his hand upon the table. But do so with care. I do not wish to harm you in the process. Ser Meryn, for your assault on a noble, your bullying of a young girl, and your insolent address of me as a demoness, I, as the hand of the king, hereby revoke your knighthood and your white cloak. You are sentenced to the punishment of hand severance. Demoness, how dare you? In the next instant, Meryn Trant's hand, clad in a white glove, rolled upon the ground. Tyrion seemed to hear some gasp in shock, while others wailed in despair. Arianne laughed unabashedly, and the wine surged within him, spilling onto the ground, mingling with the blood of the former Kingsguard. It felt as though he had overindulged. Chapter 63. The red wedding. Two pale green eyes flickered like specters, swaying over Tyrion. How had he returned home last night? Was it Arianne or Sansa who had supported him, who had carried him upstairs? Most likely, it had been Brienne. Poor Lord Tywin's study carpet had borne the brunt of his vomit. He had no idea who had ultimately cleaned it up, who claimed the wine of the arbor was merely watered-down dye. To my mind, it was more likely the soporific brew of sweet sleep flowers. At last, Tyrion fixed his gaze upon the pale green eyes that belonged to his father, devoid of any specter of fire, but filled with wrath. Tywin Lannister, his elder siblings, Joffrey, Meryn Trant, Oberyn Martell, Kevan Lannister, Pycelle, there were far too many of them, enough to make him feel nauseous. You severed Ser Meryn's hand. Tywin's voice was calm, yet terrifying. For he was the commander of the Kingsguard. I spared my brother's hand. Surely, I must offer one to the god of many faces, Tyrion replied. He committed a crime, and as hand of the king, I possess the authority to punish him. Tyrion cleared his throat. Do you see, father? He has always been this arrogant and disdainful. Cersei had the audacity to attend today as council meeting. Is it not due to your exemplary parenting of your beloved son? Tyrion retorted. Regardless, The punishment of mutilation is excessive and cruel, Trant interjected. According to the laws set forth by House Targaryen, one who lays a hand upon royalty shall face the amputation of that hand, remarked the Red Viper of Dorne. The Stark girl is not royalty, his sister asserted. Her expression twisted, challenging Oberyn to determine who resembled a serpent more. At that time, she was betrothed to Joffrey. Tyrion's mind began to shake off its drunken haze. Regaining clarity, Trant had attacked royalty. It was merciful that he had not taken his head. In certain places, killing or assaulting women and children is hardly regarded as a transgression, the Red Viper scoffed. Nevertheless, members of the Kingsguard deserve their due treatment, Jaime stated. Are you suggesting I show mercy and grant Ser Meryn a fief, a castle? That worthless scoundrel does not deserve such consideration, Tyrion spat. Enough. Tywin grew weary of the cacophony of voices. Tyrion, from this moment forth, you are relieved of your duties as Hand of the King. Thank the gods, Tyrion replied. At least I managed to do some good during my tenure. The Red Viper threw his head back in laughter. This meeting is adjourned. Tywin issued the dismissal, and the courtiers rose, filing out. Kevin, Jaime, Tyrion, Cersei, Pycelle, remain, he commanded. It appeared there would be a family meeting, Tyrion mused. His father handed him a piece of parchment, meticulously flattened, evidently perused by many before him. Rosalind has caught a fine trout, the letter declared. Her brothers present 2 wolf pelts as a wedding gift. Tyrion flipped the paper over and examined the seal, noticing the silver-gray wax bearing the twin towers of House Frye. What riddle is the Lord of the Crossing attempting to convey? Tyrion scoffed, sensing the wedding had already concluded. The trout likely referred to Edmure Tully. As for the wolf pelts, he is dead, Joffrey exclaimed with glee and pride, as though he had personally flayed Robb Stark. What is the price to be paid, father? Tyrion inquired, returning the paper to its place, having overdrawn the honor and reputation of House Lannister. There is no victory without battle, Tyrion, Cersei sweetly yet venomously remarked, attributing it all to the prowess of our esteemed father. Some victories are won with sword and spear, while others are secured through pen and raven. Duke Tywin cautioned everyone against premature celebration, for the enemy had not been entirely vanquished. The matter was far from resolved. The lords of the Riverlands are not fools, the Queen Mother argued. Without the support of the North, to stand alone against the alliance of House Tyrell, Casterly Rock, and Dorne is tantamount to courting death. They will soon defect and surrender. Tyrion's betrothal has not yet been formalized, thus the alliance with Dorne does not yet hold. However, most will, Tywin stated, except for Riverrun. But as long as Walder Frye maintains firm control over Edmure Tully, Blackfish poses no threat. Jason Mallister and Tytos Blackwood will fight for honor. Yet the forces of House Frye are sufficient to pin Mallister at Seaguard, and we need only provide the right inducement for Jenna Blackwood to turn against Tytos. Indeed, given time, they will ultimately submit. I intend to offer generous terms. Anywhere that surrenders and swears fealty to the crown may retain their status. They all deserve punishment, Joffrey declared. The Mallisters, Blackwoods, and Brackens are all traitors, and I shall have them all executed, grandfather. I do not wish to offer any generous terms. The king then turned to Maester Pycelle. I also want the head of Robb Stark. Quickly write to Lord Walder, stating this is the king's command, and when I wed, I wish to personally present it to Sansa. Behold our esteemed king. Tyrion scoffed, an equal of sorts to Maegor Targaryen. Send him back to Casterly Rock, father, Cersei hissed. Do not allow him to appear before me. Duke Tywin's politeness bore a chill that could freeze the ears of all present. Ser Kevin, the king is weary. Please escort him to his chambers. Pycelle, might you employ a little potion to assist his grace in slumber? A sleeping draught, perhaps, my lord? I do not desire a sleeping draught, Joffrey shouted. Duke Tywin ignored him, as though he were a rat in the corner. Very well, let it be a sleeping draught. Tyrion, you remain. Ser Kevin firmly grasped Joffrey's hand, leading the king from the study, with Jaime protecting him. Outside, 2 Kingsguard awaited to fulfill their duty. Maester Pycelle shuffled his trembling old legs, striving to keep pace. Cersei lingered at the rear, casting a venomous glare at Tyrion. I offer my congratulations. Though I wonder how long you have conspired with Walder Frye. I dislike the term conspired, Duke Tywin stiffly replied. I can envision how it unfolds, a joyous wedding feast, where all partake of bread and salt, only to be slain under the host's roof by crossbow. A fleeting victory, yet to be reviled by the masses? Killing them matters not. I am not well acquainted with Robb, and that foolish woman harbors a deep-seated hatred. However, to squander the honor and credit of House Lannister. Indeed, he was slain at Edmure Tully's wedding. This lad is exceedingly vigilant, not only organizing his forces meticulously, but also surrounding himself with attendants and guards. Tywin was somewhat taken aback. You are quite clever, Tyrion. However, the laws of hospitality will not secure our victory in this war. Those who transgress such laws shall be cursed by the gods. That is merely a tedious tale. By the gods, a tedious tale? We are the greatest nobles of the 7 kingdoms, and it is we who require the protection of hospitality the most. Tyrion must understand that Lord Walder Frey must pay the price for his treachery against the guests at his own table. Enough, they are now our allies. My father stated that I intend to marry off the Stark family's eldest daughter to Lancel. Sansa, the younger one, will be sent to Harrenhal. Do you believe Sansa and Arya will comply willingly? Tyrion retorted with a sardonic smile. After I inform them that we murdered their mother and brother? They remain in the Hand's Tower, your prisoners. Tywin closed the narrow window, furrowing his brow. Mind your own affairs and refrain from foolishly seeking to uphold tedious justice. Like that of Ser Mariness Hand. The Dornishmen are perhaps not as honest as you imagine. Chapter 64. The Hand's Tower. Walder Frey? It would be better for me to perish in the Eyrie than to befriend them. As night fell, Tyrion finally returned to the Hand's Tower, his steps heavy as he traversed the long corridor, ultimately arriving at his own narrow yet tidy chamber. He sat upon his narrow bed, where traces of stubborn dirt remained on the carpet, despite careful cleaning having left faint marks. How was he to broach this matter with Sansa and Arya? Although it was part of the plan, before he could settle in, a knock resounded at the door. My lord, it was Shae. What is it? Come in, Tyrion replied. It is not I who has business, my lord, Shae said, pushing the door open and peering in. It is the ladies who have matters to discuss. Sansa Stark and Arya Stark entered. If there is anything, call for me. I shall be waiting outside, Brienne said as she closed the door. Ah, ladies. What brings you here at this late hour? Tyrion did not wish to see the two of them. He had just intended to retire for the night. My lord, I have come to thank you, Sansa said politely as she approached Tyrion. For your hand. Oh, my hand. Tyrion raised his hand, which bore scabs, but no pain. You see, it is healing quite well, entirely fine. And there is no need to address me as my lord. However, when I cleaned the wound yesterday, there was quite a large scar. Sansa knelt before Tyrion, taking his hand. You need to apply the salve once more today? It was she who had helped him tend to his injury. Tyrion watched her as she fussed over his hand, then winked at Arya in the distance. Horse-faced girl, tell me, is Meryn on your list? You ought to kill him. Arya replied, you are slow in your tasks and have vomited all over. At the feast? Tyrion inquired. There was indeed such an incident. Here too. She pointed to the traces on the carpet. There is a patch here, another there, and one over yonder. As she spoke and walked, the filth clung to her hands, forming thick scabs that were truly arduous to clean. Did you tidy up? Tyrion inquired. No wonder you're so disheveled. It pales in comparison to what your sister accomplishes. Arya stuck out her tongue at him. My lord, Sansa looked up. The betrothal ceremony has concluded. When may my sister and I return home? Indeed. Tyrion glanced at Sansa, then at Arya. No, absolutely not. We cannot disclose to them that Robb and Lady Catelyn have perished, at least not now, nor here. Ah, yes. I have given this matter considerable thought, Tyrion replied. There must be no hint of hesitation. Even a moment's pause could render me a liar. My lady, you must understand, the Riverlands are rife with bandits. And escorting you home necessitates meticulous planning. I am not afraid, my lord, Sansa responded. Brienne will protect us. Nothing shall happen. I know, I am aware. Who can rescue themselves and ensure their desires are fulfilled? I am assembling a company. It will take but 2 or 3 days before we can set forth. Sansa wished to speak further when the door was pushed open. Dark-haired, it was Alice Karstark. I beg your pardon, my lord, Brienne said. This lady. I could not prevent her. She claims to be your fiancée, Alice remarked. It seems you have guests. Ah, the ladies of House Stark. Sansa, I have guests arriving. May we discuss this matter another day? Sansa rose, curtsied to Tyrion. Thank you, kind lord, then turned to Alice. My lady, you look truly beautiful today. Only then did Tyrion notice that Alice wore a delicate black sheer cloak, the fabric fine and airy, closely hugging her form, incredibly alluring. The ladies exited the room, and Alice closed the door. I hope I have not interrupted anything of importance. What important matter? Tyrion raised his hand. It is merely for me to tend to my wounds, nothing further. Alice approached the desk, withdrew 2 candles from her bosom, ignited them, then extinguished the previous candles. She seeks something from you. I wager, whatever you demand, she shall acquiesce. Are you a devil? Tyrion frowned. I thought I was the devil. What are you thinking? I treat her as a sister. The candles Alice brought burned quietly, exuding a fresh and distinct cardamom scent that gradually permeated the air, carrying a hint of sweetness and warmth, as if it could dispel all weariness and worry. She sat beside Tyrion, gently grasping his wrist. turning his hand over to meticulously examine his fingers and palm. "Let me see your hand. That girl did truly beautiful work." As she spoke, she took Tyrion's fingers into her mouth, though they were somewhat too cold. "That scoundrel's hand could not compare to your wound." "The cost is not merely this," Tyrion said. "My father has stripped me of my office. I am no longer the hand of the king." "They do not understand you," Aelian declared. "You are a true knight, a genuine lion, and glory radiates from your being. They are merely jesters, fools, and schemers within the court." "She understands me," Tyrion thought. Aelian gently assisted him in removing his shirt, each motion filled with meticulous care and tenderness. As the garment slipped away, revealing his robust chest, a glimmer of admiration flickered in Aelian's gaze. "My dear husband, would you mind if I kept you company tonight?" "Perhaps it is best not to." Tyrion seemed to harbor a reluctance towards such advances. "Surely you are not planning to visit another woman, are you? Pray tell me who she is, and I shall duel her for you," spilling blood. She smiled. "Might it be that my uncle has sent his mistress to you? If so, we could share you." "What a jest. At least for now, I have no other woman." Tyrion relished her caresses. "I simply have much on my mind." "You are overworked and weary, my lion." "I am contemplating the future, pondering on Casterly Rock." "Casterly Rock is but a faded harlot, dry as dust between her legs, and her kiss will leave you bleeding." Aelian pressed her lips against his chest. "We shall have twins, Casterly Rock for our son, and Sunspear for our daughter. Until then, I can share Dorne with you." Tyrion wished to close his eyes, hoping not to repeat the mistakes of his elder siblings, and he recalled his father's words. "Think carefully before you disrobe." What nonsense. One must lie where they fall. Chapter 65. The green-eyed crow. The tower of stone lay silhouetted against the dimming sunlight. The sea washed over the black rocks, covered in algae that glowed crimson in the sunset's embrace, while crows lurked within the shadows. Griffin spoke, a stout figure with golden hair and a forked beard. "The plan must be expedited." "Why?" Griffin, seated across from him, sported a clean-shaven visage, his eyes lined with wrinkles yet resolute, adorned with a mane of blue hair. "Contrary to our agreed timeline. It does not align with the schedule, yet I see he is prepared." The stout man replied. "He is ready to bear the burden." "The weight is too great." Griffin shook his head, the last rays of sunlight deepening the lines on his face. "I fear." "Fear what?" "The dragon is too small." The stout man retorted. "We need not rely on those magical creatures." "Then upon what shall we depend?" "The Golden Company?" Griffin furrowed his brow. "I was meant to be the successor of the Golden Company, yet for this child, I have squandered years, losing my honor." "Phantoms and liars," Griffin mused painfully, gripping his nose. "The Brotherhood of the Forgotten War, the vanquished of the lost battles, the failures of rebellion, the disgraced, the dispossessed of their birthright. Are these our best allies? The Dornish are willing to assist." Griffin abruptly lifted his head, startling the crow, which flapped its wings in distress. "Are you certain, Illyrio? Prince Doran would undertake such actions?" "Prince Daolong is a man of great cunning." Illyrio rose and clarified that the agreement was not with Daolong, but rather with his brother. "He had traveled through the free cities and maintained a friendship with me over the years." However, Griffin was perplexed, questioning why. "He is the son of Elia." Illyrio stated that the Dornish people would join us, and they must. This, however, is unreliable. Prince Daolong had secretly betrothed her to Prince Viserys Targaryen. Illyrio asserted that once Prince Viserys was slain by Khal Drogo, the clandestine marriage would naturally be rendered void. "I believe Prince Daolong will choose another son-in-law, one of Targaryen blood." Griffin pondered momentarily and declared that this was not our plan. "I do not refer to young Griffin." Illyrio patted his shoulder, saying the son of the usurper is hidden in Lys, and I can find him. "Baelish, are they not in King's Landing, seated upon the Iron Throne?" "A noble bastard," Illyrio explained. "A bastard?" Griffin shook his head, expressing distrust in bastards. If one were to emerge claiming nobility, 100 more would follow suit, regardless of their lineage. The waves crashed against the shore, resonating with a powerful and melodious sound. He heard the prayers of the Red Priests as they ignited the night fires and the laughter of children playing outside the high walls. Griffin rose and stepped into the courtyard, adorned with stone columns and pale ivy climbing in every direction, the leaf shadows tinged with the fiery orange of the setting sun. The previous night, he had dreamt once more of Stone Town. Alone, wielding a sword, he ran from house to house, smashing doors, racing upstairs, leaping from one rooftop to another, the distant tolling of bells echoing in his ears. The clanging of copper bells and the sound of silver strings pierced through his skull, an increasingly maddening cacophony that threatened to split his head asunder. 17 years had passed since the Battle of the Bells, yet those chimes still twisted within him. Others might claim that the fall of the realm was due to Prince Rhaegar's demise at the hands of Robert's hammer by the trident. But had the griffin slain the stag at Stone Town, the Battle of the Trident would never have transpired. That day, the bells claimed us all, Ares and his queen, Elia of Dorne and her little daughter, every true man and loyal woman of the Seven Kingdoms, and my silver prince. The path ahead is fraught with peril. Yet he understands that it matters not. All shall perish. He only requires time. He has waited so long. Surely the gods will grant him a few more years. Enough to witness the boy he once called son ascend the Iron Throne, proclaiming his dominion over his lands, his name, and his glory, and to silence the resounding bells that echo in his dreams whenever he closes his eyes. The boy he calls son is wise and well-educated, fluent in many tongues and well-versed in history. In addition to his mother tongue, he speaks High Valyrian with fluency, as well as the dialects of Pintos, Tyrosh, Myr, Lys, and the Low Valyrian. He has just begun to learn the dialect of Volantis, and thus is familiar only with a few words. The Myrish dialect, which is derived from both Valyrian and Giscari, presents him with certain difficulties in his studies. He also attends mathematics classes, showing proficiency in arithmetic and a basic understanding of geometry. Furthermore, he has dabbled in poetry. Illyrio believes him to be more erudite than half of the lords of Westeros. Yet, does all this meticulously devised scheme, have to be so recklessly haphazard? We possess wealth, an army, and ships. Everything should proceed smoothly. Tywin is formidable. Oberyn has sworn to assist us, seeking to enact his inner sense of justice. Illyrio reassures him, you are also the hand of the king. He has a son. The usurper? Merely a knight. No, the one who defeated Stannis at the Blackwater. Tyrion? It is not uncommon for doves to be served at a wedding feast. Fortune can strike anyone. We should first seek to secure a marriage pact. Griffin obstinately insists that the plan is to declare the prince's existence only after we rendezvous with Queen Daenerys. The lions must surely have learned of the dragons by now. Illyrio remarks, but they are merely hatchlings, slightly larger than those just born. When all the armies close in on the city like a clenched fist, they will be of little aid. Behind them lies the wealth of Casterly Rock. The boy king is betrothed to the daughter of House Tyrell, which means we must also contend with the power of Highgarden. A century hence, we still have friends in the Riverlands. The strength of Highgarden may not be as formidable as Maester Luwin imagines. Illyrio smiles. I know you trust me, and I have faith in my abilities. Griffin responds. Yet to confront the remaining 6 kingdoms with just one is rather frivolous. The North and the Riverlands have been ravaged by war, losing more than half of their forces. Moreover, we are not one. Illyrio states, we are 3. 3. The ravens cawed and took flight, diving along the waves. Chapter 66. A deal with Thorne's esteemed Lady of Thorns. After a day of toil, may we finally meet? The Queen of Thorns sits opposite Tyrion at a grand round table laden with delicacies. The surroundings are adorned with vibrant flowers, causing Tyrion's nose to itch. Following a night of revelry, he slept until nearly noon the next day, the light bright, and Eyrie long vanished. Within the Red Keep, he could not find his father, and thus ventured alone to the banks of the Blackwater to oversee the salvage operations. It was not until nightfall that Podrick hurriedly found him, conveying that Lady Olenna had invited him to dinner. It seems the lady is always concerned for my well-being. Tyrion glanced at the array of dishes on the table, nodding frequently. No wonder my eyelids are twitching. Is that roasted meat? Perhaps you have offended too many people. The Queen of Thorns spoke slowly, her voice sharp and penetrating, such as a certain knight who had his hand severed. That scoundrel? Tyrion Lannister disdainfully shook his head, a smirk of contempt curling at the corners of his mouth. In this world, far too many people reap the consequences of their own actions. I have long since learned not to squander my intellect on these inconsequential characters. And what of our king? The Queen of Thorns' gaze suddenly deepened. Does that constitute as being a cad? Tyrion raised an eyebrow, his mismatched irises glinting with a mischievous light in the dim glow. He glanced around, noting that Podrick sat at a distance, engrossed in his dinner, utterly alone. Mind your words, my lady, he warned, for Varys little birds hear everything. But little birds cannot flit through thorns. Lady Olenna leaned forward slightly. I wish to discuss your dear nephew, King Joffrey. What is there to discuss about my dear nephew? Tyrion replied nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. His cruelty and tyranny have surpassed the bounds of what is acceptable to ordinary folk. He is the king, and he is young. At his age, I assure you I behaved far more outrageously, Tyrion countered. Including instructing his guards to beat a young girl? Or even murder? The Queen of Thorns inquired. To me, Joffrey is nothing more than a bastard. He does not embody the essence of a king, nor does he appear to be one. He is young and merely requires a modicum of discipline. I am certain he can be corrected, Tyrion asserted. I intend to find Marjorie a different husband. Oh. Tyrion was taken aback. Who possesses such good fortune? Tommen seems like a decent boy. The Queen of Thorns began to pick at her teeth. You appear to be contemplating a perilous endeavor while subtly insinuating my stance. A flicker of discernible wariness crossed Tyrion's eyes as he regarded the elderly woman coolly. He is my nephew. And what if it were you? The Queen of Thorns prodded. I have no interest in being someone else's second choice or dining on their leftovers. Tyrion scoffed, gesturing toward her plate before placing his own hand atop the table. Had Littlefinger still been around, I doubt I would be the target of any conspiracy. Tyrion mused. This cunning old fox believes I still harbor fantasies regarding Margaery? Nay, she merely seeks to ensnare me in this intrigue. To use me as leverage against her father should things go awry. It seems you have a keen interest in the Dornish maidens. Tyrion remained noncommittal. Have you considered finding a different one? The Queen of Thorns began to sift through fruits, the dessert that followed the meal, appearing to have had her fill. The daughters of House Redwine? Or those of House Hightower? Or perhaps both, if you were strong enough. I believe they would not mind. That is enough, my dear grandmother. Tyrion chuckled. I would take that as an insult. He cleared his throat. I am quite the devoted individual. Haha. She clapped her hands. I merely wish to protect my granddaughter. The tone of the Queen of Thorns suddenly turned somber. I confess I have erred in some matters. To speak frankly, I do not like Joffrey. Tyrion interrupted her with a belch. Yet he is, after all, my sister's son. Certainly, I harbor no fondness for my elder sister. In fact, I intend to speak of my elder brother. What dreadful deeds do you wish to undertake? I harbor no objections. Perhaps you could orchestrate a scenario akin to that of my sister, allowing Margaery to ascend as queen? To bear the child of my beloved is utterly inconceivable. No, absolutely impossible. That cruel wretch is beyond redemption. Perhaps the malevolence of young Joffrey merely stems from a lack of proper upbringing. Naturally, the prospect of conceiving his offspring seems rather unlikely. Tommen is a good child, is he not? Perhaps there still exist individuals of virtue within House Baratheon. The Thorn Queen, with a smile, regarded Tyrion, asserting that cruelty is often entwined with lineage. The savagery of House Baratheon may well be rooted in the diluted blood of the Targaryens. Would you not agree? Tyrion, focusing on the next dish, a plate of clams, remarked upon the young lad. The Thorn Queen gestured toward Podrick seated in the corner. And I recognized the white and purple checkered pattern, the sigil of House Payne. Indeed, the checkered cloth also bore gold coins. Tyrion replied, expressing a wish that those coins resided in his own pocket. Align Payne is mute. Do you know the reason? He uttered words better left unsaid and had his tongue severed by the Mad King. Tyrion continued to eat, asserting that he required no reminder to keep secrets, as he valued the alliance between the Lannisters and Tyrells and cherished the friendship between us. However, matters must be presented more decorously. Allowing Margaery to become queen is my final concession, my lady. Do not cast your designs upon me, nor upon Tommen. He is a good boy. That is not my intent. Tyrion, the Thorn Queen replied with a smile. She was not concealing her true feelings, Tyrion surmised. What had Align Payne said? Lord Tywin is the true ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, Lady Olenna remarked, and thus the Mad King severed his tongue. Do you know what that brings to mind? What? At the betrothal feast, the Dornish wench whispered in your ear, and then you severed the hand of Meryn Trant. Olenna continued. I do not wish to accuse you of wrongdoing. Yet your uproarious laughter as you kicked the severed hand upon the ground was reminiscent of the madness of Ares when he had Iris' tongue removed. Lord Tywin is the true ruler of the Seven Kingdoms. Perhaps you should engage him in conversation rather than me. Are you attempting to provoke me? Tyrion glared at her, asserting that his father would deliberate upon her proposal with great care. Are you seeking revenge upon me or upon my foolish son? I swear this has nothing to do with Margaery, my dear Thorn Queen sighed, shaking her head. I am willing to consider your proposal, yet you must remember my words. The Dornish are not to be trusted, Tyrion.